He numbly clicks his mechanical pencil and stares ahead as the chilling idea sinks in that he exists inside a manga world. In a lecture hall full of faceless students, a lone head rises as he senses that this manga setting is anything but ordinary. Couples of boys cling to each other and flirt shamelessly on the street, turning everyday scenery into a parade of brazen affection. With his deadpan gaze and restless clicking, he admits to himself that this world is one of those stories where boys fall for boys. He recalls how the girls' faces blur into anonymity, while an army of sparkling handsome guys crowd his school, making him realize just how bizarre everything has become. He remembers watching in uneasy confusion as an alluring guy yanked his friend away mid-conversation, dismissing him as just a friend while he shivered at the creepy sight. He stood frozen while classmates casually shifted their dirty jokes from girls to guys, praising another boy's girly sex appeal as he internally screamed that none of it made sense. Staring up into a black void, he frantically scribbles as the grim logic hits him that a BL setting could neatly explain every odd event so far. His pen scratches across the page while he insists to himself that, even with this realization, his own virtue is completely secure. Wearing a blank, ordinary expression, he coldly stakes his safety on the belief that someone as plain as him could never be desirable, and the air turns heavier. Over images of dazzling roses, he accepts that in a world where beautiful men romance each other, his entire family remains blurred-out extras, and he feels no shame in that insignificance. Yet his composure cracks when his younger brother, blushing and clutching his chest, confesses that a beloved male friend has suddenly confessed to him. Clapping too brightly and forcing a grin, he dismisses it as confused puberty even as he privately admits this revelation shakes him to his core. Hunched before a computer, he reads about how average and ordinary traits often belong to BL protagonists and scoffs uneasily at the thought of what average might really mean. Two beautiful men lean in for a kiss as he muses that women seem to favor handsome pairings, making such unions feel disturbingly natural here. Against a black backdrop, his chibi self bristles in frustration while he notes how girls devour stories where a stunning guy falls for an average lead, hinting that the same craving fuels this world. Jaw tight and eyes shadowed, he vows not to lose to this warped reality, reminding himself he alone can give his parents grandchildren, and stubbornly declaring his love for big breasts. Standing in a stark cone of light with a BL book in hand, he admits the moment he recognized this BL world, he dove headfirst into its stories. Surrounded by towers of explicit books, he studies them with grim determination, dissecting every erotic pattern and flag as if preparing battle strategies against an unseen enemy. His chibi form scowls beneath floating expense notes and stars while he concedes that devouring every BL release is impossible, costing more time and money and embarrassment than he can bear. Buried in a blizzard of book jackets, he narrows his search to BL stories that mirror his own ordinary college life and feels a cold dread when one line catches his eye. On the glaring screen, a recommendation screams about a BL with death, praising a lover's double suicide as a masterpiece and making the words feel like a curse. Staring at the monitor with blank disbelief, he mutters that it must be a lie and reels at the idea that protagonists in this genre can actually die. Perched tensely on the couch, he clutches his phone and panics that in this world a guy could lose more than anal virginity, he could lose his life, and he suddenly wonders if his brother is doomed. Hunched over the newspaper, he forces himself to believe this world isn't that grim, yet scans for any sign of two men dying mysteriously and only finds a spike in traffic accidents. Over a calm cityscape, he tells himself reality is peaceful enough, trying to smother the paranoia tightening in his chest. Even as rough-looking punks loiter under neon signs, he notes uneasily that the town somehow stays quiet, like violence is being held back by something unseen. Shoulders hunched as he squeezes past, he reminds himself that delinquents are still dangerous delinquents no matter how normal the street feels. Watching their swaggering backs, he silently vows never to brush against them, knowing a single collision could spark serious trouble. The instant two students crash into each other and one yells in pain, he sees the warning come true and feels the urge to bolt as the air crackles with threat. Face flushing and eyes trembling, the long-haired boy stammers an apology, turning raw fear into an awkward, almost fragile plea for mercy. When the delinquent's cheeks redden and his heart pounds loud enough to hear, he realizes with horror that this chance accident might be the start of love. Walking past the new pair, he nods stiffly at their flustered exchange and inwardly wishes them happiness, while confirming he himself escaped unscathed. Yawning through a lecture, he listens to the idea that romance makes partners seem 50% better and feels a cynical curiosity about how warped perception can get here. He pictures friends bragging about gorgeous partners only to reveal someone plain and realizes how differently reality and expectation can clash. Tearing open a snack in the dark frame, He muses that the same illusion can twist looks in this BL world too, warping how lovers see each other. Watching two boys sit hand in hand before a sparkling night view, he notes that beauty is so abundant here that couples can still hide away on secret dates. Biting into his food, he admits it's easy to build strange fantasies about a crush in such a setting and wonders what misperceptions are quietly brewing around him. As a cheerful classmate strides in singing about his beef lunch, the narrator quietly urges attention, sensing a textbook case about to unfold, and the tension does not ease. While one boy digs through his bag and snaps that he's still growing as his friend teases him for endless snacking, the observer waits, knowing this mundane banter may bloom into something dangerously romantic. As the smaller boy stumbles with a startled cry, the blonde calmly catches him from behind, drawing flushed shock and a thundering heart into intimate contact. The blonde scolds that he isn't a child and should watch himself, while the flustered boy snaps an apology, hands jerking in embarrassed defense. Another classmate quietly notes that he has angered the blonde, prompting the observer to bark for silence as tense ellipses hang between them. Gazing at his own hand in troubled focus, the blonde frets over how slim the other's waist is and whether he eats enough, even while a nearby voice reminds him of that hearty beef lunch. Pressed close, he suddenly notices those long lashes and soft features, and the narrator warns that such stray thoughts will soon twist the boy into seeming outright girlish. His eyes snag on the other's bare neck, seeing it as helplessly exposed and oddly arousing, even as the narrator insists there is nothing truly defenseless about skin that's usually on display. The narrator concludes that this world casts a strange spell that makes any boy you like look delicate and breakable, no matter how ordinary his crumpled clothes seem on the floor. Chugging his drink with a skeptical squint, the protagonist argues that if a guy's charm jumps by 50%, it should make him look cooler and tougher, not dainty, yet he can't quite shake their logic. In the cramped kitchen, one boy stands shirtless while the other critiques his bony frame and urges him to work out, and the supposed normal body suddenly feels uncomfortably scrutinized. With a furious whip of his arms and a blush he can't hide, the protagonist demands to know if his friend is actually in love with him, only to be met with startled denial and rising awkwardness. Back in his school memories, he recalls roll calls in a classroom full of boys bearing soft, unisex names, a detail that once felt normal but now reeks of genre set design. Tapping at an intercom in the quiet campus, he admits he once ignored this quirk, but since recognizing the BL rules of the world, he files even the smallest beep as ominous evidence. When a friend calls out Haruka and Aoi in casual greeting, he lowers his eyes, every feminine-sounding name now ringing like another romantic flag being raised around him. Floating word bubbles about Mizuki and Nagisa drift in a sparkly void, and he senses that even offhand gossip about absent boys may be hinting at unseen drama. A whirlwind of boys with names like Yuki, Azusa, Amane, and Mao joke over food plans and honorifics, while one protests the cutesy-chan, their banter steeped in couple-ready familiarity. Sitting alone on a bench with his drink, he listens to those names, Nanaze, Natsuki, Mayu, circle him like charms, convinced some pair of best friends is destined to bend into lovers. A stark title card declares the power of pet names, turning ordinary nicknames into loaded bullets aimed straight at platonic boundaries. On the crowded walkway, boys call each other Minami, Hiro, Miki-chan, and Hina while inviting movies and begging for notes, every casual nickname dripping with cozy intimacy that blurs friendship and flirtation. A prickly boy named Suzuno grabs his collar and protests the teasing Rin, snapping that he never wanted this reunion, while his grinning classmate cheerfully frames their shared college as fated. With a soft, sparkling smile, the teaser explains that Suzu can also be read as Rin, praising the name's cuteness even as the narrator dryly insists Suzuno is just Suzuno and nothing more, despite how twisted it already feels. Pinned against the tree by a taller classmate, Rika agrees to meet after class, while a tiny caption quietly mocks the stretch of calling this Morikawa. A boy gulps from his drink as the narration hammers out that names like Maki and Sakura sound like girls but sneak in as surnames instead. With fists clenched in excitement, one student nervously asks if he can invite Misaki from his club to tomorrow's drinking party, sparking a shocked really. Beaming with a blush, the boy gushes that Misaki is a soothing airhead and is instantly told to invite her, while another friend cheerfully asks what she's like. As canned corn refuses to budge, the observer recalls sharing classes with fluffy Misaki and coolly reveals that this supposedly soothing Misaki is, in fact, a man. A party popper explodes in midair, while the narration warns that this world runs on secrets and surprises, and the pressure shows. Yawning down the hallway, he notes that secrets and surprises are things people want hidden, yet plenty can't resist spilling them anyway. Two guys stroll by gossiping that they never imagined a certain pair were dating, and the narrator grimly admits those loose-lipped types infest this BL world too. One boy hangs off his taller friend's shoulders like a limp scarf, while bystanders grumble that their normal friendship died the moment constant public flirting began. Shoving his friend away with an aggravated groan, the clingy boy insists he's just having fun with male buddies, while nervously hinting he's been spending a lot of time with someone and is pressed not to already have a lover. A faceless friend slaps his back and laughs that, as expected of a handsome guy, he's got it easy in love. With a bored, half-lidded gaze, the pretty boy thinks it would be dull to get this admirer in his hands too quickly, then twitches when someone questions him. The narrator flatly repeats that the guy just said it would be boring to have him in his hands too soon, while the potential target turns in confusion, asking if he heard right. The ceiling beams glitter as the narrator demands why anyone would mutter things they don't want heard, accusing them of playing a reckless game of chicken with themselves. A tweet reading, "It'd be boring to have you in my hand," scrolls by, and the narrator dryly suggests that confessing to Twitter should have been thrill enough. Two classmates invite him to a movie with a forced smile while he glares and bluntly refuses, suspecting that maybe the listener is also broken in this warped world. Blinding text boxes speculate that BL main characters might simply be unable to hear anything below a certain emotional volume, like adults deaf to a high pitch. From the couch, the older brother lies that he didn't eat the bought ice cream, while the narrator coolly explains he's now testing that bizarre hearing theory. Storming in frustration, the younger brother curses their dad and complains about going out of his way to buy it, as the liar guiltily whispers that he actually ate it. The younger brother freezes with a dark stare and repeats the confession back at him, while the narrator admits with a chill that this experiment on selective hearing completely failed. He recalls saying that most women here blur into the background, yet notices a few girls whose solid presence cuts through the haze. He watches a bubbly girl laugh between two guys, sensing that her easy closeness to them could tilt their friendship into something more dangerous. As the narration declares these girls aren't any beacon of salvation, he almost chokes on his food and splutters in protest. When one boy nervously insists he's dating a girl, his male friends close in, and the girl stares, the air tightening with doubt about his claim. A freshly haircut girl beams that she'll stop lying to herself after seeing their love, yet her cheerful goodbye flaunts her boyfriend like a pointed reminder. On the street, a ponytailed girl shoves a boy toward romance with urgent advice, while he stammers agreement and the narrator coolly labels her a love coach. The bespectacled woman smirks and vows to use such supportive girls in her next book, while he trudges off muttering that these saints are the opposite of homewreckers. Chewing at his desk, he pieces together hushed complaints about a single woman who wields terrifying influence in this world, the older sister. Around the classroom, guys groan that their sisters will kill them, confirming that these unseen women are immovable, looming threats. He imagines a faceless, glamorous sister ordering a boy to listen, and privately admits that in his all-brother home, the idea of a sister once sounded blissful. Off-panel voices praise Tomoya's sister as beautiful and kind, while he flatly counters that she's actually stubborn and sadistic. Slurping his drink, Tomoya grumbles about being treated like his sister's slave, tormented since childhood and forced to endure her half-naked wanderings, while another boy mutters jealous awe. Blushing and resting his head on his hand, another guy explains that his sister kindly persuaded their parents to let him move in with his boyfriend, her support unsettlingly perfect. Hands clasped in a mock prayer, the narrator concedes that, from what he's heard, sisters may hide storms beneath their smiles, yet he still wouldn't trade his brother for one. Serving food in the apartment, he listens skeptically as a woman arranges to park her 5-year-old daughter with 2 college boys, and the narrator sighs that absurd guys attract absurd situations. Doors clack open in the quiet building, each echo laced with the sense that something intrusive and fated is about to step inside. On a packed train, a dark-haired man laughs and leans close, while the blonde yelps about wandering hands and begs him not to touch when he laughs, their cramped proximity turning playful touches into scandal. A single finger rubs along fabric, drawing a tiny eek that turns the casual contact into a sharp jolt of embarrassment. Face blazing, the blonde clamps a hand over his own mouth and whispers that weird sounds will make everyone stare. The dark-haired man breathes against his ear that no one's watching and tells him not to worry, while the blonde trembles, caught between shame and the seduction of invisibility. Expression flat but eyes dark, he mutters that he's completely fed up with this so-called harassment game, the fun long gone. As a can rolls across the advertisement, the narration gripes that the bar feels absurdly rowdy for a dull Monday night, noise scraping at his nerves. Shoulder jostled by strangers, he clicks his tongue and notes that in this BL manga world, the odds of catching people mid-act are disturbingly high, even in public. He recalls walking back to his clubroom for a forgotten item only to find his two best friends flailing excuses as they were clearly about to cross a line, their cliches ranked like a joke beneath. Watching a shameless guy grope someone in public, he dryly observes that scenes this brazen only surface about twice a year, which is still way too often. Shoved through the crowd with a jab, one boy snaps that this circus has gone far enough, his patience finally cracking. As the train doors clack, a voice casually confirms he's getting off at the next stop, tightening the air with expectation. Grabbing his arm and grinning drunkenly, the dark-haired man urges him to come over, while he yells in baffled protest at the sudden invitation. A hand fondles between his legs and coolly points out how hard he already is, insisting he can't be sent home like this, and the pressure spikes. Pressed mouth to ear, the man pants that he's nearing his own limit, jolting the blonde into a strangled gasp as the train rattles on. One curses that it's his partner's fault, while the other laughs and orders him to walk straight, just as a door ominously slides open on their chaos. Staring out over the city lights, he bleakly realizes he was dragged along merely as an excuse, so those two could rush home and screw like animals in the entryway. Back to back with another sniffling boy, he notes that as the seasons chill, even this BL world succumbs to ordinary colds, and the mood finally dips. In the classroom hum, he watches certain classmates suddenly flaunt overblown medical expertise, as if they're doctors in disguise. Peering down at the slumped protagonist, the tall guy gently says he looks down while the narration coolly explains this is how they treat background extras. A drowsy morning drifts through the patterned air, and he trudges in, already bracing for trouble that hasn't even started. One friend narrows his eyes and quietly asks if Aki seems off today, the narrator impressed by how fast he's picked up the shift. Studying Aki's flushed face, ragged breath, and sweat-slicked skin, despite the chill, the observer reels at how much incriminating data piles up at once. Heart thudding, the dark-haired guy suddenly seizes Aki's wrist with a terse khmer, leaving him blinking in startled confusion. He drags the bewildered boy away across the floor with heavy scrapes, while Aki pants out a nervous question about what this urgent summons means. The off-panel command that he should go straight home today slams into him as he protests that he only just arrived. Towering over him and gripping his shoulder, the taller boy accuses him of overworking until his face turned pale and his eyes hollow, leaving him stammering. Their hands lock as he tries to tug free, insisting he can go alone while the other snaps that a sick body has no right to play tough and vows to escort him, and the air turns heavier. Slumped and sweating, he listens in silence as the narration coolly credits the other boy's quick judgment for stopping his cold from getting worse. While the tall guy casually orders a classmate to tell the teacher they're leaving, the narrator notes with a sting that this kind of gentle competence appears only for his beloved. Drenched in nervous sweat against a black void, he forces a weak okay and decides that as a disposable extra, he'd better retreat home too. A few days later, a hand brushes his neck and a concerned voice softly checks how he's holding up, using his full name like a probe. Mask on and shoulders hunched in the background, he overhears his friend cheerfully explain that Takimoto caught a cold and grumble about people who cruelly overwork the sick. Under the pounding rain, he trudges with his umbrella and reflects that in this world where boys fall for boys over trivial sparks, danger lurks in every small kindness. Sheets rustle in the downpour as the narration hints that another all-too-familiar scene is about to unfold, and his guard shoots up. A soaked stranger sprawls in the rain like discarded trash, while captions label him a drunk or delinquent, and the text blares that there's just some guy lying over there. Propping the limp body up and muttering that it can't be helped, the rescuer hauls him along as the narrator mocks the 90% of men here who drag such strangers home on impulse. Floating text grimly lists how these saviors risk being robbed or worse, warning that their soft hearts could turn their apartments into future crime scenes. Sparkles frame interlaced hands as the narration sighs that, despite all logic, these fools inevitably tumble into love, and that dodging romance means doing the exact opposite. Dead-eyed, he decides he bears the stranger no ill will but will still abandon him right here, refusing to be another statistic. Close on the unconscious man's wet face, the narrator anticipates outrage at leaving him yet coolly assures that there's oddly nothing to worry about. From a distance he spots yet another hot guy collapse by the roadside, and the narration shrugs that this bizarre spectacle happens about 3 times a month. Lounging at home with a cat, he muses that since nobody ever actually dies from these street faintings, someone else will just drag them off if he doesn't. Hands pressed in prayer beneath his umbrella, he wishes the downed stranger gets scooped up by some decent soul so he can walk away without guilt. Startled mid-step, he chokes out an ack, as his neatly dressed brother appears under the rain and calls to him, shattering his detached resolve. Flat on the asphalt beside frantic speech bubbles, The drunk stranger lies ignored as the brother shouts about someone in the road while the narrator curses under his breath. The off-panel protest that they can't abandon him makes the observer quietly panic that his overly kind brother will drag this mess home and force him to flee to an internet cafe. Dead-eyed under his umbrella, he dials the police and coldly warns that taking a strange man home would only wreck his brother's romance and sanity, pretending not to care as he reports the body. Rain pounding on his shoulders, he watches officers collect the unconscious man and admits that with a love story already brewing at school, his brother was never going to risk picking up roadside trouble. Over the blank sky and quiet rooftops, a disembodied voice confesses he suddenly found himself standing there with no name and no idea why he existed. He reaches toward a passerby whose back turns away as if blind, despairing that everyone treats him like empty air whenever he calls out. Curled up and gently drifting above the bench, he hugs his knees and numbly concludes that only a ghost could float so unseen. Face tilted and hair spilling down, he laments that he hasn't spoken to anyone in ages and desperately wonders if anyone will ever notice him again. The living boy stares up in wary silence, his ellipses stretching as some unseen presence catches his full attention. Shock widening his eyes, the floating man stammers in disbelief that this guy might actually be looking straight at him. Leaning in with fists clenched, he yells, "Hey, you," and demands to know if he can really be seen, his hope almost frantic. Peering over the wall as a cat yowls and flees, the ghost hovers above the grounded boy, begging for acknowledgement that never comes. Left alone under polka dots, he watches the boy walk off and miserably mutters that it must have just been the cat that ran away. Hair falling over his eyes with a weary sigh, he tells himself of course no one can truly see ghosts, even as a hesitant "hey" interrupts that certainty. The athletic guy gapes at the hovering figure and bluntly asks why he's flying, leaving the ghost blinking out a stunned "huh." Words burst like fireworks as the ghost stutters that this guy might actually be the one, then falls into a stunned "oh." Against a black void, the observer sweats and forces a crooked smile, grumbling that even this world has floating guys and vowing to salt his house later, while insisting anyone would stare at that. Watching a ghost trail a living boy down the street, he imagines with grim certainty that, in this BL universe he's only read about, the haunted and the haunter are obviously doomed to fall in love. Licking an ice pop in the summer heat, he listens to the narration warn that unless he's an only child, he'll never escape the awkward chaos of his siblings' friends invading the house. Slouched on the couch, he answers dunno while his mom frets about feeding the 3 friends his brother is bringing home, the looming visit already feeling like trouble. Balancing a tray with a stiff greeting, he admits that having strangers in the house feels painfully awkward even as he reminds himself he once dragged friends home too. The narration tightens like a warning, claiming the real issue is the specific kind of people his brother brings through their door. Flustered and sweating, he recalls his brother nervously confessing that a longtime male friend had suddenly declared romantic feelings. A faceless best friend waves casually while the narration insists they still act normal on the surface, pretending nothing has changed. As a cup lands in the trash, the narrator grudgingly predicts the maybe boyfriend will visit today and bluntly admits he wants no part of it. Expression flat as a switch clicks, he watches his already BL-poisoned brother and vows to monitor every tiny event that might trigger another affair. The narration coolly promises he'll spot this suspicious best friend the instant the guy appears, and his paranoia hums. Bowing low in the entryway, the dark-haired guest apologizes for intruding, while another friend chirps it's his first visit, and the host mechanically orders them to leave their shoes. Tossing out a bored welcome, the brother frowns that one guest has wandered downstairs, then brusquely sends him to his room while their guide winces. A grinning blonde greets him with an easy hiya, and the observer instantly dismisses him as just another forgettable background character. The black-haired boy bows, stammering his apology for intruding, and the observer mentally crosses him off too with a curt "not him." Bathed in sparkling flowers, the handsome third boy politely introduces himself as Tuju and praises Ayato's kindness, while the narrator seethes at the romantic backdrop. As they climb the stairs, Tojo marvels that the older brother and Ayato look alike and Ayato snaps at him to stop, the air prickling with embarrassed protest. Trailing behind with a mutter that they don't resemble each other at all, Tuju unconsciously singles Ayato out, and the watcher decides with a jolt that this must be the one. Face flushed and fists clenched before the door, the striped shirt boy groans that he somehow wound up in front of Ayato's house. Staring at the door from behind, he anxiously wonders if showing up to pick Ayato up will just make him seem like a creepy stalker. Head spinning, he notes that their actual meeting place, the station, is close by anyway, his nerves screaming for retreat. Turning away with a forced smile, he decides he should just wait at the station instead, even as the front door clicks open behind him. Eyes bulging in panic, he jerks around with a strangled "huh" at the sudden interruption. Shown only from the neck down, the older brother calmly confirms he's Ayato's friend from before, making the boy stammer a shaky yes as recognition and pressure close in. Bowing so hard his voice cracks, Yanagi blurts his name while Ayato's brother calmly tells him to wait downstairs and goes to fetch him, leaving Yanagi fumbling out a flustered no. Ayato's chest pounds as his brother bellows that his friend is here, snapping him out of a daze with a panicked little that's ah. Blinking in confusion, Ayato stiffens and sweats as he blurts that they were supposed to meet at the station instead. Yanagi, cheeks burning, hurriedly explains he came to pick him up since the house was on the way, while Ayato waves it off and insists it's fine as he asks him to wait for a quick change. Close up on his flushed face, Yanagi lies that he'll wait 5 minutes while secretly admitting his home is actually on the far side of town. Later, he stands by Ayato's desk and thinks guiltily that he only came because crowds at the station would steal away the rare chance to talk alone. Ayato's brother points inside and gently urges Yanagi to come in out of the heat, making the boy jolt with a nervous, yeah. Speech bubbles float over dots as someone thanks the other and apologizes, getting a breezy don't mind it, see ya that leaves nothing else said. Remembering Ayato's insults about his brother, Yanagi walks down the hall, stunned that the man is actually kind and normal, privately wishing his own scary sister were that easy to face. With a dull gaze and a lazy, "oh, a cat," the brother watches him go and dryly pities the kid for already losing track of his so-called love rival. Facing an older coworker inviting him to a 7 p.m. drinking party, the narrator frets in silent boxes over how a mob character can dodge BL in a world where everything turns BL. An imagined version of himself gets crossed out as he politely lies about having other plans, while his real resolve hardens around the command to refuse such invites. He lectures that true mob characters exist only to prop up the leads, warning anyone who thinks avoiding men is enough that things aren't that simple. Turning down an outstretched hand with a stiff apology, he insists he's not into drinking parties while the narration warns that being awkward or lone wolfish would only make him stand out. Neon signs blaze over the izakaya as he rationalizes that attending is safe, so long as he sidesteps anyone radiating main character energy, calling that the smartest move. In a noisy office flashback, a coworker pounds a desk and yells about his lost Natsumi while another urges him to drink, and the narrator tags him as prime unstable drama bait. A flushed guy grins with his beer and eggs everyone on to chug, his reckless cheer labeled as another walking BL flag. From above, a somber man leans on his hand and looks painfully out of place at the counter, the narration quietly marking him as yet another dangerous type. At the crowded table, he hides among the chattering drinkers and tells himself that at least here he can blur into the background, even as he dreads the trip home. When a dead drunk man slumps over, someone asks what to do since he won't wake, and the narrator grimly notes that in this world every drinking party produces at least one person who can't get home alone. Hovering over the passed-out coworker, he debates staying uninvolved while someone fusses about his address and another casually offers to call a taxi, the risk in this world still gnawing at him. The moment someone jokes that whoever acts first wins and suggests Sakita take the drunk home, he stiffens, sensing the trap snapping shut around a clueless volunteer. Pointing at himself in panic, Sakita babbles that he did drag the guy here, while the narrator dryly thanks him as a willing sacrifice to the BL god of drunk escorts. Sakita cheerfully claims he knows a shortcut and peels off with the unconscious man after a coworker confirms his route and waves him off, oblivious to the danger simmering beneath the casual goodwill. Hands pressed together like in prayer, the narrator watches everyone disperse and declares the drinking party over, his mission to survive seemingly complete for tonight. Umbrella popping open in the sudden downpour, he walks alone and grimly notes that Sakita's shortcut runs through a gauntlet of love hotels, wondering where the rain has forced that pair to hide as the air turns heavier. A disembodied memory rewinds to high school, when vague-faced girls used to trade breathless chatter he once dismissed as overblown drama. Two sparkling girls squeal about how they scream at dramas, their animated gossip echoing in his head as something he now uneasily understands all too well. Back in the present, he sips his drink while women shriek with laughter nearby, admitting that back then he never believed their shrill reactions were real. Stifling a yawn, he concedes that lately he's been agreeing with those girls far more than he's comfortable with, and the realization will not loosen its grip. As he walks, someone points out a thread on his neck and reaches toward him, making him twitch and fumble to ask where it is in a tight, awkward voice. Fingers brush his skin with a quiet "here," and he flinches out an involuntary little NG that betrays far more than he wants in that tiny touch. Face blank with horror, he blurts in nothing while thinking why on earth he made that sound, as his companion stares and asks, huh, in open confusion. Deadpan against a dark background, he admits that the embarrassing noise just slipped out before he could stop it, like some cliched reaction from a scene he hates. He presses an ice pack against another guy's neck with a casual offer of something cold, drawing a startled eek that mirrors his own earlier slip too perfectly. The other guy jerks away blushing and yells for him to stop, while he turns aside, pretending not to notice the fluster he caused or the pattern repeating. Watching the boy squeal "it's cold," he muses that most people would say exactly that when something icy hits their back, and wonders if his own sound really was any different or if he is fooling himself. Lounging with a cat and his phone, he reflects that instead of feeling cautious around such main character reactions, he mostly doubts he could ever reproduce them on purpose, even if he tried. A memory surfaces of a wide-eyed child yelping "Mr. Mreo," as a cat licked his hand, his own voice cracking into something strangely high and soft that still haunts him. Now, seeing a serious man baby talking to his cat about toys in a syrupy register, he recoils internally and thinks how gross that voice sounds, even as it uncomfortably echoes his own buried squeaks. Amid the street chatter, someone casually suggests ramen, while another offers the new place by the station, the choice hanging like nothing but still feeling oddly fateful in this kind of city. A bored-looking worker shoves flyers at them with a flat plea to take one, introducing himself in cutesy cat cafe script that clashes with his dead eyes and tired slouch. Bathed in sparkles, the smiling girl makes his heart jolt as his mind screams that this beauty is almost unreal, the kind of sight that always spells trouble. He bows awkwardly, mumbling thanks while she bends politely, and the trailing thought that follows turns the simple exchange into something loaded and sticky in his brain. As he walks away, his expression dulls, while the memory of her sweet pleas take this lingers, and the narration coldly drops the bomb that this stunning she is actually a he. Watching the elegant figure stride off, he privately concludes that any girl this striking in their world is probably a guy, and wonders what warped instinct inside him keeps assuming otherwise anyway. Images of other dazzling women flicker past as the narration admits some truly stand out, yet explains that they're safely taken or related, neatly fenced off from danger and romance. So when a buddy whispers about the hot girl they just passed, he stiffly thinks that these sudden street beauties are almost always guys, even as the others gossip in blissful ignorance that will not save them. His friends gush that she was adorable and joke about her boyfriend prospects while he trudges beside them, silently knowing their fantasies are aimed at a man in perfect makeup. Smirking with a sparkle in his eye, he brags that at least he scored tissues from her, while the narrator insists this little victory has nothing to do with background extras and everything to do with red flags. Chopsticks in hand, he listens to a cool voice say "is that so," while the narration orders him to accept his place and drift with the current like any proper mob should. The sharp-eyed friend coldly dissects such girls as calculating attention seekers he dislikes, then casually suggests ramen, while the narration warns never to pretend disinterest the way he just did. Her gaze turns razor-sharp as she murmurs "ah," and the narration hisses that this man is already evaluating him like prey, the mood tightening around the table. The next day on a bright street, his friend excitedly shoves something at him with a shout to look, dragging him along before he can question what fresh mess awaits this time. Across the table, one guy slams the surface and curses that another moved first, while a calmer friend admits he really is fast, resentment and grudging respect mixing in the air. Glasses collide with a loud clink as someone crows that they did good, and the narrator dryly notes this whole after-test party was born on a reckless whim that can only snowball. Around a table buried in junk food and drinks, they celebrate finished exams while the narration quietly frames the scene as just another setup waiting to tilt BL at any second. Sipping from his glass, one guy asks if the host secretly has a girlfriend now that he's stopped talking about mixers, while the narration observes that, by chance, every person here is already paired. Blushing and snapping back that hanging with them is more fun, the floral shirt boy gets called childish as the narration exposes the truth that these two tsundere bros are dating. When someone asks about the remaining pair, one shrugs that he doesn't need mixers and curses his friend's good looks, while the narration flatly reveals these two are a couple as well and the whole scene is a farce. Expression flat as stone, he denies having a girlfriend and bitterly crowns himself the only realist among these smugly paired idiots. He coldly calculates that with every friend already coupled, the odds of fresh BL chaos erupting in this circle should be minimal, and clings to that math. Listening to their lazy chatter about work, notes, and condiments over half-eaten dishes, he convinces himself he can relax, drink hard, and black out with them in safety for once. They crowd the TV and later sprawl unconscious across the messy floor, the cozy scene hiding the quiet risk pulsing beneath their shared blankets like a heartbeat. In the dark tangle of futons, one boy stirs and whispers a shaky protest as another body shuffles insistently against him, the air going sour. Pinned by a hand on his face, he squirms and begs him to stop while the other murmurs that it's fine because everyone else is asleep and won't see. Beside the futons, another figure stands in the gloom and calmly confirms that the room is dead quiet, making the violation feel even more brazen and exposed. Leaning down for a parting kiss, the culprit murmurs that he's heading out, unaware of the supposedly sleeping boy watching tensely through half-lidded eyes. As the door clicks, the flushed sleeper glares after him and curses that he'd been awake the whole stupid time, rage finally bubbling up. Another guy opens his eyes in the darkness and echoes the same line, revealing that even the silent witness had never truly slept through any of it. His bloodshot eye fills the frame as he rants internally that in this BL-ruled world he couldn't relax for a second, furious that people could do such things in someone else's home. A digital clock reading 12:43 glows over a lump under the blanket as a voice calls out, breaking the uneasy noon silence that followed that night. One friend presses a hand over the groaning boy's head and complains how hard he is to wake, scolding that it's already midday and he should get up. A night street stretches ahead as he vows never to stay over again, the memory of that unbelievable incident still burning in his mind like a warning sign. Staggering and wheezing with drink, he thinks resentfully that the others can indulge recklessly with their partners while he, the lone single, has overdone it yet again. Shuffling along the sidewalk with a sick grunt, he bleakly imagines either passing out by the trash or getting robbed, convinced no one would bother taking home someone this plain. A whirl of anxious patterns fills the frame as he mutters that he wants to avoid both humiliations but trails off, plans dissolving in his foggy head. Crossing the street unsteadily, he gropes for his earlier idea, something about the park, and finally latches onto it through the haze. He fixes on the thought of collapsing on a park bench for a bit and then somehow dragging himself home, though even that simple route sounds uncertain now. The final panel sinks into black as his body slumps over the bench, his drunken plan already slipping into dangerous oblivion. A firm hand seizes his head, dragging his unconscious body upright with a jolt that shatters the quiet. As he lies sprawled on the bench, a lone figure looms against the glowing night, radiating quiet menace that feels anything but accidental. Startled awake at his door, the younger man stammers in shock, demanding why Tojo has appeared like some boss battle. Tojo smiles pleasantly as he explains he found the brother drunk in the park, while the sibling flushes with shame at the revelation and the debt. When Tojo tries to leave, the brother hastily invites him in for a drink, stressing his parents are out and he's bored, the offer hanging awkwardly between obligation and curiosity. Clutching his aching head the next day, he groans over his blank memory and mutters relief that he somehow made it home alive at all. Staring at the rainy entrance, he realizes his umbrella has vanished, irritation dulling his hangover haze into a flat glare. Around the corner, he overhears coworkers laughing about borrowing his umbrella, casually confirming it was his while shutting him out of the joke. Blank-faced, he bristles as they invite him to eat and chat about his job, inwardly fuming that they're bragging with his stolen umbrella like it is theirs. Over a convenience store at night, narration coolly recalls this delinquent-ridden neighborhood is relatively safe, a reassurance that suddenly sounds thin. Buying snacks under the rain, a younger version of him hears the warning to avoid two things, with the first ominously labeled the high-paying job. Slurping noodles, he reflects that in this BL-warped world, that forbidden high-paying job is nothing like the sketchy scams people normally imagine. He steps out, noting dully that the rain has stopped, unaware the real storm is waiting on the neon street ahead. Walking through the nightlife crowd, he eyes a flyer pushed at passersby and wonders what kind of job hides behind the breathless pitch for the rabbit hole. A bunny-eared boy, cheeks flushed, mechanically repeats "come to the rabbit hole," while narration flatly confirms that this humiliating street hawking is exactly it. Teetering in fishnets and heels, the boy curses being tricked into this outfit, and the narration insists the real fool is the one who fell for the scam in the first place. Yanking at his skimpy costume, he snaps that he's done with this, while narration scoffs that anyone should have sensed something was off long before dressing like that. An older man drapes himself over the flustered bunny and purrs that he must lure customers properly, his hands on the boy's shoulders like a collar being tightened. Sweating under that gaze, the bunny hears he'll never repay the broken vase this way, and is instead offered a more lucrative future as the wealthy owner's lover. Back in the cafe daylight, a coworker calls out in surprise that Hayami isn't working today, unknowingly poking at the secret bargains surrounding him. He slumps over his tray and curses that he's quitting, while his friend dryly calls him fast and he mentions a director customer who suddenly invited him into a film. His coworker's greedy jab about being too poor for an umbrella clashes with his numb stare as the warning resounds not to touch any vaguely described film. 2 weeks earlier, he had stared blankly into space, piling breakup, lost data, unfair scolding, and a dead hamster into one crushing bottom. A vibrating application sheet fills his vision as he mutters a confused "huh," sensing trouble before reading a single word. Fidgeting at the copier, he frets over never using the school machine while someone off-panel coolly tells him to just scale it up and relax. Looking back at that small kindness, he blushes and admits the chat probably meant nothing to the other guy but felt life-saving to his wrecked heart, leaving him restless ever since. Now he sits beside the same boy, burning with embarrassment as sparkles scream his crush while the target looks bored stiff, oblivious to the tension an arm's length away. For 2 weeks he has secretly watched that profile, panicking over what he might have done as he catches those stolen side glances that refuse to fade. An abandoned eraser and scattered notes become a loaded symbol in a world where even that tiny gesture can ignite romance between two men. Grinding his fist into the desk, he vows to close the distance today, even as he worries the guy's fixation will wreck his parents' doting first grandchild dreams and someone nearby notices he's up to something. Flustered and red, he blurts that he really was here last week and begs to copy notes, his mind screaming that the other had been sitting right there the whole time. With a lazy half-smile, the boy lies that his binder pages are elsewhere, casually blocking the very excuse that dragged this confession out into the open. Clutching the strap of his bag, he hides the truth that the notes sit inside while politely apologizing, his fake refusal tightening the knot between them. Slouched between classmates, he stares ahead and admits to himself he'd be stupid to think this awkward encounter would be the end of it. From the back row, he silently catalogs each classmate's romantic entanglements, lab partners, and skirt-chasing roommates, until his gaze lands on the one loner with no special bond. Called by name, that bespectacled boy looks up in mild surprise, unaware he's being offered up as a human shield. Put on the spot, the flustered blonde stammers agreement when asked if the other guy was actually present last week and needs to copy someone's notes. Then the bored boy abruptly stands and suggests switching seats, leaving the confused admirer staring up with a baffled "huh" as his careful plan derails. As he thanks him and starts to move, another classmate stops him with a calm "hold on," while narration admits the tiniest suspicion can flip a supposed fated meeting into a red flag. Watching the two new partners chat under harmless sparkles, he tells himself he's basically sacrificing a substitute in his place and offers them hollow blessings laced with immense relief. Clinging to Mio while a dark-haired stranger glares from behind, the bespectacled boy panics and demands what this intruder is doing at his school, confusion and jealousy crashing together. Tojo stands frozen with a nervous sweat, lamely insisting he was only borrowing the other guy's notes, his excuse hanging thin in the charged air. Watching them peel away, the small classmate stiffens and mutters that he gets it now, deciding the guy must already have someone outside school and letting that misunderstanding harden. Over the quiet school roofline, a casual voice breaks the peace by announcing a plan to hit the CD shop by the station today, shattering the earlier tension. Tojo's hand slips into his pocket as he answers sure and asks if the other is after that new CD, turning a casual errand into a welcome excuse to be together, and the air turns heavier. Hidden behind a dotted curtain of nerves, Ayato calls out, Tuju-kun, his tiny voice trying to wedge itself between the two boys' backs before the chance disappears. Fingers clutching her cardigan, the girl forces out a shaky invitation for next Sunday, hoping a culture festival shopping trip can pass as a date without sounding desperate. Facing her in the corridor, Tuju apologizes that he already has plans with Ayato that day, leaving her quiet to soak in the sting of rejection. He softens his refusal with a gentle smile, promising they can go with classmates next time, while she squeaks an unsure okay that sounds more like surrender than agreement. Behind that bright lie, Ayato glares with deadpan annoyance and thinks how they never made such plans, his irritation prickling through the sparkles that frame Tuju. Narration coolly exposes Tuju's routine as he lies and locks eyes, then cheerfully says "let's go, Ayato," dragging his supposed partner into the act without warning. Ayato answers okay with a blank face, shoulders heavy as if resigning himself to playing the shield again in this familiar farce. The empty school facade frames Ayato's off-screen question, asking whether Tojo even feels guilty for lying to that girl or if this is just normal for him now. Tujo scoffs that raising her hopes would be worse, while Ayato calls him cocky, and he mutters he's really not, their light banter barely covering the moral gray underneath. Ayato watches Sparkles dance around the smiling blonde and grumbles that it's usually the opposite, annoyed that no one suspects the handsome, composed liar behind that glow. Studying that easy profile, Ayato admits only he notices this unconscious habit that makes people trust Tojo, realizing even Toju may not see how manipulative his natural charm is. From behind, he trudges beside him, thinking bitterly that Toju's popularity explains everything, anger simmering as he remembers seeing him that way from the start. A dotted classroom in spring reappears in his memory as a voice begins with "you know," signaling the quiet moment everything between them began to tilt. In that remembered scene, Toju stares forward and calmly confesses he has loved Ayato since middle school, dropping years of hidden feeling in one steady breath. Back at the windowed desk, Ayato leans in and blurts that Toju used to be so popular yet never had a girlfriend, pressing if he already had someone he liked all along. Ayato forces a strained smile and internally panics that the question he tossed out as a joke has turned terrifyingly real now that it hangs between them. Toju lounges with cool boredom, accusing him of joking and saying he should have just refused if he hated answering, brushing off the tension. Their mouths crash together mid-protest as Ayato stammers wait, and Toju hurriedly insists it was only a joke, trying to laugh off the sudden heat. Toju pulls back with a tired smile and tells him to just forget it, as if erasing what just sparked between them were easy. With a casual touch on Ayato's shoulder, Toju announces he'll head to the staff room first, leaving a ghost of contact tingling behind. A dotted void declares that when Toju lies, the air itself seems to change, turning strangely sharp and heavy. Milk carton in hand. Narration claims Ayato alone knows that Toju locks his gaze when he lies, and that stare cuts straight through him like a blade. Blushing and sweating over his desk, Ayato squeaks in disbelief, rattled that this tiny milk detail means Toju just lied to his face again. Later, a faceless brother laughs it off as delusion while narration admits Ayato stupidly spilled the whole incident to this utterly useless sibling. Puffed-cheeked and mortified, Ayato insists it was about a friend and snaps that no one starts dating right after a confession when his brother bluntly asks if they're going out. Scowling in a black frame, he gripes that his brother just talks nonsense for fun, while that brother blandly predicts this friend will end up together after some drama and asks for soy sauce. Toju beams as he repeats Ayato's mom's story about how he once adored his brother, even mentioning the childhood photos she proudly showed him like embarrassing evidence. Ayato bristles in chibi outrage when Toju reminds him it came up during that last home visit, narration dubbing him a man whose private sanctuary was shamelessly invaded. A memory of walking under an overpass resurfaces as Tojo relays how Ayato's mom said he always tagged after his brother, while Ayato huffs that such clinginess is normal for a kid. Little Ayato faceplants in the street yelling "Brother, wait," as narration recalls how the guy constantly forgot about him, ran off alone, and still went home like nothing happened. Panting with bitterness, Ayato admits it all became too much, and he ended up hating that brother, while Toju weakly protests that the guy actually seems responsible on paper. Sipping his drink, Ayato mutters that his brother acts like an only child, casually mentioning how the guy took the car alone the other day and dodged questions about where he went. In a grainy flashback, the brother blandly explains he went to the aquarium because he felt like watching fish, his offhand excuse deepening Ayato's sense of being excluded again. Slamming the table, Ayato rages that he wanted to see fish too and curses a man who hits the aquarium alone on a whim, while Tojo's amused thought bubble notes they seem to be getting along. Tojo fondly ruffles Ayato's hair accessories and asks if they aren't cute while Ayato turns red, yells at him not to touch, and inward narration calmly reveals Tojo secretly finds him adorable. Ayato wilts in cat ears while Tojo smirks that it's cute, and the narration sees that this funny guy is begging to get punched. On February 13th, the flustered guy blurts a question about homemade versus store-bought Valentine's chocolate, only to be calmly asked why he's acting like he'll be giving any when it's supposed to be a day to receive it. Bathed in black, the dead-eyed boy flatly wonders why his classmate expects chocolate at all when he isn't even popular, while inner narration darkly vows to murder this brat. Staring at his phone while someone fusses over a friend's health in the background, he coolly notes that BL protagonists always notice every tiny change in their crush. One short kid snaps that he's already booked a visit as the other bluntly tells him to see a dentist if his tooth hurts, reading him like a book. When his stiff walk gets called out as muscle soreness, the annoyed boy gapes and demands how the other even noticed something that small. A blurry family photo on the screen turns heavy as someone asks if that's his dad and hears it's their first trip in 4 years, the gap weighing on the moment. Hearing that the father skips regular checkups, the observant friend quietly urges he go this year, while another boy gapes, wondering if this insight is some kind of superpower, and the pressure shows. The panicked ghost clings way too close, begging for help and admitting he remembers nothing from life, while the living boy grimaces that this clingy stray spirit has zero sense of personal space. As the ghost frets about not seeing himself in mirrors and keeps popping from his host's stomach, The exasperated boy trudges along, thinking how often this deadweight has started intruding. Shock ripples through the spirit when he's told he used to be a darts player or gambler, his wide eyes screaming at the reckless life he might have led. Blushing under a starry background, the visitor stammers, before asking if Ayato is home, while narration confesses a soft spot for underdogs like him. Dotted thoughts wish Yanagi luck and quietly cheer for him over Tuju, even while admitting the choice feels a little unfair given how late he entered the race. Hearing Ayato already went out with Tuju that morning, Yanagi freezes on the doorstep and forces an IC, as narration cruelly concludes he's lost before even starting. Watching Yanagi shuffle away in a cloud of mope, the observer dryly tells him to do his best in some spin-off story instead, as if shunting him to another manga. With a weary sigh, he recounts how yesterday's drama was hijacked when his sister came home, stole the remote, and forced him into crime shows instead of romance. His friend casually says he could have just taken the remote back, and the boy explodes in disbelief, immediately imagining disaster. Flailing in silhouette, he yells that she'd twist all his joints if he tried that, shuddering at how frightening she really is. Walking home side by side, one insists the brother seems really nice and wouldn't get mad, while the other scoffs that the guy's just lazy, nothing more than that. The quiet house exterior answers with a simple "I'm home," hanging in the air as if waiting for whatever chaos that word will bring this time. Ayato watches his brother's back at the TV and falls silent, stung that this supposedly nice guy never actually reacts to his return. The brother casually changes the channel with a dull "Ah, I was watching that," leaving Ayato startled by how easily his show is stolen without a fight. Keeping his eyes on the screen, the brother coolly asks if there's something Ayato actually wants to watch, tightening the awkward air between them. Slumped on the couch with a scowl, Ayato radiates sulkiness while his brother walks off muttering about his terrible mood, widening the distance. Ayato rushes to the doorway in confusion as the car roars away and his brother's bedroom door slams, leaving him blinking, into the noise and emptiness. A blunt caption hammers home that his brother just drove off with the car, abandoning him again like it was nothing. The next day, Ayato sips his drink and vents that Yanagi doesn't get it at all, raging that his brother spitefully went alone to the very movie Ayato said he wanted to see. Tojo grins in the dark classroom and teases that Ayato has a serious brother complex, proving he hadn't listened to the rant at all and poking the bruise. A quiet locker looms in an empty corner, hiding a secret no one's supposed to find behind that metal door. Two boys tangle half-dressed against the locker, one cursing and the other dazedly wondering how their lusts spun into this mess in a place like this. Moments earlier in that unused room, one boy locked the door with a grin while the other panicked about being caught, and the metal rattled ominously in reply. With pounding sound effects closing in, they hiss at each other to hide, sweat flying as they realize there's nowhere to disappear in the cramped space. A shadowed figure walks past the lockers in uneasy silence, each step echoing as he senses something off on the other side. Flushed and breathless, the lovers argue nose to nose that this chaos only happened because one insisted on having sex at school, while the other fires back that the curiosity wasn't one-sided. Pressed against the locker, one boy clamps a hand over the other's mouth and whispers that he'll find them if they don't shut up, panic racing under the forced hush. Outside, a dead-eyed student stares at the locker and thinks they're talking insanely loud, dread mixing with second-hand embarrassment at what he's hearing. He grips the door and silently wishes those hidden idiots would consider how it feels to walk in thinking you're alone and realize someone's stuffed in the locker. Face tightening, he admits their recklessness is downright frightening, a tiny sweat drop betraying his own unease at being this close. Spotting the BL cover about being trapped in a tiny room with a hated guy, he recognizes it and realizes reality just mimicked that dangerous setup. He stiffens like a chibi extra and frets that if he reacts, his fragile status as a harmless background mob might be destroyed by getting dragged into these couples' chaos. He forces himself to walk toward the staff room, telling himself he'll just deliver the materials and escape this ominous school before anything else happens. Pressed close in the dark, one of them gasps and half protests about where those hands are wandering as a helpless moan cuts him off and spikes the tension. Clapping a hand over his own mouth, he bolts from school in terrified silence, convinced any sound will get him caught in their mess. Back home at his laptop, he types with grim focus, convinced there's some hidden law that explains why men start wanting other men in stories like this. His conclusion flashes against a starry void, claiming that the rare few outside the norm are always the beautiful ones standing out from the crowd. He imagines the city crowd as a sea of bland mob extras, office drones, and students who will never be main characters no matter how BL world things get. As a polite "excuse me" breaks in, a looming hand slices through his statistics, hinting that some traits can suddenly rip a person out of mob status. Later that summer night, a nervous ghost waves and babbles that he means no harm while begging the unamused boy not to freak out just because he's dead. Remembering the road encounter, he credits the little mound of salt in his room for keeping this restless spirit stuck whining outside the doorway. The ghost pours out his confusion about the accident, the important destination he's forgotten, and his desperate need for help, while narration groans that he just won't shut up. Typing through the haunting, he coolly reframes the chaos as proof that in this world a job exists for the overwhelmingly beautiful, almost guaranteed leading role material. Deciding to end the hot ghost in my room situation, he pointedly ignores the spirit's chatter and resolves to take decisive action at last. With deadpan urgency, he searches for a same-day psychic exorcist, as if booking delivery instead of banishing a haunting from his life. A dazzling man in uniform appears at his door, calmly announcing he's from a consultation firm, while the caption quietly crowns this entrance as a win. Watching the two beauties face each other, he realizes he's just a plain guy who somehow ordered a hot psychic to deal with a hot ghost. The ghost's voice trembles as he begs to recover that vital memory, even though he knows remembering will erase him for good. The psychic refuses to exorcise him yet, and promises to take responsibility by bringing the ghost along, while the spirit blurts a radiant thank you. Later, buried in bills, he fumes that he played matchmaker instead of exorcist, lost his savings to a massive fee, and basically let one hottie carry another home. A wind chime sways under the blazing sky, its clear ring announcing that oppressive summer has fully settled in again. As cicadas scream and plastic bags rustle in his hand, narration admits summer assaults him with watermelon, sunflowers, and cold noodles that won't let him forget the season or its messes. Sweating under the buzzing summer air, he stares up and warns himself that in this BL world every tiny thing is a red flag demanding caution, and the tension does not ease. Laughing with a beach ball while his friend grumbles, the cheerful guy praises him with an overblown good job, turning a simple favor into playful irritation that still feels weirdly loaded. With a rip of plastic and a smug thought that this is what summer means, a hand tears into the treat like it's a seasonal victory he knows could hide a flag. As he walks past kids playing soccer, he coolly lectures that licking popsicles is dangerous for more than gums, because even that can spark a flag, leaving someone off-screen calling it foul play in genuine confusion. Sheets of rain crash down with a relentless pouring that promises trouble for anyone caught outside instead of simple relief from the heat. Looking up at the sudden shower, he mutters about the rain yet convinces himself it'll stop soon, even as a distant shriek snaps that fragile optimism in half. Two drenched students slog by, one whining about his soaked pant hems while the silent observer's presence turns their misery into a looming setup waiting to escalate. The glasses boy forces a casual smile about the rain starting the moment they left, while the watcher in the background stiffens, already sensing this timing is no coincidence at all. Rain slicking his shirt to his skin, he laughs uneasily that they're completely soaked, unaware how exposing that clingy fabric looks in this kind of story. As he notes the drizzle easing, narration warns that see-through clothes in rainy season are walking red flags, just as someone tugs him with a sudden come here that jolts his guard up. Strolling beside a friend who invites him to a beach house job, he remembers a long-ago summer meeting and grimly notes that even dragging a buddy to seaside work can hoist another flag. The blazing sun glares over scattered clouds, while narration insists that in this world, even summer itself is littered with landmines of red flags waiting to blow. Panting in the heat, he staggers down the street, every strained breath hinting that something more dangerous than simple exhaustion is creeping up behind him. From a nearby window, someone hisses that people outside can hear everything and blames the loudness on how hard it's being done, turning his flushed eavesdropping into obscene misunderstanding. The camera pulls back to the empty, sun-blasted street where he flinches under the warning that heatstroke is terrifying, the quiet neighborhood suddenly feeling hostile and watchful. Around a cluttered karaoke table, a girl notes she's the only outsider, while another chirps that it's everyone's first meeting, and one boy off to the side tries to push aside a nameless unease. Surrounded by music notes and forced cheer, he sits at the group date thinking wryly, I'm in a go-con, even as the noisy performance around him clashes with his detached mood. Deadpan in his hoodie, he explains that BL couples have drained the male population, so he agreed to help fill seats, though inside he just hopes to finally date a girl for once. Glancing toward the empty spot, he admits the go-con's fun yet can't shake the nagging worry of when the missing guy will show up to flip the vibe. Hearing that the absent boy is delayed by trouble at work, the group murmurs while narration quietly flags that this late arrival is about to change everything. Sipping his drink with dead eyes, he blandly accepts the prediction that the latecomer will be handsome enough to arrive wreathed in flowers. As the karaoke room door creaks open, Narration insists he no longer needs proof to recognize the incoming walking flag. The newcomer apologizes for being late while friends tease him for missing drinks, and the watching boy feels the atmosphere tilt the moment he appears. Bathed in floral sparkles, the latecomer smiles an easy "sorry I'm late," and the observer silently brands him a full-blown Margaret. The girls squeal over his height and charm, while the narrator grimly notes that a face like that will steal every shred of female attention. Staring at the city lights, he coolly calculates that in this BL world, such a beauty won't chase girls, but will instead ignite a lopsided 9-to-1 flag with some guy. Watching Margaret greet the group with a casual sup, he steels himself that if the Gokon is doomed to swirl around this main character type, he'll just play his usual role and avoid getting dragged in. Glasses clink and drinks swirl as a quiet, however, hangs over the table like a slow-forming storm that refuses to blow past. When Margaret leans in and gently asks if he's okay and wants the other half, the narrator curses himself for ever lowering his guard. Framed again by flowers, Margaret keeps invading that thin personal space and repeats the offer, while the narrator wonders why this particular beauty is glued to him. Ice splashes into a glass with repeated pours as he acknowledges the man seems merely kind, yet reminds himself that in a BL world even this tiny kindness can explode into a flag. From uncomfortably close, Margaret murmurs in his ear asking if he's enjoying the Gokon, and his shoulders tense at the loaded small talk. He stammers a yes, while Margaret presses that it's just that, and the gap between their smiles throbs with unspoken dissatisfaction. Hearing he's been wearing a gloomy face all night, he deadpans that it's just his default expression, stung that even his resting mood is being read as heartbreak. As ice rattles in another glass, he awkwardly agrees and privately worries that a complaint from this handsome guy hints he's not having fun here either. He watches Margaret deflect every flirtatious move from the girls and remembers how the man even left the table to check on a sickly-looking guy, realizing that smile hides exhaustion with being desired. Scratching his cheek with a strained laugh, Margaret admits he doesn't enjoy Gokon either and only came because he couldn't refuse, while the narrator bristles at being lumped into that also. Seeing Margaret's profile soften, he realizes the man has linked their complaints together, and narration coolly predicts that whatever he suggests next will be born from real agony with this event. With a forced grin and clenched jaw, he suddenly overacts that Gokon are the best and chirps about how hyped he is to leave together, weaponizing fake enthusiasm to twist the script. Half his face, swallowed by black, he vows to show absurd energy even as he silently cringes at himself, wondering what madness made him talk this lively. Cringing at the memory of staff overhearing their loud talk, he slumps over the counter and declares he can never show his face here again. Smiling too gently, he tells the other guy to do his best, while narration flattens the moment with the blunt verdict that he is leaving. Minutes later, the latecomer walks off hand in hand with another boy, and the watcher numbly recognizes them stepping into their destined BL lead roles. Staring at the drink station, he remembers that every reference book he owns is BL, and that all the plot ever cared about was the main couple's aftermath. Around him, girls click their tongues, sigh, and fall silent, each tiny reaction stabbing at the Gokon's shattered mood. Trying to pep-talk the room while one girl casually asks to leave for her boyfriend, he realizes he misread everything and should have escaped with the other men. Christmas lights blaze over the crowd as narration coolly notes this holiday whips couples into the same frenzy as Valentine's. Shuffling through streets filled only with pairs, he curses himself for going out on a flag-swarming day when staying home alone would have been safer. Throwing an arm around his shoulders with a grab, his friend jokes that two lonely guys should grab a meal, and their shared laughter rings like a careless flag. Under the falling snow and towering tree, he broods that despair over having no Christmas plans is exactly the mindset that lures in new encounters, then wonders what move he's about to make. The city's glittering skyline stretches out, and he bitterly likens lovers admiring it to parasites feeding on overtime office workers' misery. He eyes the plaza tree and decides it's harmless to drift through this Christmas spirit scene as long as he only participates halfway. Bundled in a thin Santa suit, he stands outside in the snow, muttering that it's freezing and offers a flat Merry Christmas to no one in particular. Glancing at the clock past 9, the staff trade low comments that in matching Santa outfits they disappear into the background as Christmas winds down without incident. Panicking under his fake beard, he shouts cake pitches to the empty street while inwardly screaming for help because he's been ordered to buy all the leftovers if they don't sell in 20 minutes. Tiny and desperate in chibi form, he recounts how he already begged his school friends in advance to come rescue him by buying cake. Surrounded by sparkling complaints, his popular friends grouse about pointless two-guy cake dates yet still line up to purchase, proving this is what it means to orbit leading couples. Even after their help, he stares at the 4 untouched boxes and frets that he can only justify buying one, doubting anyone else will show up this late. A tall figure in a coat approaches with a polite "excuse me, these cakes," jolting the exhausted Santa into an eager yes, before he can stop himself. Face shadowed and scarf wrapped tight, the man quietly asks to buy one cake, and the narrator brands his aura so suffocatingly gloomy it chills more than the winter night. Back turned at the counter, he mumbles a hesitant yes to the offer of special cake decorations, while narration reminds him this BL world makes even that choice suspicious. As glittering Christmas lights frame tangled limbs, narration darkly warns that this happy day for couples can flip into the first stumble toward BL disaster. A fist clenches around a ring box as someone gasps, "Why, Miku?" and narration paints the scene of a Christmas breakup, leaving one man alone with that tiny coffin of hope. Blushing in the snowfall, he compares the unsold cakes to himself, as narration predicts he'll buy an absurdly huge one out of sheer desperation and self-disgust. A polite "sorry to keep you waiting" meets a small "thank you," and the brief exchange hangs awkwardly between two strangers bound only by a cake box. Trudging through the snow with his purchase, he insists he's just a cake seller heading home, while narration warns that even pity for this lonely back could spark unwanted red flags. Peeling off his Santa beard with a sigh, he panics over 3 boxes and 10 minutes till closing, utterly lost on how to dodge the looming financial trap. Under the glowing tree, a couple spots the stall and casually notes there's still cake, oblivious that their curiosity just brushed against his desperation. Breath steaming in the cold, the Santa-clad clerk and the two boys lock eyes with matching awe, the coincidence crackling like a troublesome reunion. In chibi form, he sulks that if any cakes remain, he must buy them, pointedly asking why they don't help, while they demand to know what he's even doing out here. Pressed against his side, one boy lets his taller partner decide, and the other reluctantly agrees to buy since your brother is in trouble, turning simple cake into family obligation. Flustered and flushed, the clerk warns that the cakes are size 5 monsters while they cheerfully suggest each buying one, and he snaps inside that this is absolutely insane. Valentine banners scream happy overhead as narration stresses that in a BL world, this romance-obsessed day carries even more explosive weight than usual. Watching the quiet cafeteria where couples barely exchange chocolate, narration suspects secret relationships are hiding everywhere, undercutting his wish to dismiss the day's power. A serious boy thrusts a pile of chocolates at another with a stiff "these are for you," and the stunned recipient yelps at getting all of them as the giver beams "that's right." While one guy growls that the sweets belong to Henmi and refuses to be a go-between, the flustered blonde apologizes for always troubling Tasuku, only confusing the fight more. Fingers tighten around a nameless, ribboned box as he wonders who sent it, the missing label turning a simple gift into an ominous mystery. Adjusting his glasses with a sweat drop, he urges the other not to overthink it, even as the man insists he can't ignore this anonymous chocolate. Cradling the box with a soft smile, he says that since someone went through the trouble of giving it, he should at least thank them, unknowingly marching toward awkward confrontation. Clutching the gift between them at the crowded counter, he stammers "but, you know, that person," as his friend looms closer, dreading exactly who this unseen giver might be. He adjusts his glasses and coolly insists that just accepting the anonymous chocolate is enough, speaking with unnerving certainty about the sender's hidden feelings. In a classroom buzzing with secret gifts, boys puzzle over nameless chocolates while narration exposes a swarm of concealed crushes tightening the air. Close to the crinkled bag, narration points out that chocolate usually comes from a friend, then twists the knife by asking what he should do when the giver is a complete mystery. In chibi form, he debates whether to search for the sender or just eat it on the spot, sensing that either choice might trigger the exact reaction they're craving. Dragging his tote, he decides to feign ignorance and hopes the unseen giver won't mind his non-reaction, even as he sneaks the chocolate home like contraband. Swallowed by black, he admits it's downright creepy that someone slips something into his bag without him noticing, and his steps echo with that unease. 1 month later, a flustered girl laments that his total lack of response is the worst outcome, realizing her anonymous chocolate never even grazed his awareness. Exhausted and blank-eyed, he thinks only of buying cat food while nearby girls urge each other toward a fresh Gokon, trying to bury disappointment over that guy. Bookshelves tower around him as narration marvels that even in this BL-saturated reality, BL manga still exists, like a dream folding in on itself. Passing rows of volumes, girls labeled Fujoshi browse happily while narration notes that both they and their male counterparts, Fudanshi, devour these stories. Among casually dressed shoppers, narration explains that though Fujoshi outnumber them, this BL world naturally drags its spotlight onto the rarer Fudanshi. Rain streaks past shrine beams as someone gawks at the brewing storm clouds, the sudden dark sky mirroring the tension about to break. Staring at his phone and muttering he has no umbrella, he hears the taller boy promise to stay until the storm passes, trapping them together under the downpour. Sheets of rain pour down while narration stresses how crucial the Fudanshi trait is in BL manga, and he silently wonders when this ominous storm will end. His thumb taps a phone icon and a vivid BL image of men at each other's throats explodes onto the screen, making him jerk with a panicked woe. Watching the other boys back, he secretly frets about having left that explicit page open before and braces himself, thinking there's something he desperately needs to say. Amid thunderous sound effects, he recalls reading BL for research to dodge flags, yet now dreads the Fudanshi label sticking to him, while the grinning classmate cuts in that he wasn't done talking. Mayama beams with sparkly smirks, marveling that he never expected this quiet guy to have such a hobby, and the narrator reels at suddenly being seen through. Facing that bright grin through the rain, he decides the real priority is fleeing this scene before it solidifies into something dangerous. A giant X looms behind his retreating back as narration warns that flustered denials here only count as confession, turning even his panic into another trap. Thunder splits the sky as he curses that killing time by browsing manga has somehow branded him a BL addict, and the pressure only climbs. Under the dripping roof, the grinning boy promises not to tell while the narrator coldly runs backup plans in case that playful finger gun ever turns into quiet blackmail. Laughing with a red face, the blonde jokes that being caught reading that manga is embarrassing, yet still shrugs that its appeal keeps wobbling between hits and misses. In chibi sparkles, he blurts that a co-worker girl chatting non-stop about that manga dragged him into this whole mess in the first place. Waving his phone, he babbles that he only looked up the BL to get closer to her, while the other boy stiffens and silently forces himself to act like these casual searches are totally normal. Brandishing the cover, he cheerfully asks if the other knows this BL and if it is any good, while the cornered guy stammers about a little sister, and the narrator smirks that the power has completely flipped. As the seated boy apologizes and says he will head home now that the rain has eased, narration coolly notes that flustered prey always bolts the very second they can. The retreating back ignores his shout about needing something, leaving him dead-eyed and expressionless as the one clean moment to explain slips away for good. Two furious men dominate the BL cover, while narration insists that although this kind of pose shows up in many genres, the ebook's homepage was undeniably BL and impossible to excuse. A blinding flash overlays their earlier embrace as narration concludes that since the guy instantly recognized the genre, he must now live saddled with some deep, unreadable Fudanshi label himself. Staring up into the rainfall, he realizes this means the other must be a serious closeted Fudanshi, and that knowledge alone pins him there, unable to just turn and go home. Slumped at his desk, the freckled author laments that he thought the customer ogling his book was finally a kindred soul, only to watch that fragile hope evaporate. Framed by campus greenery, Mayama calmly introduces himself as a BL manga creator whose latest work has just hit shelves, carrying quiet pride like armor against disappointment. Touching his lips in thought, he admits he is already hunting the next spark of inspiration, driven by an itch that will not let him rest for long. In chibi form with a bold sash, he declares that life is short and time relentless, so even as a mere college student he has to keep pushing forward without pause. From behind, he strides onto campus while narration lists high schoolers, office workers, idols, and bandmates all swirling together, perfect ingredients for messy university boy love. His eyes glint behind glasses as he vows to keep scrutinizing this world today as well, every passing scene potential story fuel and nothing off limits. Peeking around a doorframe, he secretly watches a serious blonde absorbed in talk, already tagging this important conversation as ripe BL material. From the corridor corner, he eavesdrops as one boy nervously debates properly inviting them out, the offhand advice tinged with clear dating tension. Half hidden by trees, he trails the blonde who explains he saw the target studying a movie poster, his simple curiosity already sounding suspiciously like budding interest. Cheeks tight with dread, he rubs his face and frets that inviting them out of nowhere will seem gross, even as a voice insists no girl could refuse someone who looks like him. Leaning into the doorway with predatory curiosity, the glasses boy grills him about the girl's type while coolly claiming his human observations have all the data he needs. From above, girls hover and squeak apologies while narration coolly exposes that he is sick of fawning fans and only ever relaxes around male friends. In a dreamy spin, the author imagines the hesitant guy pulling a disinterested girl into his arms, calling her strange for not liking him as narration hints that such a twisty scenario is entirely possible here. Hands waving goodbye, the faceless friend hurries off to work after pushing him to seize this one chance, leaving the other boy to mumble that he will try asking them out if they ever meet again. Thumb up with a glittering grin, the mangaka already predicts exactly how things will go if that meeting happens and silently thanks his nameless buddy for the fresh story fuel, and the air turns heavier. The quiet campus building looms in stillness, framing the stage where his scheming observation is about to collide with messy reality. Peeking around the corner by the bulletin board, he pretends to be a diligent student working on a report while really stalking his potential BL scene. His jacket whooshes as he whirls toward the distant figure by the trees, heart slamming out a breathless he is here like prey spotting its crucial target. Hiding behind the wall, he agonizes over whether the other person also stands at the bulletin board, terrified that revealing his face will ruin everything yet desperate to see what unfolds. Spotting the boy and calling a cautious "excuse me," the tall guy drifts closer while off to the side the watcher screams internally that his quarry has finally appeared. Fist clenched and voice cracking, the bespectacled boy blurts a question about the movie poster as the taller one turns with casual surprise, unaware this nervous man's voice just shattered the imagined script. Sweat beading, the tall boy begins a halting offer if the other is interested, while the hidden narrator hungrily begs the world to deliver a BL-style encounter. Standing stiffly, he suggests they could see the film together, as the creator secretly vows to milk every second of this exchange for the next volume. A finger points down and relaxed legs stretch in sandals as the guy explains he already loved the movie and plans to rewatch it with friends, crushing any hope this invite might be special. Covering his mouth with a pained "oh man," the mangaka watches him leave, stunned that the guy not only went once but is going again, making it painfully impossible to wedge in a confession. Sweat streaking his face, he curses that maybe reality will not bend into manga material after all, his grand experiment collapsing under one stubbornly straight interaction. As footsteps approach his crouched form, narration snaps that this is already a BL manga world while he sulks that he only wished it were, oblivious to the irony walking right past him. Lying bandaged and expressionless in a stark hospital bed, he flatly reports that he was suddenly hospitalized, the jump from petty frustration to life-and-death stakes jarring and surreal. A bare foot hovers above the sleeping cat on the stairs as narration confesses he never noticed Miko there, the innocent nap seconds away from disastrous impact. Sound effects explode as his body crashes down the stairs, the cat's startled meow, mocking his later claim that he only barely avoided stepping on it. Upside down and groaning while family panics around him, he numbly reports that he somehow fell and broke a bone, still struggling to process it. Bandaged in a wheelchair, he insists it is fine because the cat is safe, even as he grimly notes the real problem is sharing this cramped hospital room. Framed by flowers, the cheerful, handsome high schooler chats brightly about a neighbor's duck and casually invites him along, talking like they are already close. He glares in chibi form, recognizing that in a BL manga world a friendly roommate should be good news, yet feeling only wary dread at the boy's relentless sunshine. Sweating with a crooked smile, he tells himself that if they are both free, then BL developments are guaranteed here, their mismatched lives sliding toward a scripted fate. The beaming boy explains he was hospitalized after a traffic accident and rambles about years of soccer, while the narrator quietly fixates on how he never mentions high school itself. When the boy blurts shock over an actress's surprise marriage, the narrator notes how he somehow watches TV, yet knows nothing about any recent news. Blank text declares his cold diagnosis that this must be memory loss from the accident, or at least that is the only explanation he can accept right now. Watching the other pause mid-meal and softly say he thinks he used to like this taste, the narrator carefully files away each fragile flicker of recognition. As hurried footsteps pound the floor, he calculates that if this lost memories drama has only just begun, his own chances of avoiding any flags are still slim but alive. A sweaty teammate bursts into the room, breathless from rushing over after training camp, shouting about hearing of Aoyagi's accident. Half turning with his back exposed, Aoyagi awkwardly confirms they go to the same school and apologetically claims the crash wiped his memories, while the narrator decides the door needs closing fast. The friend stares in disbelief, repeating that he remembers nothing since entering high school, the words landing between them like a gut punch. Looking down in guilt, Aoyagi softly says he wants to remember too, his quiet apology weighing heavier than any clumsy explanation. Sitting up in bed with a strained smile, he asks if the boy who came all this way must be his friend, leaving the visitor speechless and blinking. Collapsed sideways, the roommate muses that the revelation will shock everyone but assumes this world's bias toward happy endings means the amnesia cannot last. Lying drowsy against his pillow, he weakly protests that the lie should not go too far even while telling the visitor they are secretly dating, sparking a stunned really. Another classmate barges in with a bag of clothes, snapping about going out of his way, while the flustered teammate stammers a request to walk and hear more about their relationship. In chibi irritation, he puffs his cheeks and grumbles that this is all such a hassle, mocking his own clumsiness for breaking a leg and starting this whole mess. Feigning confusion behind the counter, he politely claims a head injury erased any memory of the man now staring him down. Finger jabbing and veins popping, the other guy roars about an unpaid 5,000 yen, while internally branding him a shameless liar. Over grainy footage of an arrest, narration recalls a TV cop show where a casual drug user was swiftly dragged away in handcuffs. Slouched on the couch with his brother, he mutters ignorance about where people even buy that stuff, while remembering they once gossiped about it just like this. A packed lecture hall drones on as the professor talks in circles, his words dissolving into background noise for the scattered, restless students. Head heavy on his desk, the drugged boy curses having been dosed again. Stunned, he is sitting through class in such a fog while his friend mutters damn beside him. Clutching the tiny vial that caused this, the culprit remembers how instantly it worked and nervously demands to know where such a thing can even be bought. 10 minutes earlier, he had fretted over its shady strength, wondering if a medicine that warps someone so fast could possibly be legal or safe for a human body. At a sterile counter, he had stiffly ordered an aphrodisiac while inwardly doubting any drugstore should be selling something that powerful over the counter. Images of ornate bottles swirl in darkness as narration warns that, designed or not for everyday life, it is the last thing that should ever be used in a classroom. Rows of anonymous cans line the shelves, hiding whatever forbidden stimulant he finally grabbed among ordinary drinks, and the tension does not ease. Half dozing with his phone, he worries about how sleepy he feels after lunch, just as someone's shout snaps through the quiet room. Out by the trees, he fumes that being forced to drink that stuff could ruin him if anyone hears, only for a flat voice close by to remind him every word carries. Smirking with the vial at his lips, the dark-haired man teases that this so-called aphrodisiac is what caused all the fuss, ignoring the panicked plea to put it away. Leaning in, he casually admits he lied, leaving the other boys staring up in stunned, betrayed confusion. Crowding into his space with a wicked smile, he reveals it was only an energy drink, confessing the aphrodisiac story was pure fabrication as the other pants and blushes. A firm hand grips his waist while his body jolts, and the teaser marvels that a mere touch makes him this reactive, musing he might be naturally indecent or even a born hypnotist. Face buried and trembling, the victim begs him not to do this here while narration coldly explains that these dubious products work only because the mind decides they do. Gulping down real caffeine, he feels his drowsiness lift and resolves to drag himself back to class, as if nothing warped just beneath the surface. Moments later, he is slumped over his notes again, being nudged awake with a warning that class is starting while he insists it simply felt like it already had.
Collaged scenes of men snarling, grabbing, and swearing flash by as the narration insists that even in this BL world where male couples shine, ugly human friction and possessive jealousy still tear relationships raw. A blank white space hangs under the words, a lover's quarrel over conflicting intentions, as the narration ominously promises there is more fallout to come. Slumped over his cushion, the guy confesses his lover always flares up with jealousy whenever he gets along with someone, replaying the sting of seeing them walking too close with some girl, or whoever that was. His friend stiffly insists she must have stumbled or he was just brushing dust from her eyes, while another blurts that they even kissed, each lame excuse fraying under the memory of hugs and contact that felt far too real. From above, the two friends sprawl amid cans and clutter as one moans that escape is impossible even when tied down, while the other quietly admits the same crushing betrayal happened to him too, and a third voice reminds them this disastrous pattern repeats every month. In a flashback stamped month before last, one man drags his buddy away with a curt "we're eating out," while the left-behind guy reaches after them, weakly protesting that he wanted the cafeteria special, already being cut out. Labeled last month, he sits wedged between them at a desk, mumbling that he's been there a while now, yet both men silently ignore him, letting the distance grow cold on either side. Perched on the bed with dead eyes, he finally asks why they keep taking turns fighting like serialized volumes, wondering if their books are being released one after another while off-panel voices dryly agree. The school rooftop peaks under the caption, "Next Day," signaling that whatever decision follows will be made under a deceptively calm sky. At a gloomy desk, the blonde clutches his head while the narrator coolly explains, "This is how things stand," his misery radiating like a physical fog over the table. A sharp-eyed friend notes that Ryota's girlfriend, if that's what she is, seems furious, then calls his name, ready to pry into the mess anyway. By the campus fountain, one guy relays that Ryota complained his lover was cheating after seeing them kiss and hug, and the listener stiffens, stunned that this alleged straight friend apparently has a girlfriend too. Profile lowered, the blonde narrator admits he usually hates meddling in other people's fights, yet repeats what was said as if already being pulled into the line of fire. Over the rustling treetop, the narration advises acting like a clueless carrier pigeon while the guy casually agrees to skip next class, leaving his startled friend to sputter at how easily he's flying into the drama. Expression flat, he declares he wants to go home because this lover's quarrel has drained him, though the trailing caption admits that's only what he wishes he could say. His phone blares a message ordering soy sauce, milk, and detergent from the supermarket, and narration sighs that sometimes he'll be roped into errands no matter how exhausted he is. Staring down the road, he decides riding the bus would be wasteful and trudges off on foot instead, unaware a quiet "oh" from behind marks someone already tracking his route. Flowers explode around the smiling man in a suit as he greets him with a bright, long time no see, Yato's brother, and the narrator grimly announces that his brother's boyfriend has finally appeared in person. Chibai heads drift under stars as the older man pleasantly asks if Tojo is heading home, while the younger just manages a wary hello, already bracing for whatever this chance encounter hides. Facing him with phone in hand, the protagonist gives a flat smile and says he figured as much, but he's buried under supermarket errands, while the other lets out a soft, unreadable ha-ha that does nothing to ease the pressure. Hidden in the alley's mouth, he calls out to Yato and casually offers to help carry the load, startling the lone boy who admits in relief that he's saved. With Tojo pressed close beside Yato, the brother dryly confirms the text from mom, while Yato awkwardly reports that Tojo will be helping him haul things. Walking home under a flock of crows, all three sweat in heavy silence until Yato mutters that they too have been roped into this mess. Hands shove at a grinning face while another mouth latches onto sweaty skin, breathy protests and swallowed moans turning resistance shaky. Pinned beneath Tojo's weight, Yato pants that the others will arrive soon, only to be met with a teasing smile that ignores his warning and keeps grinding closer. Cans rattle on the messy floor as the bed squeaks, Yato gasping for him to stop, while Tojo calmly insists they still have time since it has been so long. Their bodies tangle when the ringtone blares. Tojo scrambles for the fallen phone as Yato groans in pain and answers with a broken hello. Trying to sound normal, Tojo frowns at the call's questions about timing and booze while Yato lies beneath him, every tense breath risking betrayal. As Yato's voice cracks out the time, his body shudders around the phone, the tiny slipping free just as the caller puzzledly asks what's wrong. Tojo laughs and nudges him with a playful kick, masking his arousal behind a grin while Yato yelps that nothing's wrong and secretly curses this idiot. Sweating and flustered, Yato uses his leg as a shield while Tojo kisses along it, casually claiming he is just playing a game with Masya as if nothing indecent is happening. Masya stammers that it is okay in breathless gasps, while Tojo smoothly tells the caller he will come in 2 hours and might buy extra stuff, the wet noises between them contradicting every calm word. Smothered by Tojo's hand, Yato can only moan out a fractured later as the other murmurs "see you" and keeps kissing him like the call never ended. Sheets flap as Yato flails and hisses that Tojo should stop fooling around on the phone, terrified the caller might notice something off, while Tojo smugly insists no one would suspect they are actually doing it. The call screen fades to ended, leaving the silent phone in his hand as the only witness to what just happened behind that casual conversation. Staring numbly at the display, he flatly concludes they were doing it, the deadpan verdict heavier than any outrage. A cat paws at the wet mop, while narration explains this BL world spawns flags endlessly, using his accidental call to someone midsex as the latest proof. He decides to kill time cleaning the floor, telling himself his considerate silence gives them 2 whole hours, then dryly reminds Miko that it's a mop, not a toy. 2 hours later, the apartment lights glow under the night sky as the doorbell chimes, announcing his reluctant approach to the scene he tactfully delayed. Marching up with his friends, he asks if Yaoji arrived first and hears they were playing a game, while narrating that acting clueless like this is exactly the kind of commendable behavior expected from a mob character, even if he knows all too well what really went on. The door slams open to a pounding thud thud thud, and he walks in on something that already sounds suspiciously frantic. Flushed and panting with his shirt on backwards, he babbles an excuse for their lateness while his exhausted friend accuses him of freshly going at it and ruining the floors with overzealous cleaning. Drowned in a storm of scribbles, a kid eyes them and demands why they're both drenched in sweat, while the older boy flails out a flimsy line about rearranging stuff. Standing in the still cluttered room, his friend bluntly calls it messy and declares his excuses terrible as the supposed cleaner stammers, cornered by his own lie. Loosening his tie in the doorway, he calls out that he's home, then frowns when the silence makes him wonder if the house is actually empty. A cat scoots its backside with a frantic crawl while someone off-panel shrieks not to rub its butt, turning the hallway into a bizarre emergency. He pauses mid-step as his brother greets him with a casual "you're back," and he answers, "Yup, I'm home," the routine oddly flat after all the earlier chaos. Sparkles glint off the gleaming floor as someone wonders aloud if he actually cleaned, the question hanging like a trap he barely remembers setting. He tilts his head with a confused yeah, and silently plays along, the caption branding him the clueless younger brother who agrees without understanding a thing. The cat yawns wide as their guardian chirps that father and brother aren't home, then tempts them with a reward meal for cleaning, making the empty house feel suddenly opportunistic. Eyes shining with sushi circling his head, he lights up at the word alone, happily accepting a treat he doesn't remotely deserve. A chapel spire rises over the trees as narration dryly clarifies this wedding ceremony has nothing to do with him, undercutting any fantasy of romance. Inside the chapel of a BL world where men fall for men, he watches guests gather for his cousin's wedding, half expecting hidden flags in a love story he doesn't understand. When a cousin greets him with a casual "yo," narration notes that while BL sometimes toys with cousin romance, their ordinary matching faces make such flags statistically unlikely here. Surrounded by near-identical male relatives cooing over a child, he relaxes a little, convinced their copy-paste features spare this bloodline from becoming BL material. A shadowed figure calls, "Hey Makamura, long time no see," and the offhand reply masks the tension of facing someone whose silhouette already feels like trouble. Among flowers, a handsome friend of the groom chats warmly about the bride he's only seen in photos, his easy charm marking him as dangerously eligible in this setting. Pinned close by that relative, Yato squirms under small talk about his grade, and the crowded guest list is narration snipes that this guy turns unbearably awkward whenever family is watching. As the announcement to guide guests to the venue rings out, Yato and his cousin stand stiffly, bracing for whatever BL-flavored incident a wedding in this world is bound to trigger. Slumped in his seat, he frets less about the ceremony and more about what BL event is fated to erupt, knowing romance manga never lets weddings pass without some explosive scene. He pictures some melodramatic idiot bursting into the chapel and yelling, "Stop this wedding," while he stands there stone-faced, already exhausted by the thought. He recalls the guy who bilayed on the Gakuen and shudders at the idea of the same disaster blowing up this carefully funded wedding, souring the whole hall. Applause swells as the announcer calls for attention to the entrance, and he mutters a flat "oh," bracing for the bride and groom like they're walking into a potential minefield. Watching his faceless cousin glide in on another man's arm, he notes with unease that even the bride's very identity is blurred in this picture-perfect march. As vows about sickness and health echo through the chapel and fingers touch for the ring exchange, he feels the tension knife edge around the moment everyone expects to stay sacred. The groom lifts the veil and he watches, holding his breath, half dreading some crazed interruption crashing through this tender gesture. Hidden behind layers of dress, he coolly judges the oath and the kiss as the most likely times for some intruder to strike, even as he quietly wishes nothing at all will happen. A strained grunt rises from the pews and he turns with a wary stare, wondering if that small sound is the first crack before the scene explodes. Nearby, a man clutches his forehead and whispers a shaky blessing for Yusuk's happiness, already breaking down like a rejected lover before the ceremony is even over. He wipes a nervous sweat and thinks it's way too early for tears, recognizing with a sigh that this must be one of those melodramatic scenarios. Gazing over the flowers, he figures no one will crash the wedding this time, yet still mutters that this world never lets handsome people go free and hopes his cousin finds happiness in the next life instead. Rising from his seat with a rattle of cutlery, he praises the dish and wonders if it's sea bream while another man casually excuses himself to the bathroom, slipping away from the warmth. Left standing alone in the ornate hall, he's asked if something is wrong, his isolated posture betraying the awkward concern he refuses to voice. Peering in, he overhears the man laugh off his earlier tears as embarrassing while another admits it looked like he was crying, the denial and concern tangling uncomfortably. As he walks away, he thinks there's no need for bouquet-style broccoli tosses in this world and coolly offers to listen, while the grateful voice behind him calls him kind without seeing his detachment. Against a black backdrop of genre labels, he reminds himself that in a world where careless moves get you flagged, he cherry-picks only useful BL knowledge and ignores settings like Omgaverse, Beastmen, or Yakuza. Explaining the cliché of a partner from your past suddenly reappearing, he smugly decides he's safe since he's never had any lover at all, even while someone cheerily calls out like an old acquaintance right in front of him. Collapsed on his futon with a sleepy groan, he reassures himself that past lovers only show up to stir up third chapter chaos for established couples, so with no flags on him, such drama has nothing to do with his life. The door flies open on a star-splashed grin and a loud "What's up?" as an overfamiliar guy greets Otto's big brother like they're long-lost buddies, shredding that safe assumption in an instant. While one boy snarls that the visitor is shameless and should go home, the grinning intruder clings close and reminds them they once promised to get married, blithely demanding they get along as if childhood vows still bind. Panicking on the doorstep, Yato's brother shouts that he remembers nothing while the narrator stiffly realizes someone close to him is already deep in a serious relationship. With a gentle smile that hides sharp judgment, Tojo warns Misato not to bother people with his so-called unreliable memories, while Misato protests he is not forgetful. Misato explodes that Ayato's brother could clear everything up but snarls this is between him and Ayato, ordering the meddler to back off. Lounging in his doorway, the older brother coolly pieces together their whole drama and notes they came to verify Misato's story rather than trust Ayato's foggy memory. Listening to Misato babble about kindergarten marriage promises and graduation albums, the brother admits Ayato said the same, yet his flat stare keeps everyone uneasy. Against a black backdrop, Tojo's eyes narrow as he decides admitting he remembers would brand Misato's feelings as a mere misunderstanding, a calculation colder than his smile. Chiba Ayato explodes in fury, shrieking at his brother for speaking up while secretly dreading Tojo's pressure and later complaints crashing down on him. The brother dryly imagines slip-ups exposing him if he denies knowing Misato, teasing Yato about crying after falling into a waterway as proof his memory is not that bad. Misato's face twists in rage as he accuses the brother of lying and siding with that disgusting sissy, while narration grimly jokes this anger could fuel a spin-off about a stalking horse. Caught between Misato's delighted roar that he remembered and Tojo's calm narration about protecting his little brother's story, the older brother stammers, desperate to survive the scene. Forcing a smile, the brother recalls the tiny boy bragging about a home takoyaki machine and identifies Misato as that kid, turning a throwaway memory into a lifeline. Their floating heads argue over whether everyone in Kansai owns such a machine, disbelief and defensive bluster swirling in a storm of spirals. Kneeling by the stairs under Misato's desperate "look at me," the brother hedges that many company kids came from all over back then, dodging the plea to remember. Arms folded and face blurred, he explains that while a few children spoke Kansai dialect, he was already older than kindergarten Ayato, so names are hard to recall, ending with a strained sorry. Silhouetted in black as Big Brother, he notes he neither confirmed nor denied Misato completely, leaving himself room to remember later without looking like a liar. Tojo smiles as Ayato nods beside him, coolly translating the brother's fuzzy story into proof that Misato's memory is dim and urging him to give up. Misato yanks Ayato forward in a reckless dash, declaring they will ask the old candy shop lady on 3rd Street, convinced she will remember and save his claim. Dragged along with pounding footsteps, Ayato yells that it is useless while Misato ignores him and Tojo trails behind, the whole group swept into his stubborn chase. Back in the dark, the older brother silently broods while tiny Yanagi Chibis panic and nod around him, the narration admitting Yanagi-kun was struck dumb by all this. On an ordinary day, Misato laughs loud as a friend insists the brothers look alike, while Yato protests they are different and someone snaps they should see an eye doctor, turning casual teasing into another sore spot. After the physical exam, he stares at the paper and sulks that his body has only stretched a pathetic tomb. Surrounded by towering classmates bragging about milk and easy growth, he mumbles he did nothing special and shrinks under their effortless height. When a friend casually lumps him into the short squad, the 161 cm boy explodes while another 168 cm runt yelps in shared outrage. Smirking with smug confidence, he boasts that with tall genes from his father and brother he'll soon shoot past 170 cm, infuriating Yanagi with his selective similarity. Facing the beaming blonde, the dead-eyed guy coolly admits he's student council president, clutching his plushie like a shield while downplaying the title as inevitable. Teased about being popular and drowning in confessions, he laughs awkwardly while his friend spins a dramatic scenario where a devoted vice president finally snaps and confesses. Last month's memory looms of that very vice president clutching his chest, wailing that he'd always longed for him and still wasn't chosen, leaving the president grimly stunned. Slumped on the couch, the brother warns not to kick the mysterious bag because he needs it for tomorrow's study trip, and the careless question of what's inside hangs suspiciously. From above, the lounging brother grumbles about annoying mountain climbing, while the other insists on taking an umbrella despite a 0% rain forecast, quietly tempting fate. Rain hammering down, Yato yelps as someone grabs his arm and orders him not to trouble Taoju, insisting he won't do anything even while fate clearly drags him in. Leaning over a scraped Taoju, his brother scolds him not to fall off a cliff and get hurt while Taoju insists he's fine, and the narrator cuts in coldly that he actually did. Spotting the handsome blonde, he notes with a small spark that it's Taoju again, the familiar presence pricking his awareness. Smiling gently despite Saturday, Taoju greets his big brother and explains he came from student council, their easy rapport quietly underlining Ayato's outsider status. He tells himself he can stay calm around Taoju now that his brother is already dating him, so calling out casually feels like the safest way to coexist. Hand on chin, he broods that people orbiting this couple, especially family, could easily spawn a spin-off romance, wondering if he should keep his distance to avoid that trap. Studying Taoju's back against the sky, he decides this guy is future star material and schemes to cozy up through his brother the moment he's invited over. A stark caption drops the bomb that Taoju confessed to him last week, blowing apart every safe assumption he had about their roles. The next day, Taoju laughs with friends like nothing happened, chatting as usual while the narrator seethes that the confession seems erased from everyone's memory but his. Dark circles under his eyes, he glares into the swirling background and admits the whole thing keeps him awake at night, and Taoju's carefree act pisses him off. Slumped over his desk during test return, he glares at Taoju, the lone perfect scorer in class, and mentally rages that of all people, it had to be that flawless guy. Taoju smiles modestly at the praise, while Yato silently panics that someone so popular could have picked anyone but inexplicably chose him. Clutching his collar with burning cheeks, Yato agonizes that Taoju saying he likes him must mean real love, not some harmless compliment. Hunched over under a dark haze, he admits that even hearing it straight, he can only see Taoju as something he can't quite name. Taoju stands alone in Ayato's mind like a sketch in white space, as Ayato tortures himself over what this man truly is to him. Buried in his arms, Ayato admits it is fun being with Taoju and that he definitely likes him as a friend, his stammer betraying deeper fear. Watching Taoju's back blur with vertical lines, Ayato dreads that if he reacts wrong and Taoju pulls away, he would hate that distance more than anything. Facing each other in a blank glittering void, Ayato and Taoju stand awkwardly close as Ayato wonders in terror if dating is the next step. Flushed and rambling into his sleeves, Ayato frets that if they start going out nothing will change, since dates and house visits already fill their days. His heartbeat slamming in his ears, Ayato's thoughts lurch to kissing and sex, and the sheer escalation makes his whole body seize up. The chair rattles violently as he shoots up screaming that absolutely is not it, his denial exploding louder than the classroom around him. Taoju turns in surprise at the outburst, confused as the teacher snaps at student No 13 and he fumbles a startled acknowledgement under everyone's stare. Outside, his footsteps drag through an ordinary street as the calm scenery clashes with how completely off balance he has felt since that day. Shuffling home with a red face, he curses that lately every step and thought has been hijacked by Taoju alone. When his name is called, Ayato's whole body goes rigid, dread slamming through him before he even turns to see who it is. Taoju appears with an easy smile, admitting he had been searching for him and only realized too late that Ayato had already slipped away. Yato answers weakly while Taoju gently points out how strangely he has been acting, listing classroom slip-ups that make Ayato's nerves spike higher. With a teasing glint, Taoju asks if he stayed up gaming again, and Ayato curses inside that this perceptive concern feels painfully normal. Blushing and gripping his strap, Ayato fumes that Taoju's worry over him getting hurt is exactly what keeps throwing his heart into chaos. He starts to mention upcoming tests and whether Ayato will manage, only for Ayato to choke off mid-step, words boiling over instead. Finally snapping, Ayato leans in red-faced and yells for Taoju to listen, hurling his bottled-up frustration straight at the oblivious boy who caused it. Blushing and sweating, he stammers that everything has spiraled out of control simply because the other boy confessed he liked him. Their shadows stretch across the ground as he yells that being told to forget the confession only proves it was never meant. Bending forward with clenched teeth, he accuses the calm boy of cruelly brushing it off and then acting perfectly composed. Hands gripping his clothes, he admits that from that moment until even today, his thoughts have been consumed by nothing but that confession. Face blazing, he finally explodes and orders the other to take responsibility for messing him up. While the taller boy snorts and laughs at that phrase, the mortified one shouts not to make fun of him. Leaning in close enough to steal breath, the blonde softly asks if he can assume those flustered reactions mean the other is actually aware of him now. Reeling back with a strangled sound, the dark-haired boy snaps for him to back off, panic written all over his blush. Shoving at the other's chest, he insists the distance is unbearable and confesses he has no idea what any of this means. Eyes down and arms shielding his face, he admits he's a complete mess who cannot even understand his own feelings yet. Pointing a trembling finger, he begs the blonde to wait a little longer, pleading for time until he figures himself out. The blonde answers with a gentle okay, smiling so softly it disarms more than any pressure could. Heart-thudding, the dark-haired boy stares at that unfamiliar smile, struck by how different and strangely fresh Tojo looks. He wonders if that tender expression is not for just anyone but meant only for him, and the thought makes his chest ache. Under the drifting clouds, he quietly confesses he cannot help feeling a little good about that possibility, no matter how dangerous it is. Later at home, Ayato glances up from his book with dull suspicion as his brother calls his name and demands he look at something. Pointing at overlapping marks on his cheek, the brother proudly explains how Miyako stepped on his sleeping face, leaving a tatami print and a perfect paw stamp. He continues the tragic saga by announcing a mosquito that nailed him on the forehead during a convenience store run, like fate piling on. Yato just stares from the couch and wearily asks what any of that matters, while his brother insists it is hilarious anyway. Cradling the cat, the brother happily reports that Taoju lit up when shown the marks, and Ayato sees that he has never seen Taoju that thrilled before, which infuriates him. Licking his popsicle with a tired stare, he admits that while he has dodged flags in this world, there is one looming problem he can't escape or fix. Watching a TV psychic from behind, he listens as the man urges everyone to focus on a spoon and feels an ominous, and that's form in his gut. The camera closes on the bent spoon as the announcer crows that it's magic power, while a side voice dryly exposes it as mere paranormal-flavored trickery. Beside the dazzled viewer, he gnaws his popsicle and grumbles that staying constantly alert for anything that might shatter this supposedly modern BL setting is exhausting. Over grainy panels of floating spirits, narration explains ghosts behave like extensions of the living, while one drifting man numbly insists he must be dead. Surrounded by grinning demons, masked spirits, and feathered angels, he vows that as long as he never meets such things, he can pretend other worlds, gods, and forced marriages don't exist in his BL manga reality. From behind, a lone man is called with an uncertain "ah, hey," his backlit figure hanging in a white void that feels ready to swallow him. On the sidewalk, a desperate student begs Minamoto to be free Friday night, convinced luring this one guy will drag every girl along, and the silence stretches. Minamoto coolly turns away with a simple refusal, leaving the other boy shouting hey at his retreating back and the rejection stinging. Curled on the ground with hands over his ears, the child confesses that since forever he has heard people's heart voices, a gift that already feels like a curse. Over the campus trees, disembodied thoughts whine about hunger, boredom, and awful part-time jobs, a constant psychic buzz he can't switch off. A trio of stylish girls gush about how cool Minamoto looks and scheme that if they call out to him they might join him, their fluttering thoughts crowding his head. As Minamoto taps away down the path, the girls sigh that he left and lament the wasted chance, their disappointment echoing behind his back. Sighing with his head lowered, he admits this innate ability sometimes helps yet weighs on him more than it ever comforts. Walking under a storm of stray thoughts that call Minamoto charming, boyfriend material, arrogant, and bragworthy, he wishes harder than ever that he could shut their voices off. Shown from behind amid faceless students, he explains that after giving up on such hollow noise, he moved on to college, where he finally met him. Hearing a casual "I'm on a diet and what should I eat," he suddenly realizes those inner voices have vanished in this BL world, just as his eyes lock on the one person whose presence makes him tense. Box thoughts crowd around his tired face, mapping out how avoiding handsome men and new encounters might dodge flags, yet only brands him a socially awkward mob in a world where men fall for men. Across a blinding close-up of glaring eyes, the intrusive inner voice roars, "Shut up," its fury slicing straight through his overloaded mind. Clutching his head in the gray static, he admits he has no idea who this loud intruder is, but thanks to that constant shouting in his skull, he's finally, if forcibly, deaf to everyone else's hearts. Pressed flat by overlapping narration boxes, he listens only to the stranger's blaring thoughts and coldly decides that as a mob, keeping quiet is the safest move. Pacing outside the school, he clenches his jaw at the unseen mind yelling in his head, convinced the owner must be an obnoxious loudmouth somewhere nearby. Sipping his drink with dead eyes, he silently vows to hunt down this mystery noisemaker and shut him up for good. Clutching his head as a blizzard of unreadable thoughts swarms him, he rages that this guy never shuts up inside his skull, yet still makes no sense at all. Hands in his pockets, he broods that if he just knew what topic the babbler obsessed over, he could track him down, then pauses as hints of a quarrelsome couple drift past. Standing beside the chattering manga nerd, he realizes there are people whose thoughts he can hear perfectly yet never understand, and resigns himself to a long, confusing search. The suave honor student calls out to Misato with a mild smile, asking to talk while someone off to the side sulks about wanting their conversation to last longer. Later in class, Misato scowls and rubs his chin, grumbling that the honor student now pesters him with every trivial thing, while his friend hesitates to relay what he heard. Expression blank, the listener reports, "That's what he said," as Misato remembers how girls weirdly stop approaching whenever Misato chats with this studious rival. A flustered boy with a babyish face blurts that Minato's non-stop dirty jokes repel every girl, scolding him not to say such cruel truths so casually. A close-up of clasped hands and terse text declares they've suddenly launched an arm wrestling contest, turning idle time into a test of pride. Sweating and grinning viciously as their arms strain, Misato taunts the honor student for going soft from too much studying, daring him to fight back. With a thin, mocking smile, the honor student calls Misato all muscle and no brain, telling him to treasure the only thing he's good for while their grips grind tighter. Watching from the sidelines, the brother, eliminated in round 1, feels the mood sharpen into real combat, and anxiously orders Taoju not to lose against the hulking transfer student. When Taoju somehow slams out a win, his brother yells in disbelief, while narration coolly explains that victory depends entirely on younger brother's support, not strength. Face exploding with outrage, Misato demands to know why Yato would ever like such a boring honors geek when he himself is obviously way more fun, baffling the quiet boy. As roses frame the honor student's composed face, Misato reels at the brutal list: top grades, athlete, council president, popular, and surrounded by friends, that exposes how hopelessly outclassed he is. Glowering into the dark, Misato insists he's manlier and would be the better hunter in primitive times, only to be dryly told that's the sole era where he might beat his rival. In a busy shop, a suited man notices a student ID slip from a woman's bag and calls out "Miss," as the card skids dangerously across the floor. Smiling gently amid flowers, the bespectacled clerk returns her ID and warns it would be terrible to lose, making her stammered thanks sound like flustered awe. As coworkers gush that the new clerk is always polite and cool, he slips past with blank indifference, hiding whatever trouble simmers under that calm. A regal cat glows on its cushion while keychains and phone cases orbit it, as narration admits pet owners helplessly splurge on anything that mirrors their beloved animal. Eyes down and cheeks faintly tense, he confesses that whenever cat mugs or cat-shaped bread cross his path, something compulsive forces him to buy them. A peaceful feline face fills the frame as the narration muses that maybe humans are obsessed simply because almost every cat on Earth is unbearably cute. The next text turns cold, warning that some cats here are warped by this BL manga world and must be treated like dangerous flags to avoid at all costs. A sharp-suited man yanks at his tie and gripes into his phone about bratty students, while narration brands him a wolf in sheep's clothing beneath that office mask. Squatting in the garden, he recalls playing with a stray cat until that supposedly respectable clerk appeared, already marking the meeting as suspicious. The clerk turns away on his phone, voice shifting harshly mid-call, and narration points out how his entire demeanor flips in an instant. Sweat beading, the observer thinks he'd happily stay quiet and pet the cat through the call, but frets he has class soon and can't just linger in this brewing scene. Glancing toward the exit, the clerk mutters about going out, and the watcher tenses, knowing stepping outside now would expose everything. Plastering on a sunny smile and waving too brightly, he chirps that he's just passing by, hoping the act hides the fact he overheard that unguarded side. Across a pattern of cartoon paws, narration explains how bear bells loudly warn wild animals away, hinting he wishes he had one for predatory humans too. Jaw tight around the phone, the clerk snaps at his sister to shut up as a jagged shout of "and then" slices in, spiking his irritation. Rustling leaves frame the sister's shrill complaints about appointments and bad reception, trapping him in a chaotic call he can't properly escape from the back garden. Forcing on glasses and a strained smile when he notices the student, the clerk greets him politely, flowers popping up as he desperately tries to restore his cool facade. Turning away with relief, the clerk thinks he narrowly dodged exposure, while the observer flatly decides no fake imposter cat like him will ever win his heart in this world. On the rattling train home, his phone pings with Ayato's message that Miko's been fed, and he hums in mild surprise, already sensing that instructions will soon be tested. Stepping into the quiet street with a tired "I'm home," he freezes at Mia-chan waiting on the wall, anxiety spiking as he asks what's wrong with this sudden reception. As the cat rubs insistently against his leg, he recognizes with horror the all-powerful "I haven't eaten yet" spell working its manipulative magic. He stubbornly tells the mewling cat it already ate while the unanswered ellipsis hangs heavy, both of them locked in a silent battle of will over one more meal. He snaps that the cat has already eaten and kicks his clueless friend for missing the text, while the narration smugly insists everything about cats is cute. He watches Miyako pad over and quietly marvels that their cat can sense everything from food cans to incoming nail trims. Coming home to Miyako's greeting Mew, he notes the cat's eerie knack for reacting perfectly in every situation. Two grinning visitors burst in with a loud "pardon the intrusion," only for Miyako to answer with a wary meow. When the handsome blonde repeats the same greeting amid roses, Miyako's mood shifts to alarm and the air tightens. Miyako suddenly arches and puffs up in terror, leaving the humans stunned and asking what on earth just triggered him. Floating Chibai heads fret that the cat might actually hate the blonde, since Miyako only ever bristles at Taoju. As Miyako pointedly taps away from the doorway, the narrator claims animals can see true colors and even jokes that Masato is more beast than man. While Yato casually pats Miyako and chalks it up to having a dog, the narrator secretly crowns the cat a genius with frightening insight into this world. Watching a noisy sports festival at a school that isn't his, he dryly announces that today's chaos will be centered on someone else's campus. He grumbles that his idiotic brother forgot his bento because of the early start time, leaving him stuck as the reluctant delivery mule. Eyeing the field, he decides guardians like him are just background mobs while the high schoolers hog all the flags. Licking his festival snack with dead eyes, he admits he only wants to dump the lunch on his brother and escape this whole event. He realizes with annoyance that Yato is away running relay next and not even in his seat, ruining the plan to hand it off quickly. Giving up, he scans the ongoing events for a familiar face, just as Taoju dazzles the crowd on the cheering squad and shrieks for anyone with glasses. Startled in the stands, the blonde student gets singled out by a beckoning hand and nervously asks if they really mean him. As someone teases that he must have drawn "handsome guy" on his slip, he snaps for them to shut up while gripping the card that literally reads "the person you like." Watching the scavenger hunt boy drag his chosen target away, he munches his snack and mutters that this bittersweet youth drama is fine as long as the victim agrees. Hearing the announcement for the interclass relay, he bites his food and lazily notes that Hayato's race is finally about to start. Checking his phone, he figures once this relay ends his courier duty will be over, having already texted his brother to fetch the forgotten lunch when he comes back to his seat. On the makeshift university court, he watches boys in numbered vests sprint and quietly admits he has researched exactly which sports day events make them fall for each other. As runners stretch and jog in a line, he concludes with dread that the easiest sports-borne trigger for catching feelings is the unavoidable disaster of an injury. Yawning over his snack, he dryly doubts anyone would wipe out just from running, even while the red team's race starts to look suspicious. When one runner suddenly eats dirt right before the baton pass and another shouts he'll take over, the observer notes even here clumsy guys exist to light flags. Kneeling in the dust, clutching his leg and muttering "ouch," Yato already looks hopelessly awkward, and the narrator cruelly wonders if klutziness runs in his blood. As Yato admits he thinks he sprained his leg and someone rushes over asking if he's okay, the narrator grimly predicts nursing is about to kick in right on cue. Tension spikes when sparkling Tojo sweeps the muddy Yato into a bridal carry, calmly offering to take him to the medical tent while Yato jolts in shocked protest. Blushing and squirming in Tojo's arms, Yato hisses to be put down because everyone is staring, but Tojo only smiles that the injured should stay still as onlookers swoon. A noisy crowd swarms them with concern and fangirling, while a flustered health committee boy begs to escort the patient and others yell at the honor student prince, turning one sprain into a spectacle. Carried through the grounds as Yato panics that they're standing out and demands to be dropped, Tojo answers with a blunt nope that crushes any hope of escape. Expression blank, the older brother notes his siblings' relationship chart has become chaos and casually asks if he can at least eat the untouched lunch before it spoils. He stands at the edge of the field, admitting he came to deliver food but never found a chance, so now he just zones out through the closing ceremony. Watching Tojo in full uniform bask in screams while giving the president's speech, he dryly labels him his brother's boyfriend and acknowledges how violently the guy steals the girl's gaze. As the speech ends and fangirls bawl for an encore that will never come, he flatly observes there is no such thing, no matter how rabid the crowd. From the stage, Tojo spots him and offers a gentle wave, and the older brother feels that tiny acknowledgement land heavier than it should. Drowning in hearts as girls shriek that their eyes just met him, the brother numbly raises a hand back and wonders what kind of warped fan service Sports Day has turned into. A previous month's memory crashes in of a bespectacled boy screaming lifelong devotion at Hyde Toshi while Tojo yells not to be reckless, the whole scene teetering on melodramatic death threat confession. Last month's event flashes next, with a girl brightly relaying Tojo's warning that too much kindness might give Yato the wrong idea, leaving Yato stunned and accused of delusion by proxy. In a dark shrine of photos, a masked stalker sees that the vulgar interloper will never be forgiven, worshipping the student council president as God and Messiah while plotting poison. The same creep's gaze fixes on an unsuspecting boy with a backpack, hissing that this month's event will begin with him, and the threat slides into place like a curse. At his locker, he freezes as classmates gossip that Tojo blew a kiss to some rumored girlfriend at the sports festival, twisting an innocent wave into a scandal. He coolly explains that in this BL manga world, the back alley is one of those places where dangerous events naturally erupt. Pinned to the wall and panting, the feverish delinquent braces his hand as each ragged breath betrays how badly the alley has turned on him. Down the starry alleyway, laughing punks taunt Kashihara about running away again, their easy jeers stalking his unsteady back. Flushed with fever and fury, Kashihara curses that without it he'd crush them, even as he admits this hidden alley is perfect for violent settling of scores. Narration insists this world tends to dodge true bad endings, soothing that even dire pinches probably won't become real disasters. Crouched by a car with a cat in his arms, he admits the only real problem is that playing in this alley has trapped him here, unable to just walk away. A boot slams into the fallen boy as his attacker snarls he'll beat him until he can't stand, demanding to know where all that usual energy went. Bloody but defiant, Kashihara glares up and rasps that their threat doesn't even make him laugh. Surrounded by circling thugs, he sits bruised while they sneer about teaching him his place with their bodies, and he realizes they're dragging the whole pack towards something far uglier. A hand clamps his face as another orders them to hold his arm, his startled cry cut off as restraint replaces simple bullying. Clutching the cat and his phone, he whispers that he should call this in, yet grimly concedes that in a BL world the first rescuer won't be the police. A looming figure steps forward with a curt hey, his clenched fist and long stride slicing through the alley's tense air. Sweating and out of breath, Shishia orders them to release Kashihara, his shaking voice barely hiding the fury boiling under his glasses. The thug sneers at the four-eyed stranger and swings, slamming him back as he spits for him to get lost. Straightening his bent frames, Shishia begins to say Kashihara isn't what they think, words trembling on his lips. Snapping the glasses in his fist, Shishia explodes that Kashihara isn't someone scum like them can lay a hand on. While fists and curses fly, the observer blandly notes the guy's terrifying strength and even finds a heart shape in his hair pattern, wondering what monster just stepped in. Arm in arm, the two battered boys disappear into the glittering night as narration calmly confirms the BL leads made it home safe, wrapped in a suspiciously nice atmosphere. Rubbing his bruises, Kashihara grits that something about that guy pisses him off and vows that next time they meet he won't let him escape, pain flickering under his anger. Slumped against the car with a dead gaze while another boy sits in the dark behind him, he coolly tells the unseen threat the event is over and pointedly suggests he just go home. A cat bats an empty can with a clank as narration longs for a hot bath, and the tiny movement suddenly triggers a sharp, anxious ah. Neck snapping around with sweat beading, he jerks in panic and demands to know who's there, his fear spiking into a raw shout. Sweat dripping as patterns swirl around his face, He curses himself for relaxing, knowing if no one comes he'll be beaten. But if anyone rushes in to save him, he'll be BL flagged, trapping him in a losing dilemma. The cat lets out a huge meow as he realizes he's cornered with nowhere to hide, and thinks his only options are playing dead or groveling, the stakes feeling sink or swim. Two delinquents dismiss the noise with a bored just a cat and decide to leave, unknowingly sparing him while his legs nearly give out. Peeking from behind cover with sweat still on his brow, he numbly realizes he was saved like some luckless extra in a period drama. Dressed in a magician's tux and top hat, he announces a sudden quiz contest, his flat face at odds with the sparkles and the ominous sense of being drafted into another game. Kicking off his shoes with a tired look, he recalls coming home to find his brother and boyfriend playing a certain game, knowing already the title alone sounds dangerously misleading. While Taju stands relaxed and handsome, the brother explains the rule about guessing his weakness, and the narrator notes with contempt that only this disgustingly compatible couple could find such a game fun. Jaw tight and face flushed in the dark, he sees that damn Taju still looks effortlessly cool and swears he'll dig up the guy's weakness for his chronically humiliated younger brother. Chibai Taju beams like an angel, saying he brought a present, as narration explains he joined in because the winner gets any cake, turning his sweetness into strategic bait. Profiled in harsh shadow, the narrator calmly reveals he holds an overwhelming advantage in this match, and silently asks why fate tilted so far his way. Watching Taju's easy smile, he answers himself that in a BL manga world where Taju is a stellar main character, of course the game must hand him a glaringly exploitable gap. Leaning on his knee with a cool stare, he reasons that a flawless, superhuman type has no right to exist here without some contrived weakness, and he intends to expose it. In Chibai form, he and his brother brood under thought bubbles full of wildly different fears, and narration points out the stark gap in their answers as the key to this puzzle. The empty classroom sink and music score sit quietly while he decides his brother's clueless reaction means Taju's weakness wasn't revealed at school at all. On a rain-soaked mountain memory, Yato flails that he won't do anything while someone warns him not to bother Taju, and the narrator insists it's hard to imagine the cool guy missing common scares like thunder or bugs. Snapping his fingers with a manic grin, the brother triumphantly yells that horror must be it, only to be bluntly reminded Ayato skipped the ghost story session on the school trip, wiping that theory away. Tiny and exhausted beneath a looming text box, he sighs that even after narrowing the list to a handful through this screening, the one decisive clue still refuses to show itself. Tauju raises his hand with a calm smile and asks Yato for a hint, while Yato splutters that the favoritism is totally unfair. As the question about frequency lands, the instant, unhesitating, everyday answer screams that this habit is deeply ingrained. Yato gapes in confusion, wondering if they seriously mean rice every day, while the other two huddle whispering secret answers in his ear. When Tauju nails the mystery in one shot, both boys stare wide-eyed, demanding how he possibly guessed so accurately. Flushed and sweating, Ayato glares at Tauju, stammering on his name before grinding out a desperate demand to know the answer. The unseen narrator smugly refuses to explain, promising Ayato will have to figure it out himself someday, leaving him fuming at the taunt. Ayato leans forward, begging Tauju directly for the real answer, and Tauju just laughs, promising vaguely to reveal it someday. Framed by roses, Tauju presses a finger to his lips and insists on keeping the secret for now, wanting to look cool in Ayato's eyes a little longer. Later at the counter, he agonizes aloud over cake choices with absurd detail, prompting a baffled curse from Ayato at this overanalysis. The next morning, Tauju jolts half awake with a hollow stare and mutters for reality to wait, as if yesterday's realization is only now crashing in. Buried under blankets while the dog rolls nearby, he groans he's not going and his sister snaps at him to change or be late yet again. Half asleep, he mumbles a sleepy response as she gives up and heads out first, the doorbell chiming to drag him toward trouble. At the intercom, a bandaged hand fumbles the buttons, assuming it is their mother and answering nervously while the unseen visitor waits. The dog trots in with a tie in its mouth as the sister calls that his friend has arrived to pick him up, while off to the side a mutter insists it is the wrong person. Still wrapped in bed, Tauju grumbles, who, as his sister urges him up, insisting the visitor is in his school uniform and clearly here for him. A tall apartment block rises against the morning sky, quietly framing the stage where this uninvited visit is about to change the day. Tauju greets him at the door with an easy smile and a soft "Good morning, Yato," casually asking why he came so early like it's nothing. Blushing and fiddling with his bag strap, Yato stammers he was just passing by, mentally reeling that Taoju acts perfectly normal even at dawn. Walking side by side down the familiar route, Yato curses his shitty Aniki for claiming he'd notice if he paid attention, now realizing the brother's smug advice was dead on. With a self-satisfied pose and sparkles, Mayama Masumi reintroduces himself straight to the audience as a proud Fudenshi mangaka and college student, ready to keep mining this world for BL. In the noisy campus cafe where boys casually cling and lean into each other, he quietly realizes this world runs on BL logic. Punching the air with shining eyes, he admits this place overflows with BL-like developments far beyond what he ever imagined. Watching one guy avert his gaze with a timid blush beside another, he judges from that shy flinch alone that they must be dating. Seeing a tall boy cling possessively around a smaller one's shoulders and demand where he was, he condemns the clinginess as proof they're absolutely a couple. Catching two roommates calmly discussing detergent, he fixates on their shared household chores as undeniable evidence they're living like lovers. Even just passing each other outside in the same frame, the two boys walking apart still convince him they're obviously dating. Kneeling with notebook in hand, he prowls the campus and thrills that every casual stroll gives him another BL manga scenario to record. Arms flung wide amid blooming roses, he exults that this overflowing school of boy love is pure paradise and guarantees his future as a BL mangaka. Gazing up at the quiet school building, he admits that while gathering material, one nagging inconsistency keeps tugging at him. When the flustered blonde boy approaches, tugging his mask and stammering an "excuse me," the observer recognizes him instantly as the source of that unease. Blushing and twisting his fingers, the boy trembles out an invitation for next Saturday, his sparkling nerves turning the question into a desperate gamble. With a dismissive hand and calm voice, he coolly rejects the offer and tells him to ask someone else, leaving the other stuttering in stunned hurt. Peeking from the bushes with shining eyes, the mangaka hisses if the other saw that brutal scene just now. Staring at the boy's shaky footsteps and clenched hands, he marvels that even while blushing, this guy flatly crushed an eager suitor. Remembering scene after scene of hearts aimed his way only to be sidestepped, he concludes that over these months the boy has repeatedly dodged affection with uncanny speed. He imagines the guy reading each romantic signal like a flag, and then karate-kicking it to splinters before it can ever rise. Lurking in the shrubbery with a sly grin, he decides to keep secretly tailing this walking flagbreaker who constantly generates prime BL material. Hearing his name bellowed across the quad, Minamoto grimaces that yet another troublesome guy has locked onto him again. On the park bench, one boy listlessly thinks about drinking sake while behind him the sneaking mangaka tiptoes closer, eager to siphon new drama. Dressed as a mischievous catboy for Halloween, he lunges forward with a playful threat to prank unless he's showered with candy, turning sugary fun into flirty menace. With a cold sideways glance, he scoffs at the idea of a prank and dares them to try, clearly spoiling for a challenge. A sudden thud sends his cape flying as someone shouts in alarm, the prank turning physical faster than anyone expected. Wrapped in devil horns amid sparkles and vampires, he listens blankly to the warning that Halloween without candy means relentless misfortune. Cat ears bristling beside a grinning vampire, he seethes at the casual woe, demanding what exactly is so surprising about his costume. While he blandly critiques their cliché outfits and slowly calculates his jab, the other snaps back that a stupid helmet hardly puts him in any position to judge. Bathed in roses and laughter, Tojo gently calls the bizarre costume cute and even mistakes it for a cavity cosplay, softening the sting Ayato tried to land. A towering Christmas tree lights the crowded city as winter clamps down, turning every street into a stage for couples season. Liquor bottles and heart-shaped chocolates float over the page while he grumbles that winter is cold, full of couple events, yet quietly thrills for the boozy sweets release. Bundled in his patterned sweater and scarf, he fondly recalls splurging on a fancy box of liquor chocolates that hits the shelves only once a year. Leaning over the table, he grimly notes that the pricey box has vanished after only a few pieces, dread already pointing straight upstairs. Seeing the pile of high school shoes and hearing raucous voices from his brother's room, he immediately fingers that merry crowd as his top suspects. Smirking with sparkles and the stolen box in hand, his brother radiates guilty delight while the narrator curses that little thief and confirms the culprit is family. Peering up the stairs, he mutters that he wants his expensive sweets back, but knows marching in will be tricky now that a whole drunk squad is involved. Popping his head over the landing, he grimly observes that even a piece or two will floor these boys, since liquor chocolates actually get this world's inhabitants drunk. Opening the door with a tentative hey, he freezes as heart symbols ooze from the room, and he imagines multiple BL disasters already erupting inside. Leaning miserably against the door, he debates eavesdropping first so he does not get caught in whatever drunken chaos his brother's room is brewing. Close up and sweating, someone whispers that Yato can't while another orders him to stay still, the narrator wondering if he has already arrived too late. Eyes blazing and cheeks flushed, the drunk boy ferociously bites into what he thinks is more chocolate, yelping ouch in a frenzy that looks anything but sober. Hiccuping and red, he shrieks not to eat his arm while the other hazily wonders why this chocolate suddenly tastes so different, oblivious to the flesh in his mouth. Grabbing Masato's face in both hands with a rough twist, the exasperated friend demands if he is even listening, trying to wrestle some sense back into this liquor-soaked mess. Drunk and hiccuping as he rants that his sister is inhumanly cruel, the boy bawls into his friend's blank patience, turning sibling resentment into a messy plea for rescue. Masato chokes mid-sentence as something hard is shoved into his mouth, panic and irritation flaring together. With a sly smile, the pretty boy offers tofu while repeatedly poking an eraser at Masato, enjoying his outraged protest at the deliberate teasing. As the hiccuping brother babbles about a monster and spills barley tea, Masato gets showered in drink and eraser dust while friends bribe him with dried bonito and soy sauce, the chaos drowning his warning. In the hallway, Ayato's brother lazily calls for Mia-chan, while a panicked voice offscreen screams for his help against overwhelming odds, and he coolly tells the unseen victim to give up. A swirling yin-yang fills the frame as narration claims opposites attract most easily in this BL world, branding contrast itself as a dangerous flag. Lightning crackles between a stern bespectacled man and a spiky blonde, as narration explains that hatred-soaked relationships here can flip into romance without warning. At the vending machine, Ayato's brother calmly picks coffee and feeds in coins, unaware he is about to be shoved out of background safety. He gets slammed aside with a painful ow as the tracksuited guy snarls at him to move if he is not buying, instantly turning a mundane purchase into a hostile clash. Scowling with a sharp, the athletic guy's presence looms, while narration admits this rough stranger keeps tangling with him for reasons he cannot grasp. When a friend arrives asking what's happening, the blonde brushes it off and calls him a wimp who fell on his own, downplaying the shove as Ayato's brother hunches over. Bowing in apology, Ayato's brother blames the incident on the other's bad temper, privately fuming that not understanding this guy at all makes him seethe most. Facing the snarling blonde, he calculates that snapping back will lock them into open hostility, the exact relationship this world loves to twist into romance. Turning his back, he worries that ignoring the guy might only rile him further, feeling the other's glare burning holes in his retreat. Staring at the broad back beside him, he decides that as a mob character his safest move is to choose the least dramatic response possible. With a strained smile and raised hand, he laughs off the clash, obediently backing down while his eyes say he wants no part of this walking flag. Arms crossed and muttering scary as chatter buzzes, the intimidating blonde stands isolated while narration notes everyone keeps their distance from someone this overbearing. Blending into a whispering group, Yato's brother feigns casual concern as they gossip that it's him again, trying to vanish into the very crowd that surrounds the troublemaker. Teeth bared in a glare, the blonde fixes his eyes on him anyway, and narration concedes this camouflage is only a flimsy, temporary shield. A hand slams the cafeteria table with a bam as narration warns that flashy bullies like this inevitably summon someone who just cannot ignore them, dragging new players into the storm. As the narrator imagines an honest, righteous opposite to the thug before him, another voice cuts in sharply, ordering the guy to stop. The dark-haired man strides up through the chatter and calls him out for nitpicking everyone, saying he does not know what his problem is, but that this sulking attitude is pathetic. Their faces clash inches apart as one snarls what the hell he just said, while a friend between them yells for both to stop before it explodes. Watching from the sidelines, the narrator bitterly notes that the righteous guy and the hothead are clearly the ones raising flags, while he, a speechless mob, fades into the background. A tiny title drifts alone in empty space, signaling that this tension is only rolling into yet another troublesome day. Later, the calm man explains that the outburst came from being reminded of a cheating ex whose new guy looks just like the victim here, then orders his friend to apologize properly. Flushed with humiliation, the blonde mutters that it was his bad and thinks grimly that he got dragged into this nonsense for nothing, yet at least dodged a romantic flag. Under a blackened sky, the wronged guy forces a crooked smile and demands a proper apology, claiming he will forgive with that grin, while the blonde stammers he is really sorry and the menace behind the smile throbs. A glamorous shampoo ad declares that a man's worth rides on his hair and urges a cool decision, turning simple scalp care into a judgment on masculinity. As nearby girls squeal over idol Shirakawa Ryu being so cool and all over TV, the protagonist trudges past and dismisses them with a flat, weary idols. He wonders if he should get lunch, while narration coolly states that in this BL world you never meet idols unless you work around them, implying his safety, at least on paper. A lone coin rolls toward his shoe as narration warns that exceptions exist, and the tiny clink already feels like fate tripping him. Scooping up the 100 yen while the owner searches in confusion, he stares at it and realizes this stray coin is about to rope him into something. He hurries after the stranger, awkwardly explaining the money rolled over to him, while the man turns with a nervous sweat and mutters an uncertain ah. When the hat lifts and a dazzling smile thanks him, narration spells out that this is the classic pattern, where a mob bumps into a badly disguised celebrity in his own neighborhood. Panicking inside, the idol resolves to crank up his voice so this guy will shout Shirakawa Ryu and scare him into fleeing, while the oblivious student nearly blurts the name aloud. Instead, Shirakawa clamps a hand over his mouth and drags him off with a frantic SHH as fangirls beg for autographs, while narration notes the high risk of him acting without thinking. Smiling nervously, the idol points at himself and wonders if the guy really does not recognize him, deciding it is safer to play ordinary college student than admit he is a popular star. Studying his face with a suspicious stare, the protagonist says he feels like they have met before, while the idol jolts in shock and hurriedly insists it is just his imagination. Waving with a strained grin and a thanks for earlier, Shirakawa tells himself that once this clueless stranger accepts they are strangers, he will finally be able to cut him loose and escape. Hands in his pockets, he trudges along thinking that even though his everyday is flooded with celebrity-level hotties, this is the first time he'll get to brag to his brother about meeting a real one. From a distance, he overhears the suited man scold that he quit his part-time job again, and senses trouble brewing before he is even noticed. The blonde erupts that he'd never crawl back to that store with its pervy boss, cursing his former job while the memory of the bunny uniform mocks him from behind. His eyes widen and he flinches as the word pervert hangs in the air, suddenly realizing exactly who that insult might have reached. Forcing a crooked grin after the bump, he hurriedly downgrades his complaint to that weird shitty manager, scrambling to dodge whatever he just provoked. The glasses man snaps that he is the careless one here while clutching his arm in pain, turning a simple collision into a sharp scolding that leaves the blonde agape. A hand lifts the fallen glasses with quiet menace and a soft besides, signaling that the scolding is about to escalate into something far more personal. Framed by flowers, the manager smiles like a predator and remarks that he has some nerve slacking off in front of his shitty boss, leaving the blonde sputtering in shock. Watching blankly from the side, the protagonist wonders why so-called ordinary people hide their true power so well as the manager coolly threatens to work the truant to the bone. In overdone disguise, Ayano Kujimaya mutters he can use this juicy scene next time while a dry voice tells him he is pushing it, turning real tension into research fodder. On a winter street, the brother greets Taju and Ayato with lazy familiarity while Yato mumbles hello, the chill between all three thicker than the scarf hiding his mouth. Staring at Taju on Valentine's, the brother notes his lack of chocolate bags, only to hear that this supposedly popular guy even refused girls gifts, pity dripping from his voice. Noticing a bulge in Taju's coat, the brother quietly points out the lone box tucked in his pocket, and Ayato's tiny startled face betrays how loaded that single piece is. Taju blushes as he studies the nameless chocolate, admitting this one came without a sender, and the air tightens around the unclaimed gift. Smirking as he tucks it away, Taju decides to keep the mystery chocolate just in case, treating the unknown giver like a live grenade he might need later. Deadpan serious, the brother warns that box is the exploding kind he saw in a drama and calls it super dangerous, while the others protest in confusion at his morbid imagination. Rummaging through his bag outside the building, he frowns that his license has vanished, a small loss that makes his stomach drop in this flag-infested world. In the lecture hall bustle, someone calls hey Kake and the tired boy straightens with a wary yeah, already bracing for whatever new complication is coming. A grinning classmate in a loud shirt reports that someone's looking for him, turning a casual message into an ominous summons. Beaming with closed eyes and quiet stars, the stranger asks if he is Kake Yuyuji, his sweet smile hiding the weight of whatever fate has just latched onto that name. Sweating under the stranger's shadow, he admits the face feels familiar yet blankly asks who this person even is. A hand flashes his own ID in front of him, and his startled shout betrays how vulnerable that lost card makes him feel. He bows in flustered gratitude, apologizing for the trouble and anxiously demanding where he could have dropped something so important. When the hooded boy calmly insists they were together, his uneasy what exposes the terror of a memory gap. Staring at that back, he repeats together where, as if the word itself might trap him. Hidden by his hood, the visitor murmurs that forgetting is cruel, turning the moment into quiet accusation. Pulling back his hood with a small smile, he says he actually had a lot of fun, twisting the guilt even tighter. Later, with her hair down and eyes sparkling, the same beauty politely asks if he has time, luring him in with sugary charm. As she strips and grins that it is a pity he got hard for a scheming girl because she is actually a man, his outstretched hands freeze in horrified shock. He erupts in a panic scream, sweat flying as the foundation of his desire shatters in an instant. Down the hall, his friends wince at the echoing howl and mutter what is wrong with Keke, baffled by his distant meltdown. At another table, someone jolts as news hits that Ryota has suddenly vanished, disbelief cracking the easy mood. Damp with sweat, a friend mutters that Ryota dashed out without even taking an umbrella and asks if anyone has heard from him, anxiety creeping in. Rain hisses over the city as another voice admits they have not seen him and quietly asks why things spiraled this far. Leaning back with a lazy face, one guy lies about a drunken argument while narration exposes it as just their usual lovers, quarrel part 2. Standing stiffly, another agrees to contact Ryuta as everyone fusses about his dead phone and missing return, the room filling with helpless worry. Hands pressed like in prayer, he solemnly claims he is worried even as narration coolly reveals he actually feels nothing at all. The window rattles under the downpour, while narration reasons that anyone rushing out without a phone, wallet, or umbrella in this storm has clearly abandoned sense. Two boys cling together in a rosy frame as captions remind him this is BL World, that this is merely one couple's event, and that silence between them would only stall the story. Hunched in calling Ryuta's name, he's told that unless the man truly vanished into thin air, he must be hiding somewhere close enough and unavoidable for his lover to find. Scattered snapshots of city corners and hidden haunts spell out that the missing boy is almost certainly lurking somewhere emotionally crucial, far beyond a mere mob's ability to predict. Around the table, they grill the worried friend for clues, pointing out he has no choice but to dig into his own feelings if he wants any hope of finding where the runaway might go. Pressed by their questions over food, he flounders while they demand to know which places hold his happiest memories with the boy and why he never bothered to ask before. The moment a possibility clicks, he bolts from his seat with a choked maybe he's at, and dashes off, leaving his friends shouting half-hearted cautions after his pounding footsteps. Hours later, his phone finally pings with the anticlimactic relief that Ryut is safe, and the narrator can only register the update as a blunt text after all that panic. Under the moonlit parking sign, someone exhales a ragged ha, the night sky swallowing his leftover fear and exhaustion. One friend mutters that Ryuta and Tauma are terrible at hiding their feelings, recalling that frantic expression, while the other sighs that their fake discretion only makes things more troublesome to watch. Another laughs that their crush is so obvious he has to pretend not to notice, and his companion quietly agrees, complicit in the shared secret. Chewing on his skewer with a dead-eyed glare, the narrator snaps that these guys, who screw around over the phone or in other people's houses, are the last ones allowed to judge anyone's love life. A desperate hand clamps around a wrist with a pleading, "Please wait, Yashido-san," turning a casual departure into a charged moment that refuses to let the older man walk away. Flushed and shaking, the younger man clutches his chest and insists he is serious, as if terrified his confession will be dismissed as childish. The bespectacled adult smiles with a faint sweat and tells him not to tease grown-ups too much, masking unease behind a patronizing calm that only widens the gap between them. Drifting through the busy city, he muses that in this world where tragedies rarely stick, even thorny age gaps almost never manage to derail romance for long. A lineup of handsome older men materializes like a danger chart, and he privately swears to steer clear of every refined dilf, dandy, and eternally youthful beauty who clearly is not a safe, average Uncle Mob. The narration needles that age gap flags can just as easily strike from below, and a faint groan answers from somewhere off panel like the first crack in his defenses. Passing the bushes, he hears a tiny voice choking out mama through sobs, and his steps falter as the wailing child yanks at his conscience. Close up on the tear-streaked kid, the narrator warns this isn't just a small age difference but a long-range sniper in years, the kind that hits from impossibly far away. As the child curls up, shoulders shaking, narration hisses that what looks like a cute little girl is, in this world, anything but simple innocence. A fluffy puppy with thick legs radiates prophetic light as the warning lands that children who resemble adorable girls now will someday grow into towering, wild-hearted pretty boys. Watching the kid bawl loud enough to rattle the air, he grimly admits he can't abandon him yet knows all too well that, in this place, even basic kindness toward a crying child can plant a landmine for future trouble. Bleary-eyed and smirking weakly, he admits an all-nighter on his report has left him too exhausted to think straight, even as a child's distant crying grates on his frayed nerves. He weighs dragging the crying kid to the police box just to dodge suspicion, then realizes even that plan reeks of guilt. Eyes flashing with sudden resolve, he bolts off thinking any older man will do, as long as he can shove this responsibility onto a convenient adult. He crouches toward the tearful child and calls out, "Little girl," already feeling how wrong and fragile this approach looks. Smiling gently, the androgynous beauty greets the lost child and casually admits he just called over a classmate to dump this troublesome job on him. The protagonist's messy hair, dark circles, and wrecked complexion stare back at him like a mugshot, proving how criminal he already looks on paper. He imagines his own face slapped onto the attempted abduction poster and shudders, convinced that in this BL world only pretty, androgynous men can talk to kids without sirens blaring. With a soft tilt of his head, the handsome classmate asks if the kid got lost on an errand and suggests they go to the store together, his easy charm erasing every hint of danger. Blushing and murmuring yeah, the child walks beside him, blissfully unaware this chance meeting will one day be called destiny with his future lover. Swaying down the street and muttering about flags to himself, the exhausted narrator becomes such a spectacle that a nearby mom hisses for her kid not to stare. A close-up of the deadbolt turns ominous, as narration reminds that people lock doors to keep crime out or protect what matters most. The street scene widens while he asks what happens when someone forgets to lock up in this BL manga world, where people act like bad things only happen in stories. Facing a roaring dragon alone, the hero stands as a metaphor for the die-hard solo player. The same beast looms again as new allies appear, and narration dryly notes that even lone wolves tend to switch to multiplayer eventually. In the quiet lecture hall, he explains that a lock can be as simple as knocking first if you want to avoid dangerous encounters. Slumped against his hand with nothing to do, he lazily scrolls his phone in search of mental escape. Thumb flicking the screen, he admits he kills time by browsing endless cat photos online. Staring blankly at the dotted sky of his feed, he muses that the net overflows with other people's cats and all kinds of questionable images. A teasing hand tugs down a collar to reveal bare skin as someone coos. Wow, it's a kitten, turning the word filthy without even trying. Jaw tight, he angrily taps the block button and grumbles that posts like this should be locked away, not parading in public searches. He strolls over with a casual smile and a convenience bag, announcing he bought drinks while the others thank him, unaware this tiny kindness may cost him later. Wiping sweat and complaining about the brutal heat, he vows to wear short sleeves tomorrow, oblivious that more exposed skin means more danger in this world. Tugging open his collar, he reveals a constellation of beauty marks shaped like a kitten, the quiet exposure instantly turning his neck into a loaded secret. Over a sky mapped like the Southern Cross, narration warns that once the other party knows about such a distinct mark, merely showing it is enough to raise a flag. While one boy blandly claims he's just looking at cat pictures, the pierced classmate stares, awed that he must really love cats, and a silent ellipsis thickens between them. With phones inches apart, the cat lover explains the **kitten* tag and his habit of scrolling cats when tired, while narration urges urgent action before others use that same search. Expression darkening, he types kitten and realizes with a chill that if a classmate spots his post, the mysterious owner behind those cat photos will be forced to respond. The minimalist caption admits he assumed that was all it would amount to, only for later events to prove how badly he misjudged it. Soon after, a grinning guy slings an arm around the flustered beauty and jokes that this kitten has already found his owner, hearts popping like mocking applause. Against a dizzy patterned backdrop, another boy coolly declares that now this stray has become a house cat, he wants him locked indoors forever, turning play into possessive threat. A fingertip hovers over the glowing cat photo on the phone screen, the impending tap feeling like the moment everything online snaps into real life. Surrounded by manga memories, he admits he's already survived countless BL flags and now resolves to act like a clueless beginner again just to stay alive. Panels swirl as narration singles out one everyday element he must handle with extreme caution, something so ordinary it slips past defenses. Two hands close around a business card as if it were a lifeline, and narration bluntly names that perilous element, exchanging contact information. Soft sparkles surround boys nearly colliding, dozing onto shoulders and grabbing the same book, each contrived bump a pretext for touch disguised as accident. Outside the izakaya sign, narration concedes he could list endless contact traps, but warns that certain touches demand extra vigilance because they tickle in all the wrong ways. Inside, a long-haired friend flips through a famous BL comic and calls out, "Made you wait," while narration notes how this childish imitation scene pops up constantly in the genre. Fingers scrabble under a shirt as one boy cackles that the other is absurdly ticklish, while the victim squeals for him to stop, laughter edging toward something riskier. Blushing and squirming, the striped boy fends off attacks from every side as narration explains a drunk has turned the room into a full-body assault course. Hands raised in hasty surrender, he slips away with a polite pardon, confessing he always abandons his seat during scenes like this so the hungry crowd never singles him out. Holding up a warning hand, he explains that fighting or fleeing a tickle attack just wastes everyone's effort, while the grinning friend looms closer, purring that he's next. Off-panel shrieks of no collide with gleeful boasts about grabbing someone's sides as unseen fingers mercilessly tickle. Laughing with eyes shut, he describes how the tickler must time the finale just right, his carefree cackle masking the control he wields. Blushing and breathless, the younger boy clutches his chest and admits that the sigh after shared laughter leaves his body slack with relief. While footsteps pound closer and someone cheerfully calls him next, he sits with his drink and dryly asks if this tickle gauntlet is some regular ritual. Straddling his squirming friend, he digs in with relentless tickles as the boy howls that it's too much and to stop, their tangled bodies blurring the line between play and something riskier. Panting over the pinned body, he blushes and grudgingly admits that the other guy's gasping protest somehow sounds erotically charged. Half hidden behind the menu, he drones out a mountain of greasy orders while the others quietly listen, knowing the gluttonous list has already been approved. Strapped into a giant zippered cocoon on his bed, he stares blankly at the ceiling while narration coolly muses about metamorphosis, turning the absurd image into a threat. Over the busy city, narration declares that in this BL manga world metamorphosis is real, even though everything still masquerades as ordinary modern Japan. Eyeing a hair salon sign, he scratches his head, while narration explains that any so-called metamorphosis here is really just a human-scale change hiding in plain life. The school tower rises under calm skies as narration bluntly translates all this talk of transformation into one loaded word: makeovers. Sweating into his phone before summer break, the chubby otaku apologizes that he's skipping drinks because his favorite idol is streaming, panicking when his name keeps getting misread. After summer, the same man reappears slim and sharp amid roses, snapping that it's a soda, not Futopa, while admitting his idol's love scandal killed his appetite. A classmate's thought slams like a bam that skinny Hosoda is exactly his type, while the narrator worries more about the unhealthy weight loss he pointedly ignores. Passing couples in the corridor, the observer notes that marshmallow-bodied Hosoda once hyped lovers like he does now, yet somewhere over summer that side character shifted lanes. Sparkling softly, Hosoda touches his cheek in shy disbelief, as narration warns that in this world, even a mob-like guy can suddenly get drafted as the main BL lead. The apartment block basks in summer light while narration hints that something else, far more dangerous than a diet, also unfolded during that break. Hearing someone greet Ayato's big brother, the surly man turns with a frown, prickling at the nagging familiarity in that voice. Framed by flowers and an easy smile, the handsome blonde waves and says it has been a while Yato's brother stares back, rattled and unable to place who this walking flag even is. He eyes the smiling stranger and coolly reasons that anyone who knows Ayato must be his brother's friend, even while a crawl of unease insists they have never once met. A jagged memory of a too bright it's been a while Aya, slices through his mind, exposing how forced and wrong that lukewarm greeting just sounded. He sizes up the cheerful blonde calling Aya, decides with a flat hum that this guy is just another mob like him, and dismisses him as not the one. Then with a jolt, he realizes his mental image is completely off as the same blonde suddenly radiates flowers and charm, shattering his mob category. Staring at the grinning boy from that old panel, he remembers believing that whenever a new character like this appeared, some other poor soul quietly vanished from the story. Watching the blonde dash off to a shout of "Hey Yuzui," he bluntly asks who he even is while swearing there was only one guy back then who ever had flowers on his back. As the friend scolds Yuzui not to wander off and Yuzui laughs that he just wanted to greet Yato's brother, the ignored observer mutters a hollow hello that no one really hears. Trudging home, he reflects that by getting redesigned lines and a name, this Yuzui has clearly been promoted into a main character of the very fiction trapping him. Hand on his chin, he paces and wonders if even his own face would gain cooler detail if he obediently followed the genre's rules, morbidly curious despite having no desire to try. Roses burst behind Yuzui as he cheerfully asks if Yato's brother is heading home too, while Tojo frowns and demands what his bro is scheming now. Watching their glittering approach, he smirks that maybe it all just depends on the person, only for Ayato to snap unsettled and demand what that creepy expression means. Surrounded by cobwebs and costumes, he stands in a cape and blankly asks himself how he let his guard down enough to end up at a Halloween party at all. Nursing a drink under a dangling mask, he dryly notes it is really just another drinking party with a seasonal label slapped on, nothing less dangerous for that. He surveys a trio of smoldering vampire cosplayers and mutters that, as always in this BL manga world, Halloween brings a full outbreak of bloodsuckers in love. Floating pumpkins and bats frame his thought that even with so many of them, couples strangely avoid matching outfits, as if holding back from an obvious cliché. He observes that each vampire's partner shows up in some other fetish costume, devils, black cats, witches, nurses, turning the entire room into a catalog of kinks. Watching a shy mummy complain about being wrapped head to toe while everyone else looks effortlessly cool, he sips his drink and snarks that the real mystery is why that guy is basically naked underneath. In the doorway's shadow, someone preens about how dressing as a woman will make a killing tonight, and he winces, knowing this kind of stunt always detonates the room. A blood-splattered nurse bursts in with jazz hands and a jokey boom, and he feels the atmosphere spike as the cosplay crosses straight into erotic slapstick. Seeing another trio of nurses greet Ryota and tease that he is matching too many people at once, he thinks grimly that even costumes here can't stop partners from multiplying. Dressed as a nurse and framed by flowers, Yumezaki's bright smile makes the narrator seethe at how Ryota's beauty humiliates every normal girl in this world. Jason-masked Ryota licks a gory lollipop and shrugs that being erotically half-naked at the Halloween party sounded funny, while his mortified friend curses showing off like that in public. Peering through twin circles of darkness at the blaring decorations, he grumbles that if university Halloween parties are always this loud, he never wants to come again. Clutching his head under the ghost sheet, he mutters that this BL world is just drunken, noisy idiots begging to be taken home, and demands to know why his brother willingly swims in it. Over the quiet campus building, he remembers telling himself only days ago that certain events might be worth attending. Ears pricked at the word Halloween, he reasons that in this world couples milk events hardest, but if the fee is cheap and the booze is free-flowing, even he would probably cave and go. Now hunched and clutching his head, he agonizes over that reckless promise to find someone today, realizing it is all too easy to hunt flags when you know they are coming. Wrapped in a sweating ghost costume amid the glittering bar, he stiffens as curious eyes swivel toward him, sensing trouble the instant the room starts whispering. Through squinted eyes inside the stifling sheet, he admits he is glad no one can see his face because talking to people is torture, even though the costume almost blinds him. A hard bump jolts his side and he snaps that he was standing right there, only to get a lazy my bad that does nothing to ease the sting. When the girls sneer that the ghost he collided with is creepy and tell him not to touch them, he shrinks back, stung by their open disgust. Listening to them gossip that Mizumoto might show up half-naked, yet probably will not come, he winces at how even other people's risky costumes feel like floating landmines. Panting and flushed, he wheezes that the sheet is suffocatingly hot and decides to grab a drink before he passes out. Fumbling around blind, he curses that he cannot find the eye holes or grip the tablecloth, his ghost form reduced to a helpless lump beside the glasses. Shaking his arms wildly, he staggers forward as someone dryly points out the monster, turning his clumsy struggle into a sideshow. A calm hand lifts the cocktail toward him with a gentle, "Are you trying to get this?" and his muffled thanks spills out in relief at being saved. Hidden behind the sheet, he awkwardly lines the glass with an eye hole and slurps, trying to drink without exposing a single inch of himself. Staring at his phone afterward, he admits he only called out because he was stuck, then grimly reminds himself that in a BL world careless interactions are fatal and decides to bolt. Still swaddled in the costume, he yells, "Hey, wait," after the man, only to launch himself forward in a panicked rush. His foot catches, the ghost body topples, and nearby onlookers jerk in shock as his fall threatens to blow his flimsy anonymity apart. The two costumed girls giggle about just chatting with that guy, oblivious to how their careless gossip tightens the tension. Mizumoto stiffens and blushes hard at being called out, cornered by attention he clearly didn't want. While he blandly praises his jelly, the scene explodes as girls cling to Mizumoto, dragging him for drinks while he yells to be let go. Banners and balloons scream festival joy as the narrator grimly notes his brother's school event has appeared like a looming stage trap. On the phone with a strained smile, the brother explains he's filming the play for distant grandparents, duty weighing heavier than his words. A New Year's envelope floats center stage, while narration insists a stay-at-home college kid has no right to ignore the orders of those funding him. Wandering through strangers with a drink, he mutters that his brother will be overshadowed anyway and suggests snapping proof, then escaping this BL swarm. Under the lazy sky, he admits he was taking it easy, not yet sensing the festival clouds are packed with flags. In the dim hall, he casually films as the announcer introduces Class 2's Cinderella, dismissing the play itself as forgettably standard. Expression flat, he zooms in while whispers note a boy is playing Cinderella, his deadpan classic masking fresh dread. On stage, an unknown boy in a dress and an unfamiliar prince recite lines, while narration coolly notes some random guy has claimed the lead. Sipping his drink, he reminds himself this is a BL world, and the festival merely parades whatever hidden couples his brother's class is hiding. He decides to save storage until his brother appears, letting the early scenes run past like background noise he refuses to dignify. A wizard shouts about midnight and spells while a cross-dressed stepmother cackles for dinner, and the chaos pushes the fairy tale toward farce. The prince leans forward, demanding why Cinderella runs and stammering that he thinks he knows what they really are, emotions cracking his role. Blushing in the gown, Cinderella flails that they can't be together and then clumsily downgrades it to needing to go home, betraying real panic. A sparkling glass heel on a cushion turns the narrator's warning concrete as the prince is ordered to hunt down whoever can bear this shoe. Face soft and eyes bright, the prince confesses he loves the girl from that night, insisting she is standing right here. Smiling gently in an apron, the Cinderella boy answers that he loves him too, letting the scripted confession bleed into something raw. As applause swells around his camera, he stares blankly and mutters that Class 2's Cinderella reeked of personal feelings, professionalism completely abandoned. Scrolling through his phone with a flat stare, he coolly insists that the supposedly fake onstage kiss was absolutely real, no matter what anyone says. His tiny chibi self slumps up from the chair, exhaustedly declaring the play filmed and his task finally over as if he has barely crawled across a finish line. Bathed in ominous black, he freezes mid-thought and uneasily wonders if he even has a younger brother, the doubt itself feeling like a glitch in reality. Floating high heels and disjointed thoughts swirl as he realizes the performance's emotional whirlwind has made him forget why he came and whether he left someone behind. He remembers that in the finished BL theater video, his brother barely appeared as a horse pulling a carriage, proving this world erases anyone not playing the lead even from happy endings. On the TV, stern headlines declare discrimination against Omegas a hot issue, turning abstract prejudice into a constant newsflash warning. The broadcast proudly introduces a professor from the Center for Sexual Biology, signaling that even academia now dissects people's bodies and instincts. As the polite thank you drones from the TV, the camera drifts over his cluttered room, hinting that cold research on new inhibitors is creeping right into his private life. Holding the remote with dead eyes, he mutters that suddenly waking up in an Omgaverse is just too much, as if the universe has crossed a final line. Slumped over a newspaper screaming about heats and problematic questions, he sweats and mutters that he literally opened his eyes this morning in an Omgaverse world. Floating text confesses he has never even studied this setting, yet the rules feel so infamous that even he instinctively grasps the danger. A frilly chart of alpha, beta, and omega traits blooms with flowers, while narration grimly concludes that in this hierarchy, his chances of avoiding flags have skyrocketed downward. Sweating a crooked smile, he admits he nervously checked his own classification, bracing for whatever label might wreck his remaining safety. Imagining his whole family tree stamped with beta marks, he pictures himself as a farmer from generations of mediocrity and tries to take comfort in how unremarkable that sounds. Watching his brother eat, he remembers that this supposedly beta sibling is dating Taoju and feels a prickling contradiction claw at his fragile sense of security. He pictures the composed student body president glowing like an obvious alpha beside his brother and decides template followers in this world would never stray from alpha, omega, making their ongoing relationship deeply unsettling. Shadows writhe around his profile as he imagines any handsome stranger turning out to be a hidden omega converting bullet and realizes if his brother could flip from beta to omega, then nowhere is safe for him. Perched on the sofa with arms folded, he resolves to subtly interrogate his brother while the TV drones about Mr. XXX as the first Omega candidate, turning dinner into a covert investigation. Eyeing him over chopsticks, the brother pauses with a wary as he casually asks if Taoju, the student council president, belongs to that mostly alpha council, forcing the conversation toward dangerous territory. Jaw-dropping in genuine confusion, the brother snaps back that Taoju has nothing to do with alphas on the student council and demands what nonsense he's spouting, shattering the narrator's tidy assumptions. As he's told Taoju isn't the student council president and must be getting mixed up with him, Yato's brother stares flatly while the other guy gasps that his position has been compromised, already spiraling into melodrama. Slumped groggily, he recalls dreaming he'd been reborn into a terrifying alternate universe and labels it a plain nightmare. Shuffling to the kitchen muttering what a waste of a dream and that he has to eat, he notes that in this world of constant BL trials, hunger still wins. Hands in pockets and food on his mind, he trudges along thinking at least there's some twisted logic to the romantic flags he has to dodge. Grumbling that he's glad real life doesn't spring random plot twists because they feel too forced, he's abruptly stopped by a timid "excuse me" that shatters that belief. When the flushed boy stammers that he's Yato's older brother and blurts out "I like you," the world erupts in flowers as the narrator screams at this ambush confession with zero warning. Facing the sparkly stranger, he thinks the land of BL has no laws if even a setting change can't stop a handsome guy from materializing to attack him with affection out of nowhere. He coolly observes that a confession is one of the most unavoidable death flags, while admitting the story's pace is terrifying. Yet the sudden boy declaring his love takes urgent priority. Staring at the blushing student who explains he's Ayato's acquaintance and has never met him before, he flounders at why a total stranger would choose this moment to confess. Forcing a bright grin, he launches his mishearing strategy and pretends to think the kid mentioned a stolen bike, hoping to derail romance with feigned stupidity. The narration overlays a dizzy pattern as it explains that twisting, like into any rhyming word then wishing them luck, is a dirty but necessary trick to shut down confessions before they land. Instead, the boy simply frowns in confusion and clearly repeats, "I like you," smashing through the tactic with blunt sincerity. Gaping, he stammers that they've never even met and wonders how someone can say that so easily, branding the kid's emotional courage as a terrifying heart of steel. When the boy winces that he's forgotten him, then quietly insists they met before, his downcast eyes betray the hurt that old memory still carries. A flash of sky stamped 8 years ago stretches over the trees, while the narrator yells that dragging ancient history into this is pushing things way too far. A wall of speech recounts how he once helped the kid fix a broken bicycle in elementary school, the narrator dryly compressing this epic backstory of 2 Olympic Games into a single, overly earnest rescue. Listening to "Since Then I've Always Loved You," he sweats and realizes this has been a long-range sniper crush, his casual childhood kindness weaponized into years of devotion. Chibai diagrams explain that pretending not to be that childhood savior already failed, and that deliberately making the boy hate him would require spending even more dangerous time together. Half his face swallowed by shadow, he admits the obvious that in the worst case he'll just have to reject the kid directly, even as the words feel heavier than he wants. Imagining Ayato ringed by his friends, he grimly calculates that because this boy belongs to that circle and future encounters are guaranteed, the only safe move is to crush this flag completely right now. Forcing a strained smile, the guy starts to turn her down just as his brother walks up behind him with a stunned, "Huh, oh hey bro," shattering the moment. Expression flat and eyes dark, the brother seethes inside while casually saying he'll join for food, furious at this little brat daring to reject him. Hatano pants nervously and begs him to please think it over, leaving the other guy blinking in confused silence at the sudden plea. As Hatano walks away with his bag, the brother's outstretched hand in desperate "no, wait" betray a panic he refuses to voice. Watching Hatano's back vanish, the brother's twisted grin and dead eyes confess that this outcome is somehow even worse than his imagined worst-case scenario. When his sibling demands why he was with Hatano, the brother turns away, certain this BL world would never release such a juicy setup and that their paths will cross again. Staring ahead in annoyed resignation, the narrator admits his brother has devolved into a mob commentator on Hot Guys and quietly wonders what Hatano even wants from him. A few days later under the same night sky, Hatano stands beside the brother with a stiff awe, while narration labels it bluntly as a flag progression event. Facing each other awkwardly, the brother starts to bring up the other day, and Hatano stammers back, both men snagged on the unspoken confession. Sweating with a crooked smile, the brother thinks this is his belated chance to say no, but Hatano cuts in to put things on hold, yanking that escape away. Hatano blushes and trembles as he apologizes for getting ahead of himself, assuming the brother has forgotten, while the narrator reels that he gave up without a fight and frets over what on hold means. The camera drops to Hatano's shoes as he quietly warns that dating a minor means arrest, something he heard on TV, and the narrator shrieks inside that real-world law just overruled BL rules. Hatano suddenly grabs him with a shocked whoa and shoves him back, the physical jolt matching the emotional whiplash. Clutching his shirt, Hatano yells that he likes him, swears he'll say it again in 3 years, and vows never to give him up, turning their gap into a fierce promise. Face burning and stuttering, Hatano tries to continue his confession, choking on his own words as nerves strangle every syllable. With a pained smile and sweat beading, the brother finishes the moment with a weak, "That's all," clearly rattled yet pretending indifference. Hatano suddenly bolts with a shouted "ah," while the brother stands frozen, the phrase 3 years echoing before he lunges into a desperate charge after him. Yanking his jacket as he sprints, the brother roars that there's no time to wait 3 years and orders the little brat to stop, refusing to let the story skip ahead. Pounding down the street, he thinks only an idiot would relax with a 3-year deadline and knows if Hatano escapes now, this world will bombard them with even more flag-reinforcing events. Text bubbles from his brother's chat announce school ending at noon and a friend visit, while he grimly calculates that once Hatano graduates and stops being my brother's classmate, he could be attacked from any direction with no warning at all. Alone in the narrow alley, he breaks into a determined run, swearing he cannot let that long-haired boy slip out of his grasp. His feet falter between urgent steps and hesitant drags as he battles himself, insisting he must break this flag even while whispering he doesn't have to. Sweat pouring down his grin, he bitterly admits that a lazy, hard-drinking adult like him can hardly hope to chase down a fit high schooler on foot. Bent over and gasping, he sketches a desperate strategy to avoid contact until Ayato graduates, praying distance will suffocate the flag before it can fully form. Sprawled on his bed, he rewinds yesterday's humiliating curveball and forces himself to draft a brand new game plan against his own past mistakes. Half asleep on the pillow, he wonders if this ridiculous fate is really his, questioning why a boy would fall for the one childhood helper instead of any babysitter or teacher. Eyes widening in the dark, he curses himself for forgetting the simplest laws of a BL manga world that's been smothering him since day one. A cold idea snaps into place as he decides the only move left is a ruthless game of spot the difference. Staring at his reflection amid bathroom bottles, he mutters that there's just one thing he can truly change. With black hair suddenly framing the same hoodie, he challenges the mirror and asks if the crucial difference finally stands out. Montaged couples with clashing hair colors swirl through his mind as he concludes that in this world, matching shades almost never share a bed. Gazing at Hatano's dark hair, he resolves with a chill that to shatter that romantic flag, he'll make himself a perfect color match. Tugging his newly abused scalp, he notes that aside from the hit to his wallet and hairline, this defensive makeover battle actually went disturbingly smoothly. Dragging himself through the doorway as the lock clicks, he recalls that his brother conveniently announced he'd be bringing friends over today, turning the house into a testing ground. Peeking into the room with a wince, the brother gawks at his altered look and orders him to hide upstairs, as if his very face is now hazardous. Students spill into the hall as the long-haired boy politely greets Oniason and praises the dyed hair, while classmates whisper that he looks different and the real trial begins. Lounging on the sofa with a forced wave, he admits it's terrifying to obey BL world rules, yet steels himself to see whether this reckless strategy actually holds. Face framed by soft flowers, the long-haired boy steps forward with a shy "excuse me," and the air tightens as their newly matched colors meet. Watching him pause in the doorway, the older brother hums in uneasy curiosity, sensing something off in the silent arrival. Leaning over his notebook with a sharp grin, he gulps nervously and analyzes Hatano's milder reaction, wondering if his risky plan is finally starting to work. Shaking and covering his mouth, he stares at the familiar hair and whispers that it can't be his childhood Nuchin. Blushing hard with his hand over his lips, he reels as the other calmly asks if he is the fiancé from elementary school and shrieks that he's kept that status since kindergarten. Shoved toward the door with a strain, that's enough. He insists today is his first time dyeing his hair while the other chases after him, pleading about the secret garden where they pledged love, and he only just manages to escape. Arms folded and eyes shadowed, he shivers at the realization that smashing one flag just raised another and vows to move even more carefully in this terrifying system. Over the chirping morning rooftops, narration admits that by the next day he finally glimpses the true, oppressive power of this world. Staring into the bathroom mirror, he silently screams a rapid-fire no as something impossible reflects back at him. Sweat beading on his brow, he grabs at his head and panics that the hair he dyed black yesterday has reverted, wondering if this world forbids appearance changes without permission. Grinding his teeth and sweating, he mutters that it has to be some trick because no manga scene change should reset his body like this. Shuffling with his wallet, he grimly notes that his hair went back but the money for the dye did not, confirming this world is both scary and mercilessly unfair. Sipping coffee in a bustling cafe, Masumi Mayama introduces himself as a busy student and BL manga artist, posing elegantly because even his posture is part of the job. Smirking as chatter swirls around him, he explains that cafes collect people's romantic frustrations, making them perfect hunting grounds where he keeps his creative antennae on high alert. His pen rests on a mostly blank notebook while he quietly insists he can spin stories on his own, even as the empty lines betray the pressure. Grinning to himself with a goofy tilt of the head, he lights up at the thought that hating someone yet being forced to get along might actually be a really good story. Hands clasped before his face at the table, one boy murmurs that when he looks at his always smiling, self-sacrificing friend, the feeling gnawing at him is maddening. Fingers pressed together, he exhales that it is frustrating, and the unseen narrator labels his torment for what it is, love. Frantically scribbling in his notebook, Mayama explains that when every complaint hides something you secretly like about a person, that contradiction itself proves it is love. Snapping his head up with an aha, he seizes on the report that someone has been laughing more lately, sensing another crack where feelings might be leaking out. From above, the worried boy recalls how his friend once hated school and only ever smiled for him, now torn between relief at the new friendships and a quiet ache at being left behind. Watching ice clink in his drink, he admits he is a little sad and misses those rooftop talks with just the two of them, bearing a loneliness he barely dares to name. Smiling shyly over his straw, he asks if that yearning is weird, and the narration answers mercilessly that what he is feeling is unmistakably love. Clutching his pens like weapons, the bespectacled mangaka coolly diagnoses that jealousy over shared time means the poor guy is already in love, and in deeper than he dares admit. He leans in with a gleeful aha as he confirms the other idiot delayed confessing, turning that hesitation itself into damning romantic evidence. Staring at his back, the amnesiac's admirer agonizes that blurting "I love you" at someone who cannot even remember him is unfair, yet he cannot bear to sit still and do nothing. Blushing and overthinking every rule, the blonde listens to advice about keeping respectful distance from an older crush, even as his own heart screams that love should ignore such barriers. Scribbling like mad, the younger mangaka insists that being born later means charging in recklessly, urging the flustered boy to chase passionate love instead of polite restraint. Snapping his notebook shut with a satisfied thump, he quietly revels that today's overheard angst has stocked him with fresh BL material. Stretching toward the window with lazy pride, he muses that stealing real worries for BL scripts just makes him a biographer of this chaotic world. In the bustling cafe, he slumps over his notes while nearby chatter about breaking up with boyfriends grinds on, until he sighs that only in a real BL manga world would such drama finally make sense. Against a starry black swirl, narration explains that in this BL world, sense can yank up memories and emotions far more violently than in reality. Hands cupped over his face mid-sneeze, the boy unwittingly becomes the example of how even a sniffle can trigger concern and intimacy. By the drink aisle, one guy downplays his cough as just a chill while his friend scolds that flimsy clothes caused it, their ordinary exchange already steeped in worry. As he strides off to the club room, he tosses his sweater back with orders to wear it, leaving the protesting friend blushing and fumbling with the unwanted warmth. Burying his face in that sweater, the younger boy inhales the lingering scent, cheeks burning as the smell wraps him in a guilty sense of safety and secret comfort. Sitting too close on the grass, one complains he can smell the other's cologne, while the shameless guy laughs that sticking near him will scare off bugs, twisting fragrance into an excuse for proximity. Walking side by side, one begs him to keep some distance because he reeks of smoke, while the other hurriedly blames a chain-smoking professor as if hiding some more scandalous smell. A campus tower rises under calm skies, while narration warns that even a stray scent here can signal looming plot twists. Three boys greet him with easy yos and mornins, and he returns a flat hey while quietly scanning their entrance like a crime scene. Expression unreadable, he stares at their cheerful faces and silently concludes that the dense scent of couplehood around them is practically visible. Bottles gleam in the shower rack as narration explains that sharing shampoo is innocent in normal life, but in BL space, matching scent at dawn screams something far more intimate. Hearing them casually explain about last night's drinks and sleepover, he cracks a joking question about their shared shampoo while vowing inside to keep acting like a clueless mob now that he has sniffed out the truth. While one cat purrs in a trader's lap, the hissing Mimi-chan exposes him as a cheating owner, proving even pets can smell infidelity. Red strings and joined hands frame the ominous question of how a couple first met, as if fate itself will interrogate their origin story. Shadowy silhouettes toast and kneel like lovers in a fairy tale, hinting that marriages can be bargains or traps born from passion. Amid a collage of boys kissing, laughing, and clinging, the narrator admits some BL meetings defy explanation even in this anything-goes world. Beaming with peace signs, the mangaka begs his friends to give him scandal at tonight's drinking party, turning their casual invite into a request for drama. Watching the downpour from the corridor, he mutters about the rain as if it were a curtain about to hide something indecent. With easy smiles, the two guys decline the party, their matching excuses ringing like a rehearsed alibi for secret plans. Adjusting his glasses with a blush, the observer notes those synchronized disappearances and wonders if they are quietly crossing the line into dating. A tired eye narrows as the narrator coldly defines their bond as friends with benefits, insisting BL here starts with bodies before hearts. Side by side under umbrellas, the pair vanish into the rainy night only to return bruised, leaving the watcher to blame the season while imagining rougher causes. Smiling languidly, he denies having a girlfriend, and the narrator latches onto that empty slot as a gaping opening toward BL. The other boy dodges the follow-up by mumbling it's nothing, his evasive gaze betraying a curiosity he refuses to name. Over the school facade, the narrator surrenders to the cruel logic that in this world every path, no matter how ordinary, curves back to BL. Around the cafeteria table, friends gape and demand if the pair have really been sneaking around like this, shock cracking the group's easy routine. Sitting shoulder to shoulder, one apologizes for the sudden confession while the other fumbles for words, both trapped in the awkward need to define themselves. Their hands squeeze together under the table as one finally declares he no longer wants to lie, pinning their relationship to the open. As flowers of acceptance float around the chatter, the lone uncoupled friend watches in deadpan silence, reminded yet again he is the only one left out. Leaning forward with nosy enthusiasm, a classmate demands to know how they ended up together, turning their private mess into group entertainment. One man stammers through a flimsy seatmate story while his partner mutters he is terrible at this, and narration warns that former hookups need cleaner cover tales. Back home with his failed dye job and unimpressed cat, he admits the hairstyle ploy bombed, yet grudgingly concedes it still stirred up more BL chaos than he planned. Blushing and shaking with a cookie in hand, he realizes Masato approached him the instant he dyed his hair black, and the implications scare him. He coolly calculates that if Masato really likes black hair, then Masato and Hatano might be compatible enough to reroute this dangerous attraction. In a flowery frame of chibai cupids, he unveils his grand scheme and names it Operation Cupid, fully aware where this meddling is headed. Grinning like an overexcited meddler, he warns himself that in BL a pushy matchmaker can easily become a target, while he still fantasizes about giving everyone just a little shove. Hatano's intense confession, vowing to make him understand he's the only one he likes, flashes as the worst-case outcome he knows is far too likely. Over a quiet street view, he decides this plan needs subtlety, like coaxing the wind itself to change direction without anyone noticing. Peeking down the stairs when Ayato brings friends over, he shamelessly eavesdrops, hunting for the right angle to twist their conversations. Later, he waits in the hallway for the perfect moment and calls out to Hatano, ready to nudge fate when the timing finally feels right. With casual hands and hidden intent, he asks why Misato doesn't cut his long hair, poking at a weakness he hopes to weaponize. When Misato dodges by claiming he needs the bathroom, Yato dryly calls out the evasion, and the tension in their small talk spikes. Opening the door with an easy wave, he greets Misato in surprise, while the visitor stiffens in alarm at being caught off guard. Misato bows and apologizes for intruding as Ayato's brother waves off the worry, both men pretending this strained politeness is normal. Smiling brightly, he brings up how long Hatano's hair is now, and Hatano answers with a wary huh, suddenly self-conscious under the scrutiny. Flustered, Hatano asks if it looks weird, and the other hurriedly insists it only seems troublesome, pushing the question deeper under his skin. Hatano protests he just ties it back for class, while the grinning instigator claims he was only curious since Hatano's the lone long-haired guy, apologizing as if this weren't calculated. Their footsteps echo down the hall as Hatano walks past, leaving Ayato's brother hunched and scheming behind him. Peering from the corner with a dramatic "du-dun," he smugly predicts that impulsive BL-type beauties always chop their hair after a single suggestion. He imagines Misato cheerfully parroting, "Why don't you cut your hair?" So it looks like Misato's idea, not his manipulation, tightening the invisible strings. He pictures a freshly shorn Hatano while Misato, king of assumptions, believes the haircut was for him and starts spiraling into romantic delusions. Striding down the corridor thinking only of the bathroom, he smugly forecasts that once Misato fixates on Hatano, he'll be free from danger at last, even as the plan edges toward chaos. Wrapped in blankets with a leering grin, he hears the distant protest, and smugly thinks the poor guy has no idea this so-called happy-ending world is about to swallow him. A quiet neighborhood shot marks the calm one-week lull before the next flag detonates. His phone glows with Ayato's terse text ordering him to stay shut in his room when friends visit, and the command prickles like a quarantine. Arms folded on the couch, he pointedly waits in the living room instead, daring the incoming guests to break his imposed house arrest. He imagines the sparkling guy spluttering over Misato's new haircut and coolly judges whether his risky flag transfer scheme actually worked. The front door creaks with an "I'm home" and he tenses, bracing for the experiment's results to march in. Yato's offhand remark about needing a trim slams into him with a double exclamation, as if the smallest comment might unleash another chain reaction. Seeing the long-haired boy still blushing under his bangs, he silently screams at Ayato for failing to cut it and wonders why this lingering softness won't vanish. Perched awkwardly, he greets them with a strained hi while mentally demanding why BL logic refuses to make anyone cling to his casual comments the way it's supposed to. A beaming delinquent flashes a peace sign and calls him Nichin, his loud friendliness crashing against the observer's fragile sense of safety. Sweat beading, he stares at the grinning Misato, who gushes about finally getting that haircut, and he reels at how badly this diverges from the script he counted on. Posing beside a polished blonde, Misato brags he's way hotter than that preppy rival and jokes Ayato might fall for him, while the pretty boy mercilessly mocks that the trim fixed nothing in his brain. With a twitching smile, he declares the whole flag transfer operation a flop, and consoles himself that only a few centimeters of Kansai-accented hair were sacrificed in this failed gambit. Yato's eyes narrow at the memory of someone softly pointing out how long his hair was, the trailing silence now heavy with implications he missed. Back in that summer scene, the younger boy fidgets and explains short hair burns his neck red, anxiously asking if it's weird while Yato blurts that it's absolutely not. Blushing as he touches those long strands, Ayato insists the hair is really cool, his awkward praise betraying the seed that never stopped growing. Called from downstairs, Hatano hesitates on the steps before answering yes, his small voice hinting he's already lost in thoughts he can't show them. A neat floor plan promises solitude and freedom in his college apartment, yet narration reminds him that handling everything alone also means no witnesses if loneliness twists into something stranger. Controllers and candy float over dotted space as that same freedom turns sinister, tempting anyone once restricted from sweets or games to drown themselves in guilty indulgence. Silhouetted students gorge and mash buttons, discovering that once the ban lifts in their empty rooms, they either bloat with snacks or sink into video game addiction, prisoners of their own unchecked desires. Outside the quiet, parentless-looking campus, narration bleakly notes that in BL Manga 2, people start doing things they'd never attempt under their parents' gaze. One boy clamps on his friend from behind with a too-familiar hug, loudly announcing another visit to his place while the other explodes in panicked protest. Teeth bared and eyes wide, he threatens to kill the whispering man at his ear, who only taunts that he clearly can't get enough. The cardiganed observer eyes this so-called solo player and coolly threatens to expose what he overheard, already framing him as prey. Watching the pair leave with arms slung together, the narrator grimly concludes that in a plural boys love world, a solo player will be hunted down soon enough. Pinned and sweating, the blonde snarls that his tormentor is a bastard while the other purrs he'll make him cry again today, turning pleasure into punishment. Waving cheerfully in class, the grinning neighbor boasts that their apartments are side by side, feigning innocence about just how close they have become. Smiling wide, he jokes that living on the same floor lets them hear everything from each other's rooms, while a friend nervously laughs not to bring girls back, oblivious to what's really being broadcast. Hands part with a casual "well, see ya," masking how that simple goodbye seals them into a far less casual arrangement. The dead-eyed narrator stares ahead and states that the guy's fate is already sealed, even as his own mind starts grinding on a darker calculation. As the pair shuffle down the hall, he imagines every groan from room 203 leaking into 202, and wonders if moving the multiplayer action one door over would spread the noise like a virus. Under a starblank sky above creaking balconies and muffled moans, he nervously speculates whether the racket in 202 would echo straight into cursed room 201. Naked, shaking, and flushed, the blonde gasps that his partner is a pain in the ass and screams for him to die, even as his twitching body betrays the lie. Leering down through sweat, the lover promises that once he is finished, no toy will ever satisfy that body again, turning obsession into a threat. Hands slap and bed creaks surround dirty whispers as he vows to fuck him so hard he'll think of nothing else, the room filling with the sound of surrender. Clutching his head in room 201, psychic Mizumoto Minamoto drowns in every slap and moan bleeding through the walls, muttering that he wants to die as pornographic echoes pound his brain. While the traumatized psychic floats beside him, the narrator shrugs that it's someone else's problem and brightly declares it curry time, using cheese and naan as his flimsy escape from the misery next door. Striding down the corridor with a tight jaw, the psychic laments that his search for the mystery chatterbox is still going nowhere, even as a new, unsettling development closes in. Hands over his ears, he focuses on the drunk thought, "As long as the party has free booze, I'll go," and realizes with a chill that the man's once scattered mind is becoming disturbingly easier to read. Staring into a field of jagged thought bubbles, he admits that eavesdropping on broken fragments is useless, so he quietly shifts tactics, ready to meddle more directly with this dangerous signal. In a burst of mental static, he spots the chatterbox and grimly notes that in this BL manga world, the fact they are both men is the least of his problems. Tapping furiously at his phone, he decides to stitch together stray thoughts he overhears instead of chasing the direction of that voice, gambling on mind reading to track his target. In the echoing lecture hall, he hunches over and strains to separate each student's inner mutter, training himself to lock onto one heart amid the cafeteria chaos. Over a notebook scrawled with paranoid notes about mobs, flags, and the world being out to get him, he admits this exhausting concentration can't be sustained, and that realization jolts him. BL volumes spin through his mind as he recalls the chatterbox insisting this is a guy-on-guy romance world, and that he himself is just some nameless mob left to drown in it. Slumped at the table, he admits the fragments he's stolen from others' heads are slowly teaching him how terrifying it really is to live inside a BL world. Snapping his notebook shut, he steels himself as if closing a case file whose conclusion he almost fears to read aloud. With the background writhing like anxiety itself, he stares ahead and brands the chatterbox a terrifying BL maniac. Chewing his thumbnail in the cafeteria, he frets that the man he is chasing is basically a tinfoil hat conspiracy nut, and wonders if pursuing him is a mistake. Imagining himself getting punched for mind hacking, his chibai self panics that if the guy ever learns about this power, things could explode into messy violence. Sweat beading, he snarls that he has come too far to back down now, rejecting the safer option his fear whispers. Shoving back his chair, he vows not to stop searching, convinced all that grueling training and the live buzz of the man's presence nearby means he's closing in. As he passes the ramen-slurping student, the unsuspecting target just savors his cheap meal, oblivious that he's being hunted like some romantic suspect. A swirling pattern announces the word disguise, turning the concept itself into something ominous and charged. A faceless detective silhouette asks what disguise evokes: deception, adultery, intrigue, priming the mind for secrets before romance even enters the frame. Outside the bland campus building, narration coolly twists the knife that in BL, disguise isn't just for mystery, but a weapon to drive love itself. Flustered and sweating before his friends, one guy blurts a desperate plea for someone to pretend to be his boyfriend, detonating the room's calm. Hands pressed together in frantic prayer, he babbles about a male coworker's confession, the stalking that followed, and his willingness to use any fake lover, man or woman, to force the guy to give up. Pointing across the room with forced nonchalance, a friend suggests Takemoto as the stand-in while the narrator panics inside, scrambling to dodge the role before it sticks. In Chibai headcount, he grimly notes that every other guy here is already paired off, leaving only himself as the logical sacrificial lamb for this fake boyfriend setup. He steels himself to throw away his dignity, muttering Taki's confused, "Why me?" as the price of escape. With a calm smile, the friend explains that once the stalker learns his rival is another guy, the creep will start judging himself against that phantom opponent. Arms folded in a swirl of unease, the tall man reasons that if the stalker sees a skinny or quiet rival, he might crown himself the alpha male and feel entitled to do anything. While one classmate grudgingly accepts the logic, another snaps his fingers in dawning horror that pitting the stalker against hulking Takemoto might crush the man's pride as a male. Sweating but cornered, Takemoto agrees to stand beside him for the introduction, while the smaller guy begs desperately and promises to owe him big. Blushing with guilt, he whispers an unsure okay and secretly hopes the chaos he's about to spark will just add spicy drama to other couples' stories, not his own. Glowing with anxious importance on the sidewalk, he walks home already haunted by the scheme he's about to enact. Watching Ayato with unfamiliar boys, he narrows his eyes and marvels that the main character Magnet is actually mixing with background extras. When one of those boys pauses and glances his way, the older brother stiffens, unsure if he's been recognized or silently rejected. Under the black frame, the younger boy's silence hardens into distance. Then he strides past outside, clearly choosing to act like the man he knows is a total stranger. Shrugging in tiny defeat, the brother decides to respect that wall, resolving to pretend ignorance too if Ayato is that desperate to hide his family. The moment Ayato's friends instantly peg him as the brother despite his frantic denial, his deadpan face says everything about how hopeless this fake distance always was. At the door, the brother blandly announces he'll be late for Tojo's after-school class, leaving Ayato bristling at how suspiciously shady that sounds. Explaining that Tojo's class is actually a study group for slow students like him, Yanagi, and Misato that somehow ballooned, he unwittingly feeds Ayato's dread of where this is heading. A sparkly flyer for Tojo's cram school turns Tojo into a princely tutor, while someone dryly suggests he should start charging for the intimate after-school lessons. Over a mall decked with trees, narration declares December's arrival, hinting that the season's true battlefield is just beginning. Under shrine gates and steaming soba, he lists New Year's Eve rituals and year-end TV, as if normality alone could drown out how charged this time really is. Calendars whirl toward the 24th as he admits it's Christmas, yet grudgingly rewinds to a one holiday he tried to skip in his narration but knows he can't avoid. Faded behind last year's Santa beard and costume, he recalls usually hiding inside that role, safely erased as just another background clerk. Now imagining himself exposed instead, he pictures running into that dangerous him in the open and feels the risk of a fated encounter tighten around his throat. In a Santa suit, he grimly declares that extra-rare holiday events are disastrous, while his friend mutters that any seasonal event would be especially bad. With a worn-out stare and a tight jaw, he resolves that he absolutely must avoid running into that guy on those two cursed days. Mask on and shoulders slumped over boxes, he calmly lays out his plan to bury himself in part-time work on the 24th and never step outside. Beaming with stars around him, he proudly explains the private family restaurant booking that will serve as his armor on the 25th, even if it drains his wages. Imagining his brother either sneering at Christmas dinner or choosing Tojo instead, he frets that asking outright will only get his careful strategy shot down. Pointing and yelling about family dinner like a battle cry, his brother unknowingly solves the problem by insisting no one can stop him from going. Radiating triumph in a burst of speed lines, he crows that he has successfully dodged a Christmas event, as if escaping a death flag. The very next evening, he freezes mid-greeting in a track jacket, cheeks flushing as fate dumps that dangerous someone right in front of him. Wrapped in a scarf and exhaling mist, the other man offers a flat hi, turning the casual encounter into a jump scare that spikes his nerves. Seen from behind by a watching woman, he tells himself it is just an ordinary day and clings to the safety of the other man's nearby family as a buffer. Smiling gently, the scarfed man notes boys his age usually hate being seen with parents and assumes he'll hurry off, misreading the tension simmering between them. Blushing and scratching his cheek, he stammers that it is his birthday and his brother reserved dinner, even though he himself had awkwardly agreed. Against a stark black backdrop, the older man offers a calm "Oh, I see, happy birthday," his unreadable tone leaving the moment strangely hollow. Only their feet visible, they trade stiff farewells and thanks, each step away stretching the unspoken feelings thinner and more fragile. Walking off with a faint flush, he replays the simple greeting in his head, heart pounding that this man actually wished him happy birthday. Smiling faintly into the darkness, the older man muses that a single offhand greeting has turned an ordinary night into a loaded holiday, and it feels unfair. Deadpan with chopsticks raised, the brother suddenly announces he's joining a volunteer program and orders daily bentos, blindsiding the narrator with new trouble. Working the register in flashback, he recalls his old convenience store job while a customer taps through age verification, and his mom casually asks about this new placement. Watching his brother munch unconcerned, he concludes that even with that plain face, the guy is clearly a main character, so this work subplot will drag in fresh drama. Cheeks puffed as he eats, the brother guesses at preschools and kindergartens while being warned not to get jealous if little kids end up liking Tojo more, stirring a new, petty anxiety. Dead-eyed and flustered, he jabs a finger and snaps that it is not a date, not jealousy, and Tojo will not even be there, even as the word oof lands like a jab to his pride. Over glittering memories of the BL Cinderella play, he grudgingly concedes that his brother cannot hog the main character spotlight forever. Tiny and panicked against a dotted void, Yato yelps that it is already 7:20 while a calm voice reminds him not to forget his lunch. The school bell blares bing bong as the teacher orders everyone to sit, pinning the restless class into place for whatever announcement is coming. Propping his cheek on his hand, he wearily raises a brow and says he has something to discuss before class begins, the words hinting at trouble. Scarf wrapped tight and bag slung over his shoulder, he mutters that he is off next week, resignation dulling any excitement about this new job. From the doorway, his brother calls good luck on his first day of work, while he answers with a flat yep that sounds more like dread than enthusiasm. Later, the brother clicks the door shut with a blank face and admits the guy refused to say how it went, suspicion pricking beneath his boredom. In the park, Tojo smiles with a kitty bag in hand and explains the girls caught cold so Ayato, Yanagi, Misato, and he went to the kindergarten instead, while the narrator coolly confirms through the boyfriend that the job really happened. Marching down the street with fists balled and scarf puffed, Yato grumbles that he always ends up obeying his brother, knowing all too well that the arrogant schemer's plans inevitably go wrong. When the kids excitedly shout promises to marry Tojo-sensei if he grows up lonely, Yato erupts in a horrified wah while Tojo smugly thinks he was right about dragging him there. Back home under the ticking clock, the older brother stares ahead and decides his little brother is getting in the way again. He finds Yato sprawled face down on his bed amid scattered manga, and sighs that he came home from drinking only to discover this idiot invasion. Scanning his bookshelf with a mutter about not having read that volume in forever, he deduces Ayato broke in to borrow something, got distracted by BL and never left. Close on the limp head and loose hand, narration dryly concludes the intruder simply passed out mid-volume. Expression flat with tipsy irritation, the brother admits he is drunk, wants to sleep, and finds this entire situation deeply annoying. In Chibai exasperation, he whacks the dead weight and complains that no matter what he does, the fool will not wake up. Grunting heavy as he drags the snoring Ayato down the hall, he thinks that if this were a sibling BL novel they would be forced to share a bed, but since it is not, he has another plan. He heaves the limp body onto the mattress with a thud and clenched fists, staring at the still groaning face and wondering in alarm why his brother has not woken up yet. As Otto's legs slide uselessly through the doorway, the exhausted brother half considers abandoning him in the hall, but keeps dragging anyway, afraid of how furious their parents would be if they found out. Grunting and half strangling him, the tall guy drags the limp boy out of the elevator and across the room like smuggled contraband. The unconscious boy flops onto the bed as his exhausted captor pants that people are way heavier asleep, but still declares the mission complete. A small groan cuts through the white space just as the unseen narrator sighs that at last he can sleep peacefully. He bolts upright on the bed, blinking and asking if he had been asleep, while an off-screen voice snaps in disbelief that he wakes only now. Face blazing with fury, he screams that barging into his room without permission is unforgivable and vows to kill the intruder. The next day outside school, someone calls out a sharp, "Hey you," turning the peaceful facade into a summons. Red-faced and trembling, the blond guy yells that the other stormed in last night, then vanished by morning, spitting raw outrage. With a smug, sparkling smirk, the dark-haired man coos that he was terribly rude, acting unfazed by the accusation. The blonde stammers in horror as the other calmly reveals he bathed his sleeping body, twisting last night into something even more invasive. Dead-eyed, the narrator dryly praises the insane strength it takes to haul an unconscious man into a tub, while someone off-screen howls that such behavior cannot be forgiven. A jabbing finger and accusing captions demand what he was thinking, framing him as the hypocrite who orders obedience while pretending to preach independence. In a murky flashback, a taller man grips a smaller boy's shoulder and demands obedience even as he claims to want him to think for himself, embodying pure contradiction. Over the calm campus building, narration remarks that even in this supposedly peaceful BL world, people still act in jarringly inconsistent ways. Clinging to Hinata, the younger brother snarls that any pervert who ogles him will be killed, while the target raises both hands and promises not to look at all. Flustered behind his glasses, the man insists Hinata holds no such value in his eyes and nervously urges them to rest assured, trying too hard to sound harmless. Sipping his drink with a flat stare, the observer mutters that being boxed in by words like "rest assured" is irritating, then twists it into a jab about the guy apparently not liking his little brother at all. Slumped at the cafeteria table, he glowers and mutters he cannot believe those words were thrown at him, the slight still stinging. His friend sighs that harsh lines are just part of that guy's personality, yet the offended one insists it still crosses a line. Gaze dropping, he quietly complains that the man has zero sense of social cues and drags down the mood just by existing, laughter trailing hollowly from his lips. Fingers tightening around a can, the other admits the criticism is not entirely wrong and calls him big-mouthed, while a small A slips out as the insult lands. At the cafeteria table, one guy leans in to scold his friend for sulking over being called out, even though he himself explodes whenever anyone criticizes that same friend. Outside the building wall, narration coolly dissects how some guys twist their standards depending on who they are judging, while hinting the opposite bias can be just as warped. Pinned by the chin, the blushing boy squirms as the possessive lover demands to know yesterday's company and threatens punishment for his silence. Clutching each other from behind, they gasp out apologies while the taller one promises extra love as reward, even as the smaller protests in panic about doing it here. Walking past with a deadpan face while censored moans echo from off-screen, he sums it up as the same end result of good boy, bad boy, punishment, and reward blending into one. A tiny cat sleeps in a dreamy void while narration warns that in the BL world, this fragile unconscious state fuels all kinds of dangerous possibilities. Sprawled on the living room couch, he admits he carelessly drifted off there that day, already sensing this nap was a mistake. The scattered shoes by the entrance make him curse himself for not sleeping in his own room, since his brother's endless guests mean he can never fully relax at home. Drool at his lip, he blinks half awake, as narration ominously announces that the real problem is only beginning now. From the doorway, the long-haired boy stands frozen and openly stares at his sleeping form, while narration insists in disbelief that those eyes are locked squarely on him. Reflected in the TV screen, the visitor steps hesitantly into the room, and the creeping realization hits that this stranger is actually coming closer. Flushing as he scans the empty space, the boy checks whether anyone else is around, leaving the sleeper to panic over what this secretive move means. In Chibai panic, he weighs his first option to sit up with a fake yawn and act like he just woke, dreading whatever awkward conversation that would unleash. Rubbing his neck and blushing, the visitor imagines confessing he wanted to watch that sleeping face longer, while narration fears exactly this kind of mortifying honesty. The second option plays out in chibai form as he keeps his eyes shut and risks everything from stealth photos to stolen kisses just to avoid speaking. Close up on his slack face, he settles on a third, more dangerous choice, bracing himself to gamble everything on perfect stillness. Rolling over with a groan that it's cold, he half mumbles into the cushion while the other boy watches, unaware this hazy movement is a deliberate ploy. Narration drifts over blank space as he turns and mutters vaguely, his own awareness blurring so much he is no longer sure if he is faking or actually half asleep. A cat pads carefully onto his chest as he notes this tactic demands subtlety from the intruder, who now risks waking a body that might already be secretly alert. Weight pressing on his ribs, he silently endures the cat's sabotage and wheezing breath, vowing to hold out in this suffocating pose until the long-haired boy finally retreats to Yato's room. Hatano stiffly claims he is coming back while the brother peeks in offering bathroom help, both men pretending nothing is wrong as tension prickles in the doorway. In the dark, he plots to slip out while Hatano is inside so they never cross paths, only for an ominous "huh" to cut through his carefully planned escape. Sweat beading behind the bushes, the blonde nervously wonders if that dangerous guy has finally left. Sprawled on the couch, he relaxes that he is out of the woods, then jolts at the strange object he has just discovered. Plastering on a strained smile, he battles his conscience over returning the forgotten scarf, fearing even a cold could trigger another event and muttering that he should just be mature. Floating alone in a black void, he sags with exhaustion and decides to force this next flag to happen quickly just to be done with it. Sparkles drift over his brother's high school as he grimly notes BL manga worlds pack every campus with an unnatural density of beautiful guys. Hugging the cat, he insists hot types like Tojo are common at that school, while his friend starts listing the top 3 handsome men like this is some casual ranking. Silhouetted beauties crowd behind one shining boy as narration dubs them the Eichmann 9, handsome enough to form an entire baseball team of heartthrobs. A flushed classmate gushes that he heard the two guys are living together, while the observer dryly notes these breathless rumors use sounds only true BL natives can make. Both boys shout that they are not cohabiting as the fangirl begs to visit their place, her pleading voice sparkling with intrusive curiosity. With a sly laugh, the blonde invites her to their so-called love nest, his joking innuendo turning the air thick and suggestive. Face blazing, the other guy explodes that calling it a love nest is idiotic, his angry outburst practically spelling out exactly what he fears. Eyes shining with manic delight, the BL junkie squeals that she wants to come over today, her eagerness to witness their nest almost predatory. Sitting stiffly with the cat on his lap, he explains that according to Mia-chan, their mother reigns highest in the family hierarchy, leaving him quietly resigned. As Miyako darts eagerly toward Mom, his outstretched hand falls short, and he bitterly vows that one day he will rebel against these superior forces. Studying Tojo's calm face, he remarks that Mia-chan clearly has her favorite and asks if Tojo's dog Amachi plays favorites too, fishing for any sign of bias. Amachi beams cluelessly amid flowers while narration brands his universal affection as total warfare, a love bomb aimed at every human in sight. A crowd circles as delinquents slam each other around, and narration coolly observes that in BL manga, Yakuza brawls erupt often yet rarely end truly ugly. Clasping hands with fierce grins, the boys shout for their boss to go, hurling him toward the fray like a champion they trust to decide everything. Grinning through his bruises, the blonde thug licks his lips and orders the next blow to smash straight into his face. Bloodied but exhilarated, the other delinquent howls that they are going to obliterate those bastards from West High. Huffing along the riverside, he recalls stumbling on high school boys locked in a disturbingly homoerotic brawl, and realizing BL keeps this world's violence in check. Sipping tea with bored eyes as a flustered boy protests from across the cafe, he coolly shrugs that if the flirting annoys him he can just go home, knowing no one really understands these dynamics. Picking at his food with bandaged cheeks, the West High leader listens tensely as the East High boss reminds him they are rival heads secretly dating and wonders how explosive that truth would be. Fingers clamp his wrist and drag his hand to those lips under the pretense of wiping something away, while narration mercilessly brands their heated physical secret as enemies falling in love. Calmly nursing his cup in the sunlit shop, he concludes that this ridiculous spectacle of rival lovers is how love allegedly saves the world and keeps war from erupting. Turning away with a lazy stretch, he decides that if East-West gang plots ever bleed into Yato's school, he is leaving before the script can swallow him. Under the glittering night sky above the roofline, he resolves to pry about gangs as casually as possible when he gets home, dread already prickling. Towel draped over his head, Yato blankly answers that their school has a few punks here and there, unaware how closely his brother is weighing every word. With swirling darkness behind him, the older brother stiffens as Yato adds that the true powerhouse on campus is Tojo's fan club, turning simple gossip into a cult warning. Threading through a crowded arcade, he observes that every quirk, Yandere, innocent, brainy, flirty big brother, can trigger BL, while some traits feel like loaded weapons more than charms. Four friends recoil as one boy shouts that his house literally exploded in a fire, the shock cutting through their lazy afternoon. Hands pressed together in frantic prayer, Koga babbles that the gas stove next door blew, torching his entire life and begging to crash at someone's place, his desperation almost theatrical. Half-wincing, his friend notes that after a stalker and now a fire, Koga's string of disasters is brutal, dubbing it plain bad luck that sounds more like a curse. Expression flat, the narrator judges that in this world such extreme misfortune becomes its own seductive trait, and after stalking and arson, even a rational man grows dangerously desperate. The chibified crowd of friends averts their eyes with stiff apologies and muttered, "No way," leaving Koga begging them all at once, because Takemoto's girlfriend drama makes that option impossible. Finger to his chin, he coolly decides none of these guys, who lose control the second they cross someone's threshold or pick up a phone, are safe hosts, and he must refuse to avoid triggering any flags. He quietly admits he doubts the universe would ever be cruel enough to actually pair him with this walking disaster anyway. Grinding the lottery crank and drawing nothing but tissues and a tiny coupon, he sighs that BL runs on cosmic balance, and his own luck sits stubbornly, boringly average. Hands pressed in mock prayer, he mutters that only someone with absurdly good luck would get dragged into this guy's flag, knowing his own mediocre fate just makes things worse. Smiling politely at his phone, he lies that he can't meet because he's at his parents' house, even while the narration coldly decides it's safer to let the story tighten without his interference. Sweating and wild-eyed in the street, he panics over having nowhere to sleep and no money after losing his wallet, calling his own situation pathetically low even for a background character. When someone suggests crashing with the black-rimmed glasses guy who hosts drinking parties, the freckled mangaka's face pops up like a summoned omen, and the setup instantly feels dangerous. The towering Mayama residence rises against the starry sky, its luxury facade promising the kind of dramatic overnight trap BL stories adore. A pen scratches over his collar as someone eagerly texts that he can come over right now, cheerfully promising to wait at a house already linked to flags. Fists clenched and eyes blazing with hearts, Mayama exults that a guy recently got confessed to at work, calling it perfect new material just when his own manga ideas had run dry. Beaming at the door in sparkles, the guest gushes apologies for intruding while Mayama waves him in with frantic politeness, already picturing how this sleepover will feed his BL fantasies. In sudden pitch black, their floating eyes widen as the power cuts out mid-thanks, turning polite hospitality into claustrophobic unseen tension. An instant later, the empty dining room lights snap back on, as if nothing happened, while the unseen boys are left rattled by the flicker. Peering out his window, Mayama frets that only his apartment seems to have lost power, then stiffens when he sees every other unit glowing normally, like the universe singled him out. A voice orders him to stay put, and he answers okay with nervous obedience, the echoing footsteps hinting he's at the mercy of someone else's plan. At his desk, the man howls that his computer just crashed and he never made a backup, terror spiking as he hovers over the screen that may have swallowed his work. The monitor spits out data corrupted, and his scream rips through the panel, the tiny OK button mocking the total erasure of everything he just created. In chilly February, one guy watches another bite into food and awkwardly admits that seeing him eat it stirs something, while the chewer mumbles through a full mouth, half worried, half oblivious. Heart-shaped displays crowd the store ceiling as narration crowns Valentine's Day the supreme holiday of BL, the month's other events shrinking into background noise. Face tense under winter lights, he recalls Christmas as a deliberate trap laid for him and grimly vows to stay on guard this time too. Hands present a ribbon box, while narration insists Valentine's is deadlier than Christmas because every piece of chocolate carries crushing expectations and explosive drama. Raising frothing beer mugs, he and a friend laugh loudly about killing time with an organized drinking party, while narration exposes this as a cowardly escape from facing that troublesome younger boy on Valentine's. A text from his mom cheerfully asks him to buy cake for Yato's friends coming over, and the narration cuts in that this simple errand was supposed to be the whole plan, before everything went sideways. Smirking at his phone on Valentine's Day, he rereads his mom's worried text and suspects she thinks Tojo has been spoiling Yato a little too much. Staring at the ticking watch, he concedes that as a freeloading son he must obey his mom and buy cake, even though bad timing could trap him with Yato's friends. Jaw clenched and sweat flying, he charges forward and declares he'll speedrun this errand like a desperate man racing against fate. Bolting through the grocery store, he stuffs a box full from the cake buffet, packing it tight so nothing rattles while he runs. Swaying on the train and thumbing his phone, he hurriedly blasts out texts about the drinking party juggling plans as if the whole night depends on it. Dragging his tired legs up the shortcut stairs with shopping bags in hand, he trudges home, already bracing for whatever mess waits there. He slides the patterned cake box into the fridge, trying to stash both the dessert and the obligation out of sight. Panting in the doorway with shaky hands, he locks up and whispers mission accomplished, as if surviving this delivery were a covert op. Sweat dripping as panic spikes, he realizes Yato's group has arrived, his abandoned shoes betraying him while he frantically debates hiding or fleeing. The front door clacks open with a bright "We're here," and the ordinary living room turns into enemy territory. A voice breezily assures everyone the house is empty, even as he slips through the unseen kitchen like a fugitive dodging capture. Gasping and clutching his rescued sneakers, he crows over his narrow escape out the back door, only to learn his brother bought cake for the guests anyway. Staring at his shoes, he gloats that he dodged both a run-in and a forced chocolate exchange, vowing that once he reaches the bar, Valentine's itself will be sabotaged. Seen from behind with boxes in hand, he's greeted by cheers over his haul, while he privately anticipates that tonight's steak will taste extra sweet. As someone shrieks that chocolate is their favorite, he stiffens and slumps, realizing with bitter awe that he's somehow been defeated by Valentine's yet again. Nibbling in the cafeteria between classes, he lazily kills time while eavesdropping on strangers debating the sanity of meeting someone from a video game. Listening to one guy defend online dating as normal while the other frets, he silently agrees it's common now, yet hears danger in every casual reassurance. Picking at his fries and tea, he concludes that in a BL manga world where men routinely match with men, this kind of blind meetup is playing with fire. He pictures a flawless girl avatar morphing into a guy and warns that online, where faces are hidden, it's even easier to tumble into that trap. Watching the skeptical friend cover his face and protest that it doesn't sound like something any girl would want, he coolly notes they share so much, including being men, and lets that final red flag hang between them. While his friends gush about the gamer girl's outdoorsy hobbies and movie tastes, he stares out the window and quietly brands himself a mere bystander to their fantasies. Off-panel voices pin down a weekend meeting and joke about future introductions, turning the vague online crush into a dated looming appointment. Chewing limp fries with a flat face, he shrugs that the guy will probably be satisfied anyway, since even soggy cafeteria junk hits right once in a while. The campus building looms under the caption, "Next week," as if the ordinary facade is bracing for another ridiculous incident. His classmates howl with laughter as they recount Mayama getting questioned by the police, turning someone else's panic into their morning entertainment. One boy waves frantically for attention while another tries to shut him up, and their friend steps in asking what happened as if sensing scandal. Blushing and flailing, Koga gets outed for going to meet his online girl, only to find a super buff guy instead, while another voice sharply demands, "It was you." Chibai and smug, his friend cackles that the universe is just balancing out Koga-chan's recent lucky streak, ignoring his sputtering denial. Sweating under a storm of patterns, Koga babbles that the sweet, soft-spoken she even confided about harassment in home ec club, while narration coolly files him under textbook shy tough guy. A sparkling female avatar poses proudly as they reveal the account actually belongs to his little sister, exposing the carefully crafted heroine as nothing but a sibling's cosplay. Expression dead, he mutters that anyone named Kuroroboshi Dream Star Ikigohime AI-chan must be a girl, only to get warned he should never meet people who call themselves that, regardless of gender. Morning laughter explodes outside the school as Misato gets scolded for spreading rumors. Another boy calls the story crazy, and a third glares, too tired for chaos this early. They gape when told Yanagi not only cares for turtles but ate turtle food for breakfast, the absurd image snapping their composure. Yanagi sheepishly admits he tried a bite just to see while the turtle munches away, and his friend demands if he seriously did that. Facing them with innocent eyes, Yanagi bluntly reports that the food tastes awful and made his mouth feel weird all morning, earning a horrified curse. Their loudmouthed classmate yells that nobody should be eating pet food, demanding "Do as if daring anyone to confess. Both observers fall into awkward silence at the challenge, their blank faces saying more than words as the question hangs. Marching along, they calmly dissect wet food, kibble, and dog biscuits like gourmet critics, while narration dryly notes the pet food review has only just begun. Chibalined, one boy protests that owning turtles is already weird, another insists many people just want to taste it, and their friend splutters in disbelief that pet owners really do this. Remembering his brother happily pairing soda and soy sauce snacks, he watches him munch like it's normal evening fare and quietly wonders what kind of household he lives in. Blushing and dazed, he covers his mouth and wonders with dread if that cursed season has returned. Blossoms scatter across the page as narration sighs that spring, the supposed season of love, never really ends in this world. Over the endless cityscape, narration coolly reports that mass mating season has begun again, and even outside BL, everyone is hunting connections. Masked crowds surge through the street as narration snaps that what really arrived is not romance but the ruthless onslaught of pollen. While one boy rubs watering eyes and another hides behind a mask, narration warns that hay fever, like a cold, can hoist deadly flags. A map of Japan lights up around Tokyo as the narration offers the impossible solution in one dry punchline: just never get hay fever. Shoulders loose, he strolls through heavy pollen, insisting that being non-allergic, with non-allergic parents, in a low-pollen town makes him immune to romance traps. The very next second, he explodes in a violent sneeze, sweat flying as his confidence shatters on contact with reality. Hunched and sniffling into a tissue, he admits the medicine fails every year and wonders in misery what countermeasure is left. Eyes streaming and mouth slack, he pants that he will become so grossly unguarded no one could possibly see him as appealing. In Chibai hysterics, he imagines himself bawling, stomping, and howling so outrageously that no sane adult would dare approach to comfort him. Trudging off with another wheezing sneeze, he resolves to survive hay fever season even if it drains him, banking on tear-blotched cheeks to kill any flags. Masked, hatted, and phone in hand, the BL mangaka greets readers, gloating that spring's love-fueled chaos and his own hay fever make perfect hunting grounds for material. Swaggering into the park while scratching his scalp, he vows that pollen may be fierce but his fieldwork hunger is fiercer, eager to eavesdrop on fresh drama. He perks up as two people gossip, "Have you heard?" and instinctively zeroes in, antennae twitching for scandal. Eyes gleaming behind fogged lenses, he listens to talk of a man with bloodshot eyes and ragged breath, and instantly equates spring's lust with a prowling predator. As passersby whisper that the bundled man looks suspicious, he muses that spring is also the season of perverts and daydreams about an uke doomed to attract them. Under falling petals at a picnic blanket, the protagonist lounges with a drink, resigned to yet another cherry blossom gathering that could explode into flags. Watching his brother pour drinks for his radiant wife, he sulks that he's been dragged as unwilling baggage on their nauseatingly sweet date. At the doorway, he glares as his brother shamelessly uses his own boyfriend as a shield to score a car ride from dad, turning family kindness into manipulative leverage. He gulps his drink with dead eyes, grumbling that pollen chokes the air while he suffers through watching couples flirt completely sober. Peeking from behind the stone lantern under drifting petals, he mutters that at least none of his classmates could make it today, clinging to that tiny relief. As lanterns glow over the crowd, he shrugs that every guy he invited was busy for spring break. Oblivious to the quiet way, this leaves him alone with Tojo. Standing blankly in shirt and loosened tie, he reassures himself that with only his brother and sister-in-law invited, he's safe from that notorious walking flagger. Tojo smiles modestly as his brother praises the food, and he notes uneasily that another perk of today is how dangerously good a cook this man is. Staring at the overflowing feast, he frets that Tojo went overboard and doubts they can finish it, even as Tojo cheerfully says they can haul leftovers home. Watching his brother and sister-in-law bask amid falling petals, he sips soberly and admits that, despite craving alcohol, stepping back to just admire the blossoms feels strangely peaceful. When he abruptly stands, Tojo looks up and asks if he needs the bathroom, catching his movement before he can slip away unnoticed. With a too pleasant smile and ominous background, He volunteers to run to the convenience store for non-alcoholic drinks, while his brother gripes about his obsession with booze. As he walks beneath a storm of cherry blossoms clutching a plastic bag, narration warns that in Sakura season in this BL world, a certain incident always stalks men like him. Below the blooming trees, a couple marvels that everything is in full bloom, and an off-screen shout of "over there" pulls his wary gaze toward the inevitable setup. Petals whirl in a sudden gust as one boy breathes that it's beautiful, the wind turning the path into a stage for whatever comes next. Rubbing his head, the dark-haired guy stares at the blonde's back through the blizzard of petals and blurts a confused "huh," shaken by the strange pull in his chest. Grabbing Haru with a shout, he startles the blushing blonde, who stammers "what is it" as if bracing for something more than simple concern. Haru's fingers twitch mid-gesture as he starts to say no, his half-formed excuse hanging between them like a stalled confession. Flushed under petals, the dark-haired boy admits he feels like Haru will be carried off with the cherry blossoms, comparing the unease to an outright abduction. Over a canopy of blossoms, narration explains this sudden panic at seeing a beloved swallowed by falling petals is a surprisingly common fear here. Strolling under the sakura, he recalls people fretting their lovers will be stolen by the blossoms, and dryly wonders if these groves have become hunting grounds from the trees' point of view. Hands almost brushing in midair, narration clarifies that this cherry blossom snatching only strikes those sharing the same romantic flag, so he concludes he himself has nothing to fear. He imagines a trapdoor swallowing him like a stage magician and scoffs that, in reality, no one can literally vanish into cherry blossom confetti, no matter how blinding it gets. Shielding his eyes as petals whip past, he squints into the gust and mutters that today's wind is brutal. As petals whirl like a storm, the dazzling boy materializes in front of him, making the world feel like a staged magic trick. Heart-jolting, the black-haired kid rushes up shouting it's him, while the observer coolly files away that Sakura can spawn surprise entrances too. Under the drifting blossoms, the nervous underclassman bows a stiff hello, while the older boy's casual greeting hides the recap of their unsettling magical meet. Against a black backdrop, he sweats and silently screams that what he really wants to blurt is why this guy has shown up here. Blushing amid petals, the younger boy stares up as narration calmly blames some family outing and corners him into deciding his next move. Smiling too brightly, he asks if Hatano is here for Sakura with his family, while inwardly chanting that in a Sakura kidnapping event he must escape fast before anything triggers. Fidgeting with his hair, Hatano admits Ayato personally invited him to a flower-viewing picnic, turning what sounded harmless into something far too specific. Remembering Ayato's version, he frowns that this cannot be right, yet insists to himself the guy would not lie after supposedly asking every classmate and finding them busy. Tiny floating heads confirm Hatano's in the class next door, and the realization snaps like a trap as their earlier conversation suddenly feels rigged. Forcing a strained smile, he mutters that he sees, while thinking bitterly that Ayato set him up with a trick question, that damn kid. Looking down at his already full grocery bag, he curses that the going shopping excuse is dead and concludes that joining Ayato's picnic alone with Hatano will almost guarantee a kidnapping flag. Peering through the thick blossoms at the boy ahead, he admits every tiny misstep here could push the relationship flag forward, and that he's walked straight into dangerous territory. Face flushed and voice booming about wanting meat, he psychs himself up to find his brother and sister-in-law first and leave a loud, unforgettable impression that drowns out any romantic undertones. Scowling from the picnic blanket, Ayato demands what took him so long, suspicion pricking through his casual question. Seeing Hatano standing safely beside his little brother, he exhales in silent relief, grateful he somehow reached them without sparking disaster. Sitting with the couple on the blanket while Hatano happily dives into food, he cautiously hopes that as long as they stay close to these two, he can survive the day without triggering a kidnapping event. Yato glares with the lunchbox in hand and snaps at Hatano to stop hogging it, his gruff insult barely masking possessive irritation. A violent gust sends the picnic flying as he throws himself over Yato and the food to pin the blanket down, realizing with a chill that the same ominous wind from earlier has come for them again. Bathed in floral sparkles, Tojo smiles like a fairy tale prince and murmurs that he feared the cherry blossoms might steal him away, while the narrator groans that even this overused line from Tojo still hits like a fresh attack. Cars crawl in a suffocating traffic jam, while a weary thought whispers that at last it is time to go home. Stone-faced behind the wheel, he tells himself that if he can just dump these passengers at the nearest bus stop, he will have survived the day unscathed. As he apologizes for making the driver take him home, the dark-haired boy leans in close while the other curtly orders him to sleep too, trying to smother the awkward intimacy. Laughing too loudly with nervous sweat, the driver insists the sudden invitation was no trouble at all, even as his apology betrays how flustered he feels. Fidgeting in the passenger seat, the guest rushes that he had been bored at home and then trails off, the unsaid words hanging heavier than the road noise. Blushing and wide-eyed, he stammers that he was happy to see the cherry blossoms and to see him, admitting through trembling lips that he is truly glad he was invited. The driver's grin twists into strained confusion as he fumbles for a response, his muttered, huh, exposing how blindsided this confession leaves him. Slumped in mortified despair, he clutches the steering wheel and desperately wishes the ground would swallow him to escape the suffocating tension. Petals scatter across the white sky as a silent plea begs the cherry blossoms themselves to rescue him from this emotional catastrophe. Under falling petals and the banner for the 80th graduation ceremony, narration reminds that spring tears people apart, even though most goodbyes already bled out in March. Now that April has come, he sighs that he hates changing classes, bracing for whatever new entanglements this shuffle will force on him. Watching his brother gripe from the window, he only nods along while secretly rejoicing that this fresh development might finally shake the stagnant romance web. Flashing game-like banners about new terms and new students, narration hammers that a new class is the biggest shift of all in this season of risky beginnings. A silhouetted SSR boy explodes onto the screen as a new character, making the world itself feel like a gacha game about to drop another dangerous lid. Crowded by sparkly boys at the sports festival, Yahello stands at the center of a tightening swarm of admirers, his social network growing too tangled for any painless new suitor. A Chibai chart coolly maps out how two would-be lovers and an actual boyfriend already aim their hearts at Yahello, implying any newcomer will wisely look elsewhere. Flushed and clutching his bag, the older brother admits he has somehow become this guy's love interest, knowing that in BL there is no safe unrequited role for him. Petals drift around two distant figures as narration notes how often one partner secretly yearns for a third party here, turning the boy I love doesn't love me back into fuel instead of failure. In Chibai silhouettes, he calmly accepts his place as the third wheel in a love line that runs between Yahello and some unknown rival, convinced he can live with that heartbreak. Grinning amid framed narration, he concedes Operation Cupid for those two crashed, so now he must patiently wait for fresh faces, because that kid still needs a partner and the game is far from over. Smirking like a villain rolling gacha, he prays aloud for an SSR who for once doesn't have plain black hair. Sparkles bursting around his carefree grin, the clueless brother gushes about their rowdy class while the narrator's hopes for a different flag quietly die. Over the empty overpass, the narration curses that it is hopeless because his stupid little brother stays blindly oblivious. Hands in pockets and eyes roaming, he strolls another man's path with calculated calm, intent on stealing information instead of enjoying the view. The moment a voice barks, "Hey, he's here," he stiffens and turns at the timid Oniasan that threatens to drag him into the scene. Forcing an overbright smile, he swoops in on Tojo with fake coincidence chatter about semesters and classes, masking sharp curiosity. As the fluffy dog pants innocently, the narrator screams that this is the new character, while the owner babbles about babysitting dad's coworker's pet and jokes about their growing family. Watching the stranger's back, he mutters that his gacha pull for flag transference was a bust, until a sudden "hey, you" suggests the odds might be changing. Surrounded by flowers and sharp eyes, the blonde beauty coolly asks if he was just chatting with the class prez and suggests he might be the mysterious one Hatano likes. Dazzled by sparkles and an exclamation point, he wonders if his desperate prayers have finally been answered by this walking SSR. Reframed in radiant recap rays, the new SSR strolls forward as the narrator crows about pulling a fresh character who might be the very one Hatano secretly likes. Peering at rare and SSR cards on a glowing screen, he notes that some limited characters utterly outclass others, even if this gacha system still confuses him. Turning away with a thoughtful hum, he reins in his excitement and resolves to test just how useful this supposed SSR really is. With an easy grin and shrugging hands, he admits Hatano and his brother are pretty close, then pointedly asks if this guy counts himself among their friends. Sighing with put-on annoyance, the blonde insists he's the one asking questions and reluctantly agrees he has no choice but to explain. In the covered walkway's shadows, he reports Hatano rejected a confession because he likes someone else, then forbids any search since that person isn't a student here. Touching his chin with a thoughtful smile, the informant links Hatano's new crush to the exact moment he began hanging around Tojo's group, calling the timing too obvious to ignore. As images of the friend circle float behind them, he observes that Hatano hides something from the others and only truly opens up to Tojo. Half hidden behind speech bubbles, the SSR smirks and explains that seeing this brother's face made Ayato's relation obvious, so he gambled on approaching and demands what someone like that really wants. A chaotic collage of serious expressions confirms it in his mind. SSR-kun is clearly in love with that walking flag boy, even if the confession only leaks through the way he talks. Smirking like a villain who has just discovered treasure, the sharp-eyed boy savors this once-in-a-lifetime flag transferring event, deciding the clueless target is far too valuable to waste. Scratching his head under an empty sky, the oblivious guy wonders why Hatano likes him so much, struggling to recall their distant meeting while completely missing how strange that fondness really is. With a crooked grin half hidden by word bubbles, the manipulator quietly concludes Hatano only feels drawn by an old memory connection and sneers that someone like this could never truly interest him. Fingers spread in casual contempt, he tells the stunned protagonist he is just a mob character, and the chilling thought that this stranger somehow knows his role slices through him. Pointing straight at his chest, the boy coolly declares he and Hatano are no match, leaving the mob character reeling as panic screams inside that this guy understands everything. Sweat beating in the darkness, he hears the ultimatum to stay away from Hatano and falters mid-protest, torn between fear and the bitter sting of being ordered out of someone's life. Forcing a squinty grin and awkward laugh, he hides behind his spineless mob act, answering vaguely while inside he scrambles for any way to dodge this threat without fighting back. Watching from behind with possessive ease, the pretty boy wraps an arm around Hatano and urges him to drop that lame guy for him instead, confident this blunt move will ignite jealousy like fuel on dry tinder. Walking off with a dismissive, he calls the protagonist's face and response pathetic, proudly declaring his work finished as if he has just trashed an inferior rival. As the manipulator's back recedes down the path, the abandoned mob grits his teeth, realizing phase one of some cruel plan has succeeded and their conversation is already over. Waving lazily at the clouds, he consoles himself that a new flag will naturally bloom between those classmates who share a school, convincing his bruised pride to wait and watch. Hatano stares ahead in a daze, cheeks faintly flushed, while an inset memory of the grinning blonde magician makes him snap in irritation that it is all that guy's fault for showing up here. Softly lit and distant, Hatano's face repeats in a recap as narration announces the magician's return, signaling that the same dangerous charm is about to twist things again. Skidding across the ground with a pained howl, the mob curses that this scheme forced him into a desperate jump slide for the first time in his life, his throbbing ass paying for someone else's flag. From high above, he presses himself flat beside the fence, vowing the flag boy must never see him here because he intends to stay a mere side note in their story, not a stolen spotlight. Peering through the railing from his hidden perch, he calls the unseen beauty SSR-kun and begs him not to betray this bet, judging it a perfect vantage point so long as neither leading man spots him. Smiling lazily under the open sky, the blonde saunters up and greets, "Yo, Hatano," his casual tone masking how confidently he walks straight into the boy's guarded world. Hatano studies him with wary eyes and quietly confirms he's in his class, the simple recognition carrying the weight of a door creaking open between stranger and something more. Glancing back with a slime hem as Hatano starts to speak, the blonde cuts him off mid-sentence, keeping control of the rhythm even while pretending this encounter is nothing. Still wearing that smug half-smile, he says he wanted to tell Hatano something but brushes it aside because he is in a hurry, yet the lingering "hear me out" hangs like a hook that refuses to let Hatano go. He coolly announces he just had a very interesting talk with Otto's brother, dropping the hint like a loaded gun. The dark-haired boy freezes as the blonde casually exposes that Otto's brother is the one he likes and probes how he figured it out. With a smug smile and raised hand, the blonde offers to explain, only to get brushed off by a curt excuse about being in a hurry. From above, the blonde waves a casual "see you," while the other shouts "wait," his composure cracking as the chance slips. Eyes widening, he reels when told Otto's brother was asked what he thinks of him, and is taunted about whether he dares to know the answer. The blonde leans back, pressing that he clearly cares and should hear why the brother said what he did, only to be met with a stiff denial. Staring straight ahead, the dark-haired boy snaps that he'll ask Yato's brother himself and orders the meddler to get lost, masking hurt with icy dismissal. Watching from behind the rail, the narrator panics that this pompous approach is wrecking any link to SSR Kun, the earlier planted flag already rotting. Grinning too wide, the blonde unloads that Yato's brother laughed, forgot him, and has zero interest, his barrage of cruelty spilling out in one breath. Crouched by the fence, the narrator mutters that if they settle this fast it benefits everyone, trying to stay optimistic even as things tilt wrong. The blonde smirks that he told SSR Kun they don't match and mocks how the guy gave up like a nerd, while an off-panel voice protests the verbatim cruelty. A clenched fist answers the sneer about choosing some dishonest bastard over him, the quiet, I know, thudding with shame and reluctant agreement. Facing the wind, he admits he's nowhere near that amazing man's level yet still vows to change enough that Ayato's brother might like him, even a little. Across the bench, the blonde flatly declares that plan is wrong and scattered reactions agree and protest, the strategy meeting turning tense. Feet already turning away, the blonde repeats that he has to go now and tosses a casual goodbye, ignoring the desperate hey chasing his retreat. Rubbing his face, the narrator gripes that their friction lacks any BL spark at all, but still refuses to abandon hope, cheering SSR Kun on from the sidelines. Peering through the bars, he watches the other walk off and apologizes under his breath for not even knowing SSR Kun's real name yet. With a crooked smile over his shoulder, the blonde says that's enough meddling for today, while the narrator insists he's rooting for him and begs him to drop the vulgar talk. Leaning over the railing, he groans that he's nervous, his body language screaming panic as the fated meeting he plotted finally approaches. Another boy studies the scribbled notebook about mobs and BL couples, and silently labels its unseen author a terrifying maniac. Jaw clenched and eyes burning, he vows not to stop until he finds that man whose presence he trained himself to sense, even as doubt whispers he may already have come too far. Staring at his balance in horror, he blurts that he is completely broke and feels the ground drop from under him. He rants that tailing that psycho has drained him dry as endless invitations to aquariums, movies, festivals, and meat feasts flash like receipts stabbing his conscience. Sitting alone on the tatami, he admits he needs to pause his psychopath hunts just to rebuild his shattered funds and sanity. His phone pings with a new job listing, each tiny bar of text promising money yet hiding fresh trouble. Sighing at the screen, he decides the only work he can handle is something that keeps him away from crowds, even as reality squeezes that preference. He trudges toward a star-sprinkled storefront, muttering that loud noise would fry his brain, but he cannot afford to be picky if he wants any job at all. At the register, the convenience store clerk and the cap-wearing customer lock eyes in mutual shock, each rattled to recognize the other. Facing the counter, the customer hurriedly repeats his simple request for one bag, while the stiff clerk scrambles to recover his composure. Bagging beer with a terse got it, he curses how close that encounter felt, stunned to have run into a schoolmate at this obscure shop he chose for anonymity. Passing over the plastic sack with a polite "have a nice day," he hears the customer's quiet thanks and feels the mundane words scrape against their shared awkwardness. Watching the guy leave, he shuffles behind the counter and admits the surprise knocked him off his rhythm, leaving his nerves oddly raw. Beside him, his roaring coworker whines that there is nothing to do, while he grimaces that sharing shifts with this human megaphone is its own kind of torment. A barrage of questions pelts him, about college, living alone, and how tough it must be, until his repeated yesies turn his private life into noisy gossip fodder. Eyeing the loudmouth by the ovens, he curses that the job he thought would be easy is unbearable with this walking 120 decibel disaster making work impossible. Grinning wide, the giant coworker screams about onigiri and favorite convenience stores, his manic enthusiasm battering every last shred of Minamoto's patience. Later, chatting about huge bento boxes and weird cup noodles, he clutches his head and mutters crazy, as the school guy's casual food talk drags their worlds closer. As TV announces Golden Week and flower fields in bloom, he gloomily realizes this holiday will bring anything but rest for him. Over dinner, his friend cheerfully asks Mom if several buddies can stay for Golden Week, and the quiet note that Flag Boy will be there too makes his stomach drop. Curled on his futon beneath memories of clinging couples, he admits group trips always go badly for him and fears Hatano will dominate this holiday flag unless he can devise a survival plan. Among the mountain trees, a grim mantra of retaliation hangs in the air like a curse, setting the tone for whatever comes next. He lifts his chin toward the sky and declares his retreat to the mountains, as if fleeing the city's BL traps for higher, thinner air. That rich Fudenshi from class beams and begs everyone to his villa barbecue, handing the protagonist a convenient escape that already feels suspicious. Eyes glittering manic, the Fudenshi raves about the cute guests and named girls while the narrator senses there's a catch, but prefers this risk over sharing a roof with an obvious death flag. Standing before the sprawling lodge, he gawks that this is the Mayama family vacation home, realizing just how isolated this new stage for disaster really is. The boys shuffle into the vast cabin, marveling at its size and instantly asking about Wi-Fi, as if a signal bar could shield them from looming flags. Grinning, a friend presses Mayama about when the girls will arrive, shy, buff, mysterious, while Mayama's vague "they're already here" makes the setup reek of misdirection. A finger jabs towards silhouetted figures beyond the doorway as confused voices ask what and where, the blurred shapes outside swelling like incoming trouble. With a nervous smile, the blonde introduces himself as Mikami Shuichi, the sweet traditional type Mayama promised, and the narrator chirps a too-bright greeting that fails to hide his scrutiny. The tall athlete Sarashina Ryogo glares with a curch as he's labeled strong and buff, his discomfort giving the buff one roll an unexpectedly prickly edge. The quiet Mizumoto Kanem offers a flat hello as Mayama tags him mysterious, and his unreadable gaze makes that title feel like a genuine warning. Confetti patterns rain down while Mayama's Chibai self crows, "That's all, folks," and the narrator dryly urges everyone to really look at this all-male lineup. When friends howl that he tricked them, Mayama protests he never mentioned girls, and the narrator notes that now that every handsome guy is gathered, the real game begins. Surveying the crowded deck, he realizes he's surrounded by men and calmly pinpoints the one he must watch most carefully, even as others joke and lament this cruel, giant place. Peering at his phone, Mayama confirms one last guest is late, and the offhand "he just got here" lands like the final piece in a dangerous puzzle. As the door frame fills with a looming shadow, Mayama sighs in relief that the last guy finally arrived, unaware the silhouette itself feels like a bad omen. Koga bursts in filthy and laughing sorry for being late, while Mayama chirps welcome and silently brands him Mr. Bad Luck, sensing chaos clinging to his smile. A dotted narration declares that this world may be predictable, but once Bad Luck Boy joins the party the danger spikes, punctuated by someone already demanding why he's so dirty. Koga sheepishly explains the suspension bridge rope snapped halfway across, trapping everyone on this side, and the narrator hears the words as a prison sentence in the mountains. He flails midair, crashing through a tiny shrine shed while babbling how he tried to fix it after jumping the river, and the horrified onlooker wonders if this walking disaster just angered the gods themselves. Leaning against the wall with dead eyes, he fumes that this chaos-bringing guy has barged in again, forcing him to juggle unruly pretty men and a potential hazard who might need tying to a tree. Hunched over the table, he remembers thinking he could relax, only to glare ahead now and admit that real trouble was already stalking him. Sparkling with manic glee, the freckled boy clasps his hands and plots to create his own scenario by luring Mizumoto to the party he begged him to attend. Facing the invitation with a turned back, he naturally tries to refuse, scoffing at the idea of blowing money on some wild, deafening party. Massaging his temples, he orders himself to focus, vowing to watch for BL flags even on this Golden Week villa trip and maybe grill that glasses-wearing Fudenshi later. Clenching his hands with a determined profile, he admits he paused the hunt for that noisy bastard, but inside declares the game back on. Gazing over the campus steps, he decides searching the whole university is pointless when he can corner his target in the smaller, volatile cage of a party crowd. Behind the register, the coworkers gape and whisper in scandalized awe about a customer boldly buying condoms in broad daylight. Introducing themselves by the car, the new guys smile politely while he stiffens at the realization he'll be trapped riding in someone else's vehicle. Branches slam the van as Mikami yells for everyone to hold on, and he reluctantly concedes the reckless plunge into the forest could actually be worse. Drowned in black, the blonde boy lowers his head, bracing for the ugly consequence that wild ride has carved into him. Sweat streaming and breath ragged, he confesses he is both exhausted and violently carsick, his body buckling under double damage. Crushed by overlapping chatter in the crowded room, he despairs that sickness has wrecked his ability to tune everything out, making all his careful voice-tracking training useless. Sitting apart with a nervous sweat, he locks onto that familiar tone buried in the noise, even as a creepy inner chant about killing them all keeps leaking through his head. Chibai and sparkling, the host waves an arm and hollers that drinks are over here, turning refreshments into a noisy beacon. Staring at the littered ground, he resolves there's only one move left, edging closer to the shout of soft drinks are over here to narrow down his mystery man. Flushed and trembling as he gulps from his cup, he begs his condition not to worsen and to stay alert, then jolts when others realize his beer has somehow become harmless oolong tea. Later he lies sprawled on a bench, half-conscious, while the blunt caption admits everything has only spiraled further downhill. As the two guys hurry over asking if he's okay, he insists he's just a little drunk, while narration whispers that he thought all was lost until this fragile opening appeared. Shadowed on the steps, he coldly assesses the sick stranger from afar and decides to nudge the others to help, carefully avoiding direct contact himself so no dangerous flag can latch on. Over his scribbled mental script about this guy-on-guy romance world, the narrator coolly notes that the chatterbox protagonist tries to avoid interacting with men at all. Sweating with a crooked smile, the guy snaps that this whole dodging unnecessary flags strategy will bury the chatterbox when no one comes even if he's dying. Clapping for attention with a big grin, the chatterbox announces that plain barbecue isn't enough and rallies everyone, unknowingly setting the stage for chaos. With a dramatic ta-da at the drink buckets, he proudly unveils wine, champagne, and snacks, while voices gush that it's awesome and great, stoking the party's recklessness. Disembodied shouts about olives, pickles, and washing hands whirl around as someone named Koga eagerly volunteers to open the champagne too, naively grabbing the biggest hazard. Told to point the bottle away so it doesn't hit anyone, Koga cheerfully says he's got it, right before the cork pings off and everyone stares up in alarm. The cork rockets into the ceiling with a violent burst as someone screams, "Watch out," and the harmless toast turns instantly into disaster. Water suddenly rains down as stunned boys gape and yell about sprinklers going off, the room transforming from party venue to drenched chaos. In the slippery confusion, the striped shirt boy crashes hard to the floor while someone shouts if he's okay and another yells he just fell, panic spiking. A stark narration box declares this was the outcome of the event, sealing the mess in a cold, almost mocking summary. Soaked and yelling under the downpour, he shields his head, while narration reports that the sprinklers flooded the entire place like a punishment for their idiocy. Another panel fixes on the prone boy's face as the narration bluntly states that the one who'd been sick finally collapsed, turning the soaked fun into real emergency. Hands over his mouth and glasses askew, the organizer stares in horror as narration says someone panicked and called an ambulance, guilt already drowning him. Up on a mountain path, medics find their route blocked by a mysteriously severed rope bridge and call the police, fearing the drenched collapse site has turned into a crime scene. Later, phone in hand, he blankly reflects that he never expected to be dragged into something that made the news, realizing life can spin from backyard party to trending incident without warning.